I don't know why he adopted a child of misfortune, nor why he makes me nurse him. There are so many wet nurses available, the woman muttered in a tone full of complaint, but she had to fulfill her duties. Princess Ursa didn't have much of a choice, let's say, so she left her newborn son Zuko at Shisui's side before she took him in her arms and examined him carefully, especially his skin. What a miserable life you will have. I guess we have a lot in common, don't you think? I just hope you end up better off than me, the woman said before she started to nurse Shisui. Don't curse me, woman, your life is a drama I don't want to experience, Shisui thought absent-mindedly while he was being fed, feeling familiar yet distant security. I guess this is real mother love. Shisui didn't know why he felt this way, but in a way, this experience allowed his mind to relax. He constantly had thoughts and internal dialogues to somehow calm his fears. He didn't like this world, he didn't like any fictional world, no, the idea of living in it didn't appeal to him. I never thought about being reborn or transmigrated, and even if a wasteland covered in radioactive ash and nuclear snow wasn't the best, it was my world, I didn't want to leave it just like that, although maybe it was the influence of that thing. Shisui continued to mentally ramble until his mind gradually shut down from the sleepiness he felt. 3 years later. Look Shisui, I can make fire. A small 3-year-old boy ran up to another of the same age. Although they were similar in age, they were dressed differently, the former wearing red, gold, and black clothes, indicating his status as a prince, while the boy wore only black clothes, a kind of negative symbol. Strangely enough, however, both of them had good complexions, indicating that neither of them had suffered any hardships, and aside from the difference in their skin color and clothing, neither of them was particularly different from the other. Incredible, Shisui waved his arms in the pond that was located in a certain open area of the castle, his smooth movements causing ripples in the water without even touching it, as if that element was under the boy's complete control. Indeed it was. At the age of 3, Shisui already knew that he could control water like his deceased mother. Although the servants looked at him more and more badly because of it, none of them dared to play a trick on him, because, after all, the royal family was behind him. You don't look excited, exclaimed the boy who was Zuko. No, I'm not, Shisui replied, floating a water balloon, but you could tell from the jagged and wobbly edges that it took a lot of effort. Great! Zuko shouted again at the sight of his friend Shisui's water ball, but Shisui simply stopped waving his arms and let the water fall. I need to learn more about water bending, Shisui mumbled, trying to replicate the moves he remembered from the show, but there was a lot of mystery and skill involved that couldn't be conveyed in an animation. Fortunately, he knew how to meditate. It was not as unbelievable as it might seem. Anyone can meditate, and he used it a lot in his first life to calm himself or control his gift, so he was very familiar with the action. But meditating was not a trick to gain super control abilities. If anything, it allowed him to gradually access the extraordinary energy of this world, the chi, but not much more. Zuko, do you want to race turtle ducks? Bored, Shisui invited Zuko to release the energy that every child has at this young age. All right, I'll beat you this time, promised Zuko, who went over to the pond to grab one of the little critters, oblivious to the subtle look Shisui gave him. You fool, I always cheat, you won't be able to beat me, the boy thought mischievously before he grabbed a turtle duck of his own. 1, 2, 3. 2. Boiling water. So, what's the point of knowing the existence of oxygen? Seeing the chemical reaction in front of him, Zuko could not help but ask such a question. If you know every aspect of your power, you can control it effectively, replied Shisui, who was engrossed at the tender age of 5 in repeating certain scientific experiments. How did he get a secluded room to do this? He told the kind Fire Lord Azulon of his desire to explore the material world extensively. Perhaps he could find something useful for the Fire Nation. Why is a 5-year-old boy able to converse with the Fire Lord, even though he is a son of misfortune? Did you forget that the man supported him? He was even kind enough to let him see the journal his mother had written for him, which was filled with knowledge about controlling water. That last one is kind of sad. His mother was in love with his father but had doubts and even fears about what might happen to him, so during her pregnancy, she wrote down all her knowledge in a notebook. From the basics of waterbending to more advanced arts like healing or creating ice, his mother summed up waterbending in one simple sentence, but it opened up a new world for Shisui: understand the element, its limits, and how far your imagination can go with it. Perhaps Azulon, or those who evaluated the journal before giving it to him, did not consider those words and wrote it off as some mystical nonsense, but it made Shisui begin to look at the supposed manipulation of the elements in this world with different eyes. It had clear rules: you used your energy to create or control the 4 elements, though each person could only control one unless you were the legendary avatar. Each element had things that others could learn and replicate. Living among the firebenders, with his characteristic battle-oriented style, Shisui unconsciously adapted his water control. Even if it felt uncomfortable at times, it allowed him to see a way beyond the usual. Iroh was able to create a technique that allowed him to redirect lightning by learning the basics of waterbending. Could he create something similar? Although he was still a novice, his ambitions were already reaching further and further, but he had to take it one step at a time. I don't understand. Isn't it just letting my anger and desire burn to create fire? Asked Zuko, not quite understanding what his friend Shisui was saying. Sometimes Zuko was jealous of the way his friend behaved and even how others reacted to his presence. Sometimes he tried to copy him, but it only made his little sister Azula, who was present, laugh. Silly Zuzu, if you can use this oxygen to make fire, you'll make stronger flames, won't you? Said little Azula, who had a habit of sneaking into Shisui's laboratory, and since he preferred to keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't mess with his things, he gave her permission to satisfy her curiosity. Exactly, oxygen is something that is in the air we breathe, along with other elements, although these do not react with our bodies, except for the mixture of oxygen with another called carbon, which is part of the breath you exhale, Shisui said, adjusting his long hair as it prevented him from seeing. No one dared to cut Shisui's hair for fear of hurting him with scissors or razors. There were some very radical people, and even if they had direct orders not to hurt him, accidents can happen. That was why his hair was so long. He hadn't cut it since he was born, and maybe because he was a waterbender, he had more vitality than others, which explained his luxuriant hair. Yes, the carbon dynamo, the one that makes little bubbles, cried Zuko excitedly, but he only heard his younger sister's mocking laughter. Carbon dioxide, silly Zuzu. It can be found in many things, like smoke, and it's poisonous in many variations, like Shisui said, Azula said, looking excitedly at the lab glassware, imagining what poisonous stuff was in there. Not exactly, carbon dioxide is not poison, it is the result of something natural. Plants eat it together with water and sunlight, releasing the oxygen we need, Shisui corrected. He didn't want to associate himself with the image of a poisoner, at least he wanted to wait until Azulon was dead, then he would have an excuse to study them. To the others, the Fire Lord only felt sorry for the tragic death of one of his generals and gave his son shelter. He didn't give him a status similar to royalty, but as a part of it, more than a servant, he was a companion. That's why even Ozai couldn't give him orders. Because to Azulon, Shisui represented his father's ideal, the unification of the 4 nations. That's why Shisui was known as part of the Fire Nation and not the Water Tribe. Plants don't eat. Stop lying to us, Zuko said proudly. He had always found the idea of plants doing anything other than sitting there taking up space waiting to be tended to or cut for firewood or charcoal silly. Silly Zuzu, Azula said, ignoring him, more interested in what Shisui was doing. Soon, a small blue flame appeared in front of the 3 children's eyes. It only lasted a few seconds before turning red-orange, but the sight completely shocked Zuko and Azula. Cool! Zuko exclaimed with his usual glee, seeing it as something cool to tell his mother and Mai about in the future, while his younger sister stared at Shisui's hands. You control water, why were you able to make blue fire? Is it because of the oxygen? Is that what happens when you use oxygen to enhance fire? Asked Azula after she came out of her stupor. She was smart, much smarter than her stupid brother who was always thinking of funny things. Azula may not have had all the knowledge that Shisui had, but she had something that every researcher and scientist had, curiosity. That's why she insisted on visiting Shisui's lab, even when he was just doing boring things like polishing a crystal to see the sky better, or what he called cells, but she always asked him questions, wrote down as much as she could, and searched her father's study for the stories and examples her partner told her. Yes, the 3-year-old Azula considered Shisui a peer, an equal. Not like Mai or Tai Li, both of whom she considered slightly below her because of their princess status. Shisui was similar because her grandfather paid attention to him, even if he wasn't a prince, he was somehow considered part of the royal family collective, not just a servant to be tormented when she was bored. Even though he was a waterbender, he seemed to know about all the elements, what rocks and soil were made of, what wind was, why water fell from the sky, and why fire was so important to human civilization. His stories broadened Azula's mind, making her realize there was more to life than creating flames with her fists and feet, which she excelled at more than her brother. It was only because of Shisui that she became interested in what fire was and what it meant beyond being a destructive weapon. Azula might have been a toddler of 3 years old, but her mind was sharp. When in doubt, she would ask Shisui directly, search for scrolls, and even ask those scholars of the court, but none gave her a better answer than Shisui. Well observed, Azula. The blue fire is the result of the complete combustion of fire, remember the triangle I showed you? Asked Shisui, seeing the girl nod, and he continued. Fire is the result of 3 things, we have fuel, in this case, your chi, the energy that flows through your body. We have heat, which is what you firebenders call the inner fire, although it's more something to do with your will or your mind anyway, that's why there are cases of defectors who lose their ability to make fire. The last element was the comburant, something that favors the flame, in this case, oxygen. Shisui created another blue flame, allowing Azula to once again admire the color of the flame that would define her life in the future. Next, Shisui placed a pot over this flame and controlled the water in a barrel to fill it, which left the 2 children somewhat confused, but Shisui was focused on what he was doing. Well, do you know what happens when you put a pot of water on the fire? Asked Shisui, looking at Zuko, at least he had to get this boy involved in learning. Yes. Water boils, it's obvious, the boy replied with a smile, not seeing the grimace on Azula's face, teasing him. So you think a waterbender can boil this element without using fire? He asked again, this time looking at Azula, who returned a look of astonishment with her wide golden eyes. You want to control the hot water? Azula's astonished question made Zuko look at Shisui strangely. Even children knew that waterbenders lived in cold places and preferred to freeze water directly during fights, so what was so good about boiling water? Only he didn't wait for Shisui's answer. Yes, so that I can have hot water to bathe in every day, the boy replied, ignoring the faces of the 2 children, but in his mind, he had other thoughts. Unlike fire control, which only increases the temperature and combustion of fire, water control is more of a way to touch temperature applications. Water, ice, steam, when I master them all, things like blood control, mud control, or plants will just be added. Shisui's golden eyes shone brightly as he watched the bubbles in the pot. Don't you have any hot water? Asked Zuko innocently, causing both Azula and Shisui to look at him. You're a little slow sometimes, Zuzu, Azula joked, although she wasn't too happy about the strange situation Shisui was living in, she didn't dare say it out loud, she wasn't as stupid as her older brother. Don't worry about those details. But do you know why things get hot or cold? Shisui asked, changing the subject to something interesting for the children. I don't know. Zuko answered truthfully. Look, it's that simple. Shisui went on to explain this and other topics in a way that even a child without much knowledge could learn. And when evening came, while the royal family and Shisui were dining, the Fire Lord's voice caught the attention of everyone present. Shisui, what have you accomplished in your laboratory? The man asked somewhat sternly, though his question caught the attention of his 2 sons, Iroh and Ozai. They knew that their father held the boy in high esteem and had even raised his status by force, but they had never thought that he would be interested in what Shisui had accomplished in his so-called laboratory. Oh, I isolated the element that allows us to breathe and makes the fire more powerful, Shisui said as if what he said wasn't that important, but his words made even Lu Ten, Iroh's son, who always remained silent at the table, looked at him strangely. What? Explain yourself. Azulon asked, causing Shisui to stop eating and look at the audience he had tonight. Through an experiment, I was able to obtain the element that in most cases allows the fire to start and spread, oxygen. This is present in the air we breathe in a proportion of. Shisui was explaining the data he had gathered through experimentation, not using his past life knowledge. He even noticed that the amount of oxygen in the air, at least in the Fire Nation, was higher than the normal average on Earth, which explained one of the reasons why the ancestors of this nation chose this part of the world to settle. That's interesting. I've noticed a special phenomenon. The flames we create on our land are a bit stronger than in other places. I didn't know it had something to do with the so-called oxygen in the air. Iroh, who had finished eating and was now drinking a cup of tea, was amazed. He didn't know that there were so many interesting things in this world, even in something as simple as the air he breathed. In a way, this proved to Iroh once again the hidden greatness of nature. And what's the point of knowing something like that? It's just nonsense, Ozai replied, not that he disliked Shisui, but it was his habit to question everything and everyone, even his father, even if he did it in private. It's simple, if we know the basics of our world and what surrounds us, we can do great things. Haven't you ever thought about why there are places where there are open flames? Especially where there is oil. Why the gunpowder and fireworks, with certain differences in proportions, can cause more powerful explosions. Or again, why do fireworks have such bright colors when certain components are added to them? Everything in this world is connected. We can even exaggerate a bit and mention that being that seems to appear constantly in our history, changing everything according to the time. Shisui's words plunged the table into silence. Ursa did not think that the child she once fed could have such an impact with his words at the age of 5, but there he was, fearlessly conversing with the 3 greatest figures of the nation, and best of all, holding their interest. You say. What does the Avatar have to do with your research and questions? Asked Azulon finally, asking the key question. Have you read the classics on the 4 elements that those alchemists have in their possession? When he mentioned those so-called alchemists, Shisui showed obvious discomfort. Those bastards had suggested that his ideas were foolish and that he should stop. If it were possible, the entire industrial revolution of the Fire Nation should be stopped. The only reason they weren't killed was because they were just a bunch of old bastards with no support, not even the Fire Temple could stand them. To me, the Avatar is more than the man or woman who controls the 4 elements. In essence, the Avatar can come to control reality itself, a god incarnate on Earth. For all practical purposes, Shisui's words made the 3 men looking at him give him 3 different expressions. Ozai showed some discomfort, Azulon showed dismay, and Iroh looked skeptical, but none spoke, waiting for Shisui to continue. What the Avatar does not control is not just the elements, it is what drives the elements. The Avatar has done what nature takes a great deal of effort to do, convert energy into matter. The Avatar is a great converter. Don't be surprised if one day another form of elemental manipulation is discovered and the Avatar suddenly knows how to do it. Even with the misnamed sub-controls, they are just an expression of the manipulation of energy and its conversion into matter by that being. Shisui's reflection ended, no complicated data or flowery words needed to be said. He was sending a clear message. The Fire Nation's greatest enemy was not the other nations, but the damn thing that had made energy its bitch with 100% utilization. 3. Real purposes. In the bathroom of his room, Shisui looked at the water barrel that was constantly emitting a light cloud of steam with an amused smile in his eyes, but contrary to what Azula or Zuko might have thought, he wasn't doing it by himself. Oh no, just the one in charge of preparing his bath, the one who was just getting ready to help him wash up, told him that he would have hot water from now on, so that was the reason for his smile. You seem to appreciate me more now, old man, Shisui thought as he closed his eyes to keep the foam on his head from irritating them. I imagine they will talk, but I hope that at least the boy's desire for war will diminish and that Ozai won't be such an idiot as to force his wife to kill his father, in the comfort that only someone who has a special servant to bathe him can feel. Shisui began to imagine what things Azulon and his sons might talk about tonight. Father, Should we slow down the war against Ba Sing Se? Should we show weakness? Ozai raised his voice a little, but it was because he didn't quite understand why his father wanted to slow down the conflict. They were doing well as it could be to be stuck on the outskirts of a walled city for decades, but that only showed the Fire Nation's fervent desire to take that city, so why stop? Iroh also had his doubts, but remained silent, waiting for his father's answer. Ozai also understood that he should do the same, so a few minutes passed without anyone speaking, until Azulon, sitting at the desk in his study, looked up from some papers in front of him. How much have we wasted on the useless sieges of Ba Sing Se, Ozai? The Fire Lord's question caused Ozai to quickly blurt out a series of data, and he even added his own opinions to the data he said, receiving a nod from his father. Even if you don't go to war, you're as good as a general, Ozai, but you lack something, you know that, Azulon said, causing Ozai to lower his head, but he felt a hand on his shoulder and when he looked to his side, he noticed the encouraging smile on his brother's face. Ozai, I don't care about the old man's position, he blatantly told Azulon, who snorted at his son's blatant disrespect, but he was so used to it that he said nothing. After all, it was his blood. Brother, you have advanced so far in politics and all things bureaucratic that you have neglected the martial arts. Yes, you are strong, I don't deny it, even though I feel that you can threaten me, and I have fought on dangerous battlefields. But you lack that, visibility, blood, for everyone to see you fighting for our country, and while I feel this might be an opportunity for the common people to appreciate you, I feel our father's motives are different, you too, right? Iroh's words made Ozai show a genuine smile. Yes, he was a manipulative bastard and even had some wild thoughts about the throne, but he knew that it was his fear due to the lack of a crucial element for his future ascension, but Iroh's words told him. You can fight. Not that he didn't want to, like all firebenders, it was a kind of innate tendency in them to want to fight, but the war had become a meat grinder that even his brother wasn't sure he would survive. Iroh had more wounds on his body than anyone else in the studio, but now he had a very good chance. Only, Iroh's last words reminded him of the dark reflection of a certain boy who lived in the castle. Shisui's words are worthy of attention, no doubt, Ozai said, somewhat uncomfortable with the very realistic view the boy had given them of the Avatar. They knew it was energy and matter, how could they not? The Industrial Revolution came to their nation first, and there must be scientific backing behind it, though the terms and the knowledge Shisui possessed seemed different, more advanced, and more refined. The idea that the Avatar was not only the master of the four elements but of energy itself, something that could somehow become whatever he wanted, frightened the three of them. Yes, even Iroh, who belonged to a certain secret organization. They only knew the Avatar's main mission, to maintain balance, but sometimes one wondered what balance was. The past actions of each Avatar meant only one thing, the balance was constantly shifting in meaning. Some Avatars did nothing relevant in their entire lives, others focused on supposedly fighting evil spirits, and others on correcting the behavior of some nations or groups of people. For goodness sake, there was an Avatar who wanted everyone in the world to have a mate and went from town to town as a wedding planner. The question is, what if one day the balance shifted to something else? Iroh didn't want to think about it too much, he just knew that the Avatar was fair in some way. Azulon and Ozai considered the worst-case scenario. What if the Avatar decided that the Fire Nation was a bigger problem than his thirst for expansion? What if he thought technology was bad for the supposed balance? If knowledge was a problem, if humans were the problem? Fair? Their balls. The Avatar was human, a being with corruption in his nature, and since the Fire Nation had caused him grievances in the past, why not think that the day would come when he would take revenge on them? It was easy, he could destroy their nation because, in a way, that was what the other nations would want. It would be fair to kill them in front of the rest of the world. This series of thoughts chilled Azulon and Ozai, who looked at each other for a second before subtly turning their attention to Iroh. Iroh, I don't care who you hang out with or what your ideas about the Avatar are, Azulon said slowly, causing his eldest son to frown unconsciously. Just remember one thing, you are a firebender of the Fire Nation, Azulon concluded before picking up the pile of papers. Ozai, take care of those so-called researchers and scientists. Who was the idiot who suggested a giant drill to pierce the walls of Ba Sing Se? I don't want idiots. Collect the information these vermin have been hiding for their benefit, compile it into books, and let me know. We need to reform the education system. Maybe Shisui was right about this. The Fire Nation already has soldiers, we need brains. Also, bring me that guy who lives in the Air Temple, he has some interesting ideas. If he refuses, break his arms and one leg, see if he likes having only one limb. Azulon passed the series of papers to his son Ozai. They were orders to be distributed and carried out to the letter. By the way, Iroh, get those generals together. Not only will the war in Ba Sing Se subside, but so will the attacks on the Southern Water Tribe. Those guys have nothing useful except women and children, just a bunch of useless hunters. Azulon's fierce words made Iroh grimace, but he nodded. For him it was good that his country's extreme ideas had a pause, even if only for a while. Oh yes, Ozai, do you want the throne soon? After raising his voice just now, Azulon changed his tone and asked this question, taking his two sons by surprise. Ozai didn't dare to lie at that moment. When a firebender reaches a certain level, their instincts and senses would allow them to notice some hidden subtleties if they paid attention. Yes, I want the throne soon, father. Knowing that Azulon's attention was on him, Ozai spoke the truth, but instead of seeing a frown on his father's aged face, he only saw a smile. You finally said it, by all gods, you don't know how annoying this place is, Azulon complained as any old man would, and even had a teasing smile on his face. I will give my last orders and start the educational reform. In 1 year at the latest you will sit on the throne. Your children will be the heirs, although I have more faith in little Azula. She has a great name and talent to match, don't you think? Asked Azulon humorously, causing Ozai, who had a mind full of conspiracies and machinations and even the desire to kill, to fall into a stupor. Cheer up, little brother. No, future Fire Lord. Iroh chuckled as he patted his brother's shoulder, snapping him out of his stupor and making him look at his father with an embarrassment that was unusual for him. You noticed, didn't you? Asked Ozai, bringing a tense atmosphere into the room. I saw your relief just now. Those dark thoughts came out of your head when I gave you the chance to go into battle, I know. I also had murderous thoughts towards my father, he had them towards his father, and your children will also have them toward you. It's normal, it's the education you receive that causes it. After all, I am old, and I have not shown any obvious signs of resignation, so tell me, did you want to use Ursa? Simple, but I would be careful with such a mentally fragile woman. Azulon's cold words were in stark contrast to the warmth or fierceness he had before. Iroh looked at his father and brother with some disbelief. What the hell, he could swear he'd never had such thoughts, but when he saw that his father didn't seem to be affected by it, he relaxed. Don't worry, I don't blame you for anything, just raise your children well, be more tolerant with Zuko. He's a fool, but he has a heart full of fire. Azula, on the other hand, must correct her sadistic tendencies, or they could be used against her, for she has inherited her mother's mental fragility, Azulon advised, then leaned back in his seat, which seemed to be quite comfortable. What are you waiting for? Go. Don't you know that old men like us are more active in the privacy of the night? Azulon gestured to shoo away his sons, who, as they left, watched as a particularly beautiful and shapely maid entered the study. Looks like the old man wastes no time, Iroh joked, only to be met with a grimace from Ozai, who had kept a straight face in front of the maid until his brother's bad joke broke his facade. Forget it, as long as I don't have a brother my age, I'll be fine, Ozai replied, showing that he also seemed to have a sense of humor. Ha ha ha. That would be funny, Iroh said before heading to his room. Ozai stood in front of his father's study door and thought about a few things. Only when he heard the soft moaning of a woman, followed by a certain familiar rhythmic sound, he decided to leave in a hurry. I hope Ursa hasn't fallen asleep, Ozai thought, who had a fire that he could only quench with his wife. The next morning, Shisui was awakened by a sunbeam that entered their room and hit him square in the face. He tried to cover himself with his arm, but his aura perception told him that someone else was in the room. Boy, don't be lazy. Get up. The old but powerful voice broke Shisui's illusion of wanting to sleep more. He couldn't do it, he recognized this voice. I'm sorry, Fire Lord, Shisui said quickly, sitting up in his bed and looking out the window where Azulon was watching the scenery. I understood your cryptic message, Shisui. Was it your purpose to slow the insatiable expansion of our nation, and that is why you used the avatar? Or do you have other intentions? Be honest with me, Shisui. Azulon's voice was soft, but the regal bearing reminded him of the first time Shisui had heard his voice. And although he had no grudge against Azulon, he did not like it when the old man got like this. I need time, our whole nation needs time, I need to get strong, and the Fire Nation needs to digest all it has accomplished in all these years, or it will fall into chaos. Shisui's words were direct, but they were the truth. Ignoring the plot, ignoring the fact that Avatar Aang might return in a decade and a bit more, two things were obvious, that he needed to get strong, and that to some extent, even if he didn't like it, this nation had become his base, so to speak. Aside from the horrible things that usually happen in a war, and the genocide of the air nomads, the Fire Nation had nothing wrong with it, at least they didn't have similar doctrines to a certain rejected guy from art school. As far as I knew, the situation that happened with the air nomads was unique and unrepeatable. Yes, Ozai tried something similar in the canon, but that guy is very different from the real one. The entire Fire Nation tries to avoid situations like that, which is why you rarely hear of one of them attacking women or children, not after the aberration committed that day under the command of Sozin, who even regretted it shortly after it happened. Shisui would not be guided 100% by what he saw in a show made under human prejudices. He was in a tangible world that could not simply be felt as something he could predict or control. So why not try to change what he could? The Fire Nation's situation could be better, and maybe they could direct that impulse to spread like wildfire elsewhere, like the stars. For, even in this world, you must go to school. Explain to me again why I should go to school. Shisui might be the only person currently using such a cold tone when talking to Azulon, but the man had recently retired and was playing the role of a kind grandfather. Brat, even with all your intellect and wisdom, there is something you should never let go of, the old man scolded as he tried to fish in a pond. It was a certain area of the castle gardens on a fine summer day, perfect for outdoor activities. I know, socializing, but how damn lazy. 6-year-old Shisui was performing a water-style kata, although if you looked closely, many of the gestures resembled the way firebenders fought, including their complicated pirouettes. Blame yourself, it was your idea to improve the school, you have to attend it whether you want to or not. Azulon ignored the brat's complaints. But if I want to learn, I can do it on my own, Shisui replied with a serious tone, although for a 6-year-old, it was obvious that it was just a childish facade. Don't you want to improve the status of the other master types in the nation? This is your chance. Azulon's words cut through Shisui's attempt at a serious facade and revealed one of his true motives. I guess there's nothing to hide from you, old man. What a bore, Shisui grumbled, pausing to watch as the former Fire Lord Azulon sat on a tree trunk like just another old man, holding a fishing rod. The serious and cold image I had of the old man was broken a year ago. It seemed as if the man had shed a heavy burden and let his true self out into the world. This somewhat eased the tension between Shisui and Azulon, especially since the latter, before retiring from his position, appointed him as his own grandson, without the right to the throne, but giving him a royal family status. There was outrage among the nobles and military, how could there not be? Until they were told that he had earned it for one simple reason, knowledge. The changes that began to be seen in the Fire Nation were largely due to him, including education reform. Did you know that the Fire Nation had very few educated people, many couldn't even write their names? Though Azulon had ideas to change that, everything was sped up by Shisui and his knowledge. They needed more people with brains instead of just muscles. Schools were no longer open only to nobles or military children. Every citizen of the Fire Nation had the right to an education, even if they came from the colonies. But not just any education, a standard education. From age 6 to 14, everyone would learn languages, math, geography, history, art, martial arts, and culture. Only 7 subjects, but they had the essence of everything that was necessary to learn at that time. A library was started where people could go and look for books or scrolls to learn, completely open to everyone. It was guarded by veteran soldiers to prevent the destruction of knowledge. Speaking of knowledge, it began to be classified in a better way. Now you didn't have to wait for someone who knew how to build something to pass their skills on to their apprentice, thus eliminating the risk of a certain technique becoming extinct because the possessor couldn't find someone to teach it to in their lifetime. Perhaps it was because the Fire Nation had a certain affinity for fire, but many people with talents related to blacksmithing and mechanics were discovered. A mechanical tank that used to take 6 months to build now takes a month, which explains the increased efficiency. Even terms like periodic table of the elements began to be spoken, constant exploration of the world was encouraged, and even the first magazines with an informative tone appeared, making people who learned to read aware of the wonders that existed in this world. The reforms and changes had just begun and needed more years to settle down completely, but even the nobles realized the essential, if they did not want to die, support. After the mysterious deaths of a few detractors, everyone understood that the Fire Nation was on a fast track, and no one could stop the progress of its changes. You know, dear grandson, I was once the lord of this nation. If I could not guess the thoughts of a brat like you, it would have been best to die at the hands of my son in the future, Azulon said with a smile on his face, though it was probably because he felt a fish taking the bait. Leave me out of this. Shisui simply looked down at the pond and gestured, raising a bubble of water containing a good-sized fish, which he placed in a basket. That's cheating, remarked Azulon when he noticed that the fish Shisui caught was much bigger than his. Not my problem, Shisui muttered before he started pulling out big fish without stopping until he had a dozen of them in the basket. You are too strange, Shisui. Have you been touched by spirits? Asked Azulon suddenly, causing Shisui to give him a strange look. The boy had a small twitch in his right eye. He couldn't understand why this man of regal bearing had turned into a chattering old man, but he knew he had to answer this question. Although he was joking, it was surely one of the old man's tests. A person touched by spirits was a person who could suddenly do or accomplish something that was thought to be impossible or difficult. It was usually a colloquial term used to be amazed by someone or to describe the beauty of a person. But in very special cases, some people might be in contact with a certain spiritual being who could help or advise them, thus enabling them to achieve feats that would be impossible for others. My knowledge I gain on my own. You've seen my laboratory, old man, Shisui replied, shaking his head for a moment before continuing. If I didn't do it, someone else would. I just took the first step, and many minds will join me in exploring the nature of this world. For example, that new Tun guy who started investigating why things fall the way they do. So no spirits appeared to me out of nowhere. It's just human curiosity. Shisui's words made Azulon raise his eyebrows. To this day, the old man was still amazed at the way Shisui did or thought about things, and he wasn't the only one who had the idea that the boy might have had contact with spirits. His children had suggested that this was most likely, coupled with the boy's intelligence that allowed him to accomplish so much, and best of all, everything he did was traceable. There was a clear process of why A went to B, why a thing was a thing. Everything was reproducible. His logic was not just sophistry or stratagem. When you thought about it, it really turned out to be so simple. Like the time he simply demonstrated his idea that the world was probably round with a big stick. Even Azulon didn't believe him until he proved it. He tried some arguments and proofs himself. Maybe it was all just wishful thinking, but Shisui knew how to navigate between every point he threw at him, even bringing up new evidence. But Azulon didn't want to admit that he liked the boy and cared about him. Shisui was very bright, but that was his problem. He brightened too much. He didn't seem to mind holding back, and he could even argue with those so-called sages at the fire temple. But Shisui was still a child, and Azulon feared that he would grow up badly. Yes, in a way, he was taking advantage of the boy and made no secret of his intention to use him as a tool for the good of the country, because he was the Fire Lord first and foremost. An isolated Shisui was not something he was interested in, and while the argument of making him a tool might not be as valid anymore due to his discovery that Shisui had much more value than a mere enforcer, he wanted the boy to have shackles and bonds. It may not make him love the land, but the school will give him friends, human contact, and even puppy love, all to bind him to the Fire Nation. Even. Azulon looked at the little black-haired girl running in the distance, right behind her brother. Perhaps I should prepare for the future and prevent some foolish noble from getting inappropriate ideas, Azulon thought, already organizing the way he would orchestrate the final point of his plan. Shisui was a national treasure and should belong to the Fire Nation. More specifically, to the royal family. Shisui. I brought you your backpack. Azula handed a small black bag to Shisui, who took it, feeling its weight. Mom helped us organize it. You have your notebooks, scrolls, inkstone, and brushes. I want to go to school already. Zuko showed off his red and gold backpack, excited that he would be going to school soon. Wow, you caught all this stuff. Azula, age 4, looked at the basket of fish on the floor. Yes, do you want some? Offered Shisui, putting his backpack aside. Good. I want to try raw fish with that spicy green sauce again. Zuko licked his lips at the thought of the dish called sushi. He didn't know where his friend got so many strange ideas, but some of them were delicious. Shisui, I want to train with you. Azula interrupted her brother's reverie with her dueling statement. Huh? Shisui looked into Azula's eyes. The girl looked quite determined and even seemed to have some athletic clothes. It seemed she had this idea in her head for a long time. Gee, fight her, Shisui. I want to see how the princess grows up, Azulon suggested, who seemed to be more focused on watching the fun than anything else. Well, I have no problem with you, just give me a moment. Shisui didn't want to refuse, because even if he was a reincarnated person, this life and his previous life had nothing to do with each other. It might be serious for a 6-year-old, but it was all a facade. He was just a brat who wanted to have fun. He had long wanted to fight and wreak havoc like any unruly child, but he needed to be more aware of his actions. Now that the adult present had given him the reins to go wild, how could he not create the perfect scenario? With an innocent smile on his face, Shisui slowly began to stretch. Why are you doing that? Asked Zuko, but only received a pat on the head from Azula. Silly Zuzu, he's stretching to avoid cramps. Azula began to stretch as well, ignoring her brother's pout. I'm not silly, the boy muttered, standing next to his grandfather. You're not, Zuko, but sometimes you need to think a little more about your words, don't just talk for the sake of talking. If you have questions, you can ask them at the end and in private, Azulon advised as he stroked his grandson's head. Unlike Azula, who seemed to have a natural talent for many things, Zuko was relatively normal, at least an ordinary child. Surrounded by a genius full of ideas and knowledge like Shisui, or a sister who seemed to adapt easily to everything, poor Zuko's life was perhaps the most strained after Shisui's. Grandpa, can I be as good as them? Zuko asked his grandfather in a low voice, and Azulon just took a deep breath. Yes. Remember Zuko, they are ravenous, explosive flames, but you are the little fire that slowly spreads through the forest and in time will cause a great forest fire. Keep up the pace, one day you'll catch up to them and you won't even notice. Azulon's words were a bit complicated for Zuko's childish mind. But he understood one thing, he was not the fool his sister made him out to be. Zuko seemed to regain the joy that only a child can have as he watched his sister and Shisui walk a few meters away to avoid accidents. Okay, I'll be the referee, I'll tell them when to start and when to stop, okay, spoke Azulon loudly, receiving nods from 2 children. Who do you think will win? Asked Iroh to his brother Ozai, both of whom had approached and stumbled upon the scene that was about to take place. As much as it pains me to admit it, Azula isn't ready to take on the little monster, Ozai said with some reluctance in his voice. That was the nickname he had for Shisui, whom he didn't know how to deal with, and he even had the idea of killing him, but he was too useful to have. Especially for the herb-based potions he began to brew. One of them really benefited him and his wife, a lot of dark thoughts had disappeared from his mind. Besides, Ursa seemed to be smiling more and more. 1. Shisui. You know, your mistake was falling in love with that woman. A man's deep voice echoed in the dark room, full of authority and a certain malice he did not try to hide. But my lord. Another voice spoke, but a slap was heard. Shut up, we're Fire Nation, fire, you idiot. Mixing with a lowly woman like a waterbender has already upset other generals, and you still want to defend yourself? The first voice scolded, and footsteps were heard. A man in red, gold, and black robes approached what appeared to be a wooden cradle containing a small child. When he saw the little one, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully, oblivious to all the commotion, a grimace of displeasure appeared on his face. As a general, hiding a waterbender could be considered treason, and if you hadn't had a child, I would have killed you right now. But in addition to being a Fire Lord, I am also a father. The man, who showed a somewhat aged face with gray hair, slowly brought his hand closer to the little boy. Then I give you two choices, sigh. Kill your wife and child and I will forget your blatant betrayal of our cause, or you may choose one of them, but you will be imprisoned like all traitors. The man laid his hand on the child's black hair, at least he had inherited that trait from his father. Those of the Fire Nation had certain characteristics that set them apart from other nations, their black hair and golden eyes being the most symbolic, and as far as the Fire Lord knew, the little boy before him possessed both, though his skin? It was tan, like those water tribe types. My lord, I choose my son, the voice replied without hesitation, though the trembling in his words indicated that it had not been an easy decision to make. But, could you protect him? I will give my life if necessary. This voice dared to demand, since it was all in the same shit, why not try to get an advantage for his son? Clever as always, General Sai. But you will die not by my hand or your own, but on the battlefield against the Northern Water Tribe. You like their women, don't you? Then die at their hands with what little honor you have left. Yes, Lord of Fire Azulon, the man shouted, and soon he was heard leaving the room. There was no need to hesitate or say goodbye to his son, he had something more pressing to do. Soon the sound of banging and breaking could be heard in the distance, along with the hysterical screams of a man and a woman. You evil bastard! All of you Fire Nation are bastards, the woman finally shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the roar of an explosion. Soon after, there was only silence. What shall I call you now? Azulon completely ignored everything that had happened outside this room, focusing his attention on the infant he now held in his arms. He was a child of misfortune, that was what they called the little half-breeds born in this time of war. The Fire Nation's disdain for other nations was not just lip service, it was something more cultural, as they wanted to benefit everyone. Although miscegenation was inevitable, there was usually a very shady or sad story behind each of these children, and add to that the hatred produced by both sides in this war, and you have the perfect victim for ridicule and abuse. Will you be a firebender or a waterbender? Probably the latter, after all, you were born under the influence of the full moon, Azulon murmured as he rocked the baby. If anyone else saw him doing this they would surely think he was possessed by a spirit. But I suppose that would be an advantage because to integrate the other nations, we need to show them the benefits of doing so, right? You'll be the perfect tool for that, Shisui, Azulon said quietly. Before he put the baby in the crib and left the room, he had to make arrangements to ensure the child's growth. Well, I guess the standard of every reincarnate has caught up with me, but I never expected so much darkness in this sunny world, someone thought, and small golden eyes opened in the darkened room. The baby had been conscious all the time, and since no one would examine a baby closely, neither Azulon nor his supposed father had discovered that he was awake. Ironically, only his mother could tell when he was pretending to sleep, but that woman was already dead. Why did I fall for something so simple? Shisui thought weakly. The reasons for his rebirth were somewhat stupid, but the context was not. His previous world had completely gone to shit, simple as that. No one knows why, but suddenly, people started going crazy and killing each other, either violently or, like him, through trickery. Society collapsed, and it even occurred to some rulers to unleash some of those delicious stockpiled nuclear weapons, further screwing up the planet. It was as if something had been collectively activated deep inside the human mind, causing it to fall into utter chaos. Obviously, he was a victim of it, but at least he was one of the lucky ones. He didn't have those destructive desires like the rest and could control himself properly, but under the influence of whatever it was, remorse or guilt had disappeared, allowing him to calmly commit many heinous acts. I can feel guilt again. The baby realized that whatever had affected him in his homeworld had not followed him to this life, but something else had. Perhaps because the phenomenon was supernatural, many people realized that they possessed some special abilities, but they were nothing incredible like manipulating elements or anything like that. They were more subtle abilities, silent, nothing remarkable. It was as if this phenomenon chose certain people to make his killing easier, and he kept this a gift, as some people called it. He could see and feel other people's auras, each with a color and meaning, an ability that allowed him to survive for a long time. Until his stupid death came to him. No ability is invincible or omnipotent. A woman came into his life and showed him that not everyone has bad feelings towards others. With his self-control, he managed to avoid murdering her, and they built a relationship after going through many hardships, only for her to betray him by revealing that he had been chosen as her prey years before, and this was the way she chose to murder. She controlled her hormones and brain secretions to truly fall in love with him, fooling any ability capable of recognizing intentions, such as his own. On his deathbed, he remembered asking to go to a place of peace. Peace, my baby fists. This world is only beautiful when they fly over ATLA, mired in war and chaos, with an almost divine figure guarding the earthly plane, and who knows God what's in the spirit world. The baby mused with some regret, realizing that he had probably been noticed by those super dangerous spirits, like a certain mother he avoided mentioning. We can do some good, but I'm very sleepy. Being a baby is terrible. Shisui slept for a good few hours before waking up crying from hunger, a biological instinct in all babies. With his poor eyesight, not yet used to using his eyes, he could tell he was in another room, much better lit by the way. Soon, a calm woman with a baby in her arms entered the room and looked at little Shisui with a certain resignation in her eyes. It probably had a lot to do with the fact that he could release all his energy with his partner in bed. If you want to calm the mind of a potential maniacal ego conspirator like Ozai, fuck him. At least Ursa could attest to that. He's an interesting boy, Iroh said with a smile. He had benefited from the rich teas Shisui made, and the temperature control was perfect. Okay, start. Azulon's voice started the confrontation of two children, two future monsters. 5. Shisui vs Azula. When Azulon called for the match to begin, Azula was the first to lunge at Shisui to kick him. She knew her disadvantage was her size, so she would use what a firebender did best, kicking. Shisui defended himself with his hand, deflecting the force of Azula's blow to the side, then stepped forward and elbowed her in the forehead. Cold, direct, merciless, if the princess hadn't put her hands up to defend herself, she would already be on the ground from this attack. That boy has no respect for women, Iroh muttered, a little indignant at how ruthless Shisui proved to be. Azula is a fighter. No one will feel sorry for her gender when she fights. She understands that, and that's why she doesn't complain. Look how she smiles, Ozai replied, defending his daughter, which made him proud. Just seeing how Azula seemed to enjoy taking on others from a young age let the reigning Fire Lord know that his daughter would not be a trophy for whoever managed to marry her. Azula would be a strong woman. She just needed to be more careful. While Ozai did not consider the sadism his daughter hid in her bones to be a particularly bad trait, he did acknowledge his father's advice regarding her mental health. His ideas on how to raise his daughter had changed drastically some time ago, but now he seemed to have to put more emphasis on Azula's mental cultivation. While he was proud that she enjoyed fighting, he didn't want her to become a fighting fanatic. No, Azula would become something greater than that, and perhaps for the first time, Ozai had no dark thoughts about his children, only high expectations, at least for Azula. Zuko, well, a good fighter might be the best thing for him. How mean you are, Shisui, that punch was dangerous, Azula complained with a small smile, trying to take advantage of the tenderness her age brought her, though she secretly shook her hand, defending herself because it had gone a little numb. That was the idea. Shall I treat you gently, princess? Emphasizing the title in his question, Shisui managed to get Azula to jump on him again. The two were gentle at first, so to speak, exchanging simple punches and kicks. There was no need to move on to something more complicated, not yet. Azula realized that the size disadvantage would quickly become a problem, so she tried to stay in constant motion, not wanting to be caught in Shisui's attack range. The boy, on the other hand, focused on finishing the fight quickly, at least in the beginning. Realizing that Azula was as slippery as a rabbit, he decided to increase the pressure by using more complicated moves. Soon, Shisui was incorporating moves usually used by waterbenders. He had done it subtly before, but now his style became strangely airtight. All the blows Azula threw at him were not defended, but redirected to the side, even causing the girl to fall to the ground for not restraining herself in time. I never thought that watching those old men doing Tai Chi in the park would be so good, Shisui thought, his style becoming much more defensive, much to Azula's annoyance. Aren't you a man? Hit me. Azula childishly tried to provoke Shisui, who only stuck out his tongue in response. Grandpa, why does Shisui seem to be fighting with that dance he does when he controls the water? Asked Zuko curiously, not quite understanding why Shisui wasn't going for direct hits. Notice Azula's attacks, they don't hit even though it looks like they do, each time she loses her rhythm and her breathing becomes agitated. Shisui is draining her stamina, keep that in mind. Never let a waterbender use their body, they can be especially annoying, especially if they have spears, Azulon advised, watching the battle between the two brats with a bit of awe. He had not expected Shisui to have such an understanding. Each nation had its style of close combat, inspired by the way they controlled the elements, each excelling in certain aspects. The fastest were the Airbenders, who were elusive, constantly in motion, and with strange movements. Unless you have prior experience, it is difficult to hit a good airbender, especially when they use their gliders. The Earthbender's fighting style was more power-based, with grabs, punches, throws, or takedowns. They were generally the most physically powerful, and their blows were the heaviest, especially since they often used warhammers. A firebender was particularly balanced, but was also the most aggressive. Many of their attacks were combos, and they could even lift an opponent to prevent them from finding a way to use their strength. Swords were easy for them to occupy, especially because of the rhythm and momentum of their attacks. Waterbenders were slow, draining their enemy's power by deflecting or dissipating incoming attacks, and could even bounce the enemy's power against themselves. Their spears were used more to extend their range, but also to push the enemy away. Each aspect was emphasized in his way of controlling the elements, but Shisui had absorbed two styles of action, and though rudimentary, this fight allowed him to hone his way as a fighter a bit more. He then showed Azula her mistakes, changing his fighting style to the one he had understood and practiced by watching various firebenders. His fists connected with Azula's arms, pushing her farther and farther back. His attack was continuous, and every time Azula tried to defend herself or turn the tables, he would redirect his power to take over her legs and resume his barrage of fists. At one point, he broke through Azula's defense and punched her directly in the stomach, knocking the air out of his opponent, then turned his body to slam his leg into the girl's temple, knocking her to the ground. "Do you wish to continue?" asked Shisui, watching as Azula tried to get up. She nodded, then stood with her hand on her stomach. Her breathing was labored and she was a little dizzy, but she focused on Shisui. Azula noticed that her partner didn't seem to be using his legs much and seemed to have a slower speed than her own. She decided to concentrate on speed, but her intention was obvious, her attacks were easily intercepted. Azula became more and more annoyed. Shisui managed to trick her, he wasn't slow at all. Instead of attacking with his fists, Shisui began to move more and more, hitting with more kicks and even making some complicated moves, feints with his hands, or changes of direction with his legs when striking, constantly catching Azula off guard. Sure, Both Azulon and his two sons noticed that Shisui seemed to be experimenting. His transitions were stiff and his movements were predictable for someone with experience, but in a fight between children, it was downright crushing. But slowly, the two children began to fight on another battlefield. The mind. Azula had a worried expression on her face, but her golden eyes were constantly evaluating Shisui's actions, noticing something she hadn't before. Every time Shisui changed his style, there was a considerable pause and his movements were particularly slow. It could be a false signal, but as she watched this situation slowly fade away as the fight progressed, an idea flashed through the girl's mind. If you can improve, so can I. Azula's competitiveness was equal to her high talent. She took note of her mistakes and absorbed from her past experiences, falling less into Shisui's games. Although her stamina was dwindling and she had beads of sweat on her forehead, Azula managed to take advantage of one particular opportunity. When Shisui kicked hard at her left leg, she allowed the blow to flow, similar to what Shisui always did to her. Taking him by surprise, Azula made a move no one expected, bending straight down and grabbing Shisui's leg, only to pull back, stretching the boy's limb as he looked at her with some embarrassment. Luro, the girl joked before pulling back, causing Shisui to split on the ground without wanting to. Azula took advantage of this change in position and lunged at him, using her knee as a powerful battering ram to hit Shisui's X-arms, but his poor posture caused him to lack support and his body was pushed backward. Soon, Azula was on top of Shisui's body, trying to get her two knees around her opponent's head, but he used his hands to get in the way. Shisui rearranged his legs and tried to get up, but Azula pulled back and used her elbow to hit him in the stomach. Azula is capable, Iroh said, not expecting the princess to start a much more physical exchange. Of course, she's my daughter, Ozai replied with a rather proud tone. You're too heavy, Shisui told Azula. He didn't know why, but he couldn't get the girl off his back, and she was hitting his ribs and stomach too hard, making him lose strength. You're a softie, I'm not heavy, Azula smacked Shisui's head, annoyed by the misplaced comment. Really? I don't think so. It's because instead of controlling the fire, you control the food, that's why you eat so much. Shisui started to annoy Azula, seeing the girl getting red and distracted, and hitting his head all the time. I got tired, Shisui said suddenly, before shaking his body roughly and shaking his legs to support himself before standing up. Azula's legs were on his shoulder, trying to cling to his neck. The girl even started to pull at his long hair, but Shisui resisted the discomfort and let himself fall forward. Azula's back hit the grass, and though the height was not great, it was unbearable even for the childlike body of a firebender, so she let go of Shisui, who quickly pulled away from her. They both began to gasp for breath, but Shisui was the first to regain his strength. He needed it for what he was about to do. His golden finger, or the gift he received in his past life, he was going to see Azula's aura to end this fight. Activating this vision had always cost him stamina in his past life, and it would cost him stamina here as well, in addition to consuming his chi, which was scarce due to his current age. But it didn't matter now, he couldn't be defeated by a girl 2 years younger than him. Shisui took a deep breath and the three adults noticed the change in him. It was more a difference in his temperament. If before Shisui was a somewhat precocious child pretending to be serious, now he looked like a snake watching the prey he would squeeze to death or sink his teeth into. Is that your secret? Muttered Azulon when he noticed Shisui's current state. He didn't know what this strange impulse was, but he had noticed it a few times in the past, especially when Shisui watched the castle guards training or when he was in important meetings. Only the three adults, who had paid a lot of attention to Shisui in the past year, noticed this characteristic. Well, not only them, Zuko shivered at the sight of his friend like that and Azula got a bigger and bigger smile on her face. Are you possessed, Shisui? Azula asked to break her opponent's concentration, but Shisui just stared at her, even his head tilted subtly. The world before Shisui's senses had changed. There were no more figures, no more shapes, only colors that constantly warped in appearance, changed in hue, combined with other colors, or faded. He saw the colors that were Azula, a faint olive green explaining her lack of resistance, a ruby red explaining her excitement, and a dull yellow explaining her fear. These colors blended into each other, constantly changing places, but always fixing on where Azula should be. Fighting in this state took a lot out of him mentally, but it allowed him to see subtleties that his normal vision could not. Under his efforts, Azula's aura slowly transformed into the colorful figure of the girl, running towards him with a much richer ruby color than before, especially covering the previous yellow. "I just see you," Shisui replied, breaking his neutral expression and turning it into a smile. A step back, he dodged the hook to the ribs, a subtle move to the right, the slap to the face, a bend in his knees, Azula's high kick, and with a much more fluid movement than his normal state, Shisui hit the poorly defended area of Azula's abdomen. "You see too much," Azula said, quite annoyed by this blow, which was very different from the previous ones. Although Shisui had hit her much earlier, she hadn't felt as helpless as before, it was as if he had hit a weak spot. Shisui only hit where he saw 2 or more merged auras. It was a bit tedious, but he could further increase the damage caused by his hits. In addition, he was able to control his chi better in this state. Azulon, Iroh, and Ozai opened their eyes when they saw the specks of white light on Shisui's hands and recognized them as a manifestation of his inner energy. "I told you that boy was a monster," Ozai said to his brother after he had recovered from his astonishment. "I guess with this child's worldview, he must have some chi research of his own," Iroh replied to Ozai with a hint of respect in his voice. "Every living being has chi, it is normal and natural. It is the fuel of life and the manipulation of the elements by masters, but it is also a weapon for fighters. There are many classics about chi in the castle and the royal library, but usually, there was a lot of esotericism behind them. What if yin and yang? What if heaven? What if earth? Reading so many things made people dizzy, and people only learned the basics of chi, enhancing the body's potential and increasing the production of the elements. Other than that, no one but a few scholars, sages, or alchemists explored its applications." Iroh stopped stroking his beard and looked at his brother. Didn't he force those alchemists to give up their knowledge? Maybe he came up with something. After all, it was only after he got those scrolls that he started working with herbs. "And you know the feud between those fools and Shisui," Iroh theorized, making Ozai think. Those alchemists had refused to hand over their knowledge and heritage, mainly because they believed that the Fire Nation was destroying the treasure land with modernization. While the issue of pollution was taken into consideration, it was no excuse for treating the cause of the land in such a manner. Shisui went on a rampage against them, so he managed to convince the others to just take their stuff. After all, the alchemists were just apothecaries and potions with extra steps. But the interesting thing is what Shisui did. Anyone with training could emit a little bit of their energy to the outside, but usually, they didn't do it because it would evaporate quickly and cause an unjustified loss of chi, but the small lights around Shisui's hands were well controlled. It seemed simple, but as he fought, the boy's blows suddenly increased in power when one of those lights was consumed. Azula was full of bruises and the occasional scratch. It was obvious that something like this would happen during the fight, but even in her current state, she refused to give up. She couldn't just fall like that. Shisui was tired, his head aching from using his gift and wasting his energy on a rudimentary and imperfect technique, a bad combination when one already had low stamina. But Azula was too stubborn. She didn't want to stay on the ground, constantly getting up and coming at him with new tricks or tactics, even resorting to throwing rocks, dirt, or bites at him. Azula left a bite on his hand that drew blood. This had upset Shisui. He didn't want to have a girl's saliva on his hand. He was at the age where girls had lice, and he didn't want to touch them. Azula even used her disgust to throw spit at him as a fighting technique, which made Shisui very uncomfortable. He had had enough of the fight, he was hungry and wanted to make himself a nice fish soup. Then he thought of a somewhat unpleasant plan, but one that would work. When Azula ran towards him again and tried to kick him, Shisui closed the distance and hugged the girl completely. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Azula felt Shisui's arms tighten and started stomping hard on the boy's feet and shaking her head to punch him in the nose. "Only if you surrender," Shisui replied, trying to restrain Azula with a big platypus bear hug. No. Azula refused. You asked for it, Shisui resigned, quickly pulling Azula away from his grip and moving extremely close to her face, planting a kiss on her lips. The girl panicked, her face turning red, and she even brought her small hand to her face, but Shisui hugged her from behind in a standard grip, then pulled his body back, causing Azula's head to hit the grass and eventually pass out. Boy, I know you can do anything to win, but why the hell did you kiss my granddaughter? The atmosphere became hot as Azulon angrily approached Shisui. The hot atmosphere wasn't an excuse, the old man had a fireball in his hand and threw it at Shisui. Of course, this attack was more of a show than anything else, he even moved very slowly. But Shisui reacted instinctively, turning the water from the nearby pond into steam that covered the fireball until it was extinguished. Then the boy realized that he was surrounded not only by the old man but by all the men of the royal family, except for Lu Ten, who was absent. There's no other way, Shisui, you'll have to marry Azula. Azulon's angry face suddenly turned into one of happiness, and he even stroked his white beard. What? Shouted Ozai, Zuko, Iroh, and Shisui. The latter didn't expect this and even came out of the state his present was in. He only kissed a girl to win, not to marry her. 6. Steam power. Wouldn't it be nice to wait until we're adults and we can both decide our path? Shisui asked somewhat hopefully, but when he saw Azulon's fox-like grin that he had achieved his goal, he understood that he was pretty much screwed. Sometimes, things don't go our way, you have to get used to it, Azulon kindly advised, although his smile showed that he was more happy about the boy's snub than about the future engagement. Father, why? Asked Ozai tactfully. Even though he had already achieved one of the things he wanted most in life, he still treated Azulon with some respect. It was only now, in the position of Fire Lord, that he could understand all the effort his father had put in over the decades to preserve the Fire Nation, and even to achieve progress that had never been seen in the past. It could be said that the Fire Nation was entering what some began to call the Second Golden Age, a time almost as good as the country had experienced during the time of Avatar Ceto centuries before. He even found that he didn't have as many obstacles as he'd expected from the generals, who were no longer going crazy in the war. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he'd gone to the front to fight for a few months, and the lessening of the war conflict meant that many soldiers saw their family after a while. Don't you think they are suitable? Besides, the boy took the purity from the princess, there's no choice, Azulon started, pretending to wipe away his tears, much to the dismay of Ozai, Iroh, and Shisui. None of the three believed him, but Zuko did, who jumped at Shisui and tried to hit him, only to end up dodging a rather powerful kick from the Waterbender, who was in a fight-ready stance. Why did you kiss my sister? Asked Zuko angrily, and when Iroh tried to interrupt, Ozai and Azulon stopped him with a gesture. The two wanted to see how this genius really got along with an ordinary boy like Zuko. Yes, Ozai did not doubt that whatever talent his firstborn should have had been absorbed by his younger sister, but unlike the canon, he no longer looked down on the boy. I want to see what my father sees in you, Ozai thought, desperate to find out the meaning of his father's words. It was a trick to win, Shisui replied with a shake of his shoulders. Zuko, annoyed by such a careless gesture, tried to attack again, but was blocked by Shisui's raised leg, who turned his body and kicked Zuko in the chest. The Lord took several steps backward, reducing the force of the blow with each step. He was no genius, Zuko knew that better than anyone, but he trained hard, very hard every day. He even started reading those boring books and scrolls. Even if he had to meditate on their contents for a long time until he understood them, he never stopped. He didn't know why he was angry, but when he saw his sister lying helplessly on the ground because of a cheap and dishonest tactic, he became furious. You have no honor, Zuko said in his rage before he realized that his words were too drastic, but his mistake of speaking without thinking had already been made. I apologize. Zuko's turbulent emotions subsided as he apologized, but the cold look in Shisui's eyes told him that things were not going to be that simple. Don't apologize, I don't have it, at least I don't have the honor you think we all should have, Prince Zuko. Shisui's words were simple, but they made the little Zuko feel a strange pressure in his chest. Shouldn't we stop this? Asked Iroh, who didn't want to see the children ruin their good relationship any longer. No, let them work out their problems between friends, Azulon replied, sincerely hoping that Shisui would teach his grandson a good lesson. The words of an old man might not penetrate the mind of a child so much as an equal companion, and that was Shisui to Zuko. That was why he did not bother to interrupt, for in his mind, the unusual maturity in Shisui could guide the young prince. If it weren't for those sages who confirmed that you were not the Avatar when you were ignorant, I would have thought that you had inherited other lives, Shisui, Azulon thought as he narrowed his eyes slightly and stroked his white beard. It was obvious that he would have such doubts, for if the Avatar of the air nomad somehow died without them knowing, the next Avatar would be born among the Waterbenders. The intelligence, the wisdom of a child could be attributed to genius, but Shisui's maturity was something unusual that could alarm anyone. But with the relics of some past avatars provided by the Fire Temple sages, and a few tricks, it was ruled out that Shisui was the one. There was the idea that the Avatar was an old monster from the last century who had been training all this time, or perhaps he was wandering in the spirit world since there were records of Avatar Kuruk, all provided by Avatar Roku. Who would think that the Avatar was in a cryogenic sleep like a certain super soldier? And that he wasn't even an adult, but that subject would come up years later in the future. You see, Zuko, honor has many meanings and approaches, as well as its uses, both good and bad. I am not His Majesty Ozai to instruct you in the intricacies of honor, but I will remind you of one thing. I have my honor, and Azula has hers. Fighting like a true warrior and taking every opportunity is something Azula deserves because I respect her honor. Do you think she wouldn't use the same tactics if she could? No, she already does, she's already awake, Shisui pointed at the supposedly unconscious Azula, who opened her eyes and sulked. How did you notice? The girl asked before sitting down on the floor and shaking her hair. Maybe a bender's physique was really good because she only had a big bump on her head, nothing serious. Your breathing changed when your grandfather said we were getting married. Shisui's words made the girl's face blush as she started to play with her hair. Back to the subject, Zuko, I understand that you attach great importance to honor, but don't let it shackle you, and for the love of the spirits, think before you speak, you'll save yourself trouble. Shisui turned his attention back to Zuko, who had an embarrassed expression on his face. Zuzu sometimes says nonsense without thinking, that's why my doesn't talk to you, Azula added, hitting Zuko's little heart, who already knew what mistakes he had made, and so he walked towards Shisui. Shisui, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Zuko bowed respectfully as he came to understand something very important. Maybe honor was not as rigid and complicated as those books made it seem, but something more flexible. And if he took the time to think things through, maybe he wouldn't have so many problems or embarrassing situations like this. Fearing the reaction of his father or grandfather, young Zuko looked up at the three adults present, perhaps expecting them to scold him, but instead, each of them gave him a different gesture. Iroh gave him a relieved smile, Azulon nodded, and Ozai just looked at him before giving him a small smile. Zuko didn't know what he had done, he didn't understand the meaning of those expressions until many years later in the future when he remembered this particular moment, but he was relieved because he wasn't scolded. It's good that you read and learn, Zuko, but sometimes things are not as written, sometimes it depends on the situation. And in a fight, even traps are valid if you haven't set a limit for them, Shisui said before making waterbender gestures and attracting a ball of that element. Don't resist, Shisui said, splitting the ball in half and bringing it close to the bodies of the two children, Azula's on her head and Zuko's on his chest. The areas touched by the water began to emit a warm bluish glow, Shisui doing his best to maintain his concentration as he healed the wounds on his companions' bodies. The mental strain caused his forehead to fill with sweat, costing him dearly, adding to his previous exhaustion from the fight with Azula. He could barely stand when he felt a pair of small hands on his back. Azula and Zuko approached him, holding him up to prevent him from falling. Azula looked at her older brother a little angrily but decided that the boy had enough, so she moved a little closer to Shisui, invading his personal space. Hey Shisui, Was that healing? The girl asked knowingly, and Shisui just nodded as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Shisui didn't pay much attention to Azula's strange behavior, just chalking it up to the children's curiosity and excitement after a fight, so he began to speak, oblivious to the subtle glances of the three adults present. Water can heal wounds when activated with chi, but it uses a lot of energy and is a bit tedious to learn, Shisui complained, but the excitement in his golden eyes only increased. Water is truly wonderful, you know. It is life, without it, every animal would die, including humans. It is death, its absence used to harm others is undeniable. It is destruction, floods, or tsunamis that are proof of that, but it is abundance, our rice fields depend on water, and our crops on irrigation or rain. It is peace, it is easy to think about, but it is turbulent, the currents of the rivers are an example. It is food, the mills that use the power of the turbulence of those rivers allow us to have flour for bread. It's power, especially when it's steam. Shisui then felt the need to demonstrate it in front of everyone, so he started using water control through gestures using the remains chi that his body recovered. Steam power had been used in the Fire Nation for a long time, there was a reason why their ships could easily reach the far poles of this world to wage war. But they noticed the difference, among Shisui's movements, there were not only those of a waterbender but also those of a firebender. As if what he had been able to refine in his previous battle was useful for this moment, Shisui drew a ball of water around him, which turned into a watery whip, and then bubbles appeared in it. Boiling water. He boiled the water, he didn't just draw it from a hot spring. Was it through the movements of a firebender? Iroh asked in amazement, but that excitement would only increase with Shisui's next actions and spread to the others. The boiling water turned into a white mist that covered both Zuko and Azula, but instead of burning them, the steam felt especially warm. The moisture on their clothes disappeared, as Shisui's control of the healing was not good, and he ended up soaking the children earlier. Don't tell me that if he learns earthbender moves, his ice will become harder, that would be dangerous, Ozai said, feeling that Shisui was still the same little monster, even if he sometimes acted like a child. The worst thing is that this child will be his son-in-law in the future. While thinking about this, Ozai noticed the way his daughter looked at Shisui and how she almost jumped at him, feeling that he had lost something. Luckily, the brat doesn't seem to notice, Ozai thought relieved. That would be a good experiment. By the way, Iroh, didn't you invent a lightning deflecting technique inspired by the waterbenders? Asked Azulon, who already had new plans in mind, such as learning more about the other types of elemental masters. Yes, my technique is inspired by their movements and the way they manipulate water. When I saw Shisui, I guess it was more than obvious that something could be accomplished if a waterbender learned from us. I wonder what other things will come from drawing inspiration from other elements. Fire with consistency. Hot gas. I can't help but imagine, Iroh said excitedly, perhaps he could ask for some extra guidance when he played Pai Sho with his friends. Great. You dried our clothes, is that what you're going to use the steam for? Asked Zuko, who was back to his usual enthusiastic state. That's the least of it, we can finally cook steamed fish, Shisui replied wearily. Right now he was hungry and the idea of many different dishes came to his mind. But he was also happy, he hadn't expected that a simple fight with Azula would lead to something he had been trying to achieve. Steam was a very interesting form of water, it could be cold or hot, turn into rain, snow, or hail, or just burn everything. Not only burning but exploding and pushing were also good uses. Although he had only used this ability as an express dryer for the first time, and even its future use for ironing clothes was already on his mind, the possibilities of this particular state of water were promising. Steamed fish. Shisui's momentary joke caught the attention of everyone present, who took a look at the basket of fish the boy had obtained. Shisui knew that he would go to sleep very tired today, but he would leave that to his future self. Now he was hungry. 7 stars. I must say I was very prejudiced against waterbenders before, I never really thought about the excellent applications and uses one could have with something as simple as everyday water. I think I owe you an apology for that. You just want another steamed fish fillet, don't you? Shisui cut through Azulon's dialogue without much shame or fear. The old man just touched his nose in agreement but said nothing as he stared at Shisui, who was skillfully preparing another piece of fish. First, he wrapped the body of the animal in a ball of water and then began the magic. Using the same water, he scaled the fish, removed its bones and organs, and cut it into several good-sized pieces that could be eaten. With deft movements, he evaporated only the water inside, leaving a thin layer on the outside to keep the food from falling out. In just over a minute, a fragrant piece of steamed fish landed on Azulon's plate, and all he had to do was salt it to taste and use some of that special sauce the boy had discovered a few years ago, wasabi, he told him. Why would a random root of a barely used plant become the condiment for this impromptu outdoor feast? Firebenders liked it. No, they loved the spice, so much so that there were few dishes that didn't carry its flavor. I want another one, Shisui. Lu Ten, who had been called by his father an hour ago, asked for fish for the third time, but the way Shisui made it was so tasty that he couldn't help but get a sweet tooth. Me too, called Zuko, who still had fish in his mouth. He had probably eaten in a hurry to order more, fearing that it would be over soon and he wouldn't be able to enjoy it anymore. It's been a long time since we've been out as a family like this. What a beautiful sight, Iroh said as he slowly ate the steamed pieces of fish on his plate and looked at the situation around him. The entire royal family had quickly built a bonfire on the shore of the pond and ordered the castle's servants to bring utensils for an outdoor meal as the sun was setting. Ursa sat beside Ozai, her mouth open as she accepted some fish from her husband, a romantic gesture they had rarely shared in the past, but the changes in known history had been drastic since Shisui's arrival in this world. Perhaps it was because Ozai's mind was more absorbed in his work as a Fire Lord, he was accumulating more and more pressure and stress, which his wife was willing to help him with. Added to the potions of a certain Waterbender boy, the relationship between the two had improved quite a bit. Ozai, without all his dark or insane thoughts, was a good man, perhaps driven mad by his upbringing and circumstances in the original story, though he was not given much depth beyond being the evil villain who had to be defeated. Shisui saw the romantic gesture they shared and sighed. At this rate, Zuko's younger sister would probably be born on both sides. Her mother would not have to take drastic measures to forget her suffering, changing many outcomes in the story. While preparing more portions of fish for Lu Ten and Zuko, Shisui glanced sideways at Azula, who was watching her parents' interaction with a strange excitement on her face, then looked down at her plate, only to give Shisui a look full of determination. Noticing Azula's eyes turn to him, Shisui looked intently at Lu Ten. This boy had barely been mentioned in the original story as Iroh's son and his greatest pain, but here was the boy, acting as a big brother to all the children present. He admitted it. The teenager was a young, approachable version of Iroh, with less extraneous lectures, but he helped out a lot when asked. Not only did he train with them occasionally, but he was also exceptionally talented in the art of swordsmanship, especially in the use of dual wielding. Maybe he was the one who told Zuko about the interest in double swords. The boy looked innocent, but according to rumors Shisui had heard, he was a real beast in battle, so he was especially interested in Lu Ten. Lu Ten, do you know how to use a spear? Asked Shisui as he served him his portion of steamed fish. The boy looked at Shisui for a second before concentrating on his rich meal, using his chopsticks to eat several pieces of fish soaked in wasabi sauce before answering the boy's question. Yes, but I'm not that good if we compare my skills with swords, Lu Ten answered truthfully. I would like you to introduce me to this weapon, Shisui asked as he prepared Zuko's portion. Are you sure? Choosing a weapon is choosing a path, you have to stick to it all the way if you want to excel. Lu Ten did not hesitate to advise and warn Shisui about his decision. A weapon was not just a tool to fight or defend oneself, it was, as Lu Ten said, a path, a way of living and experiencing the world. That was why the best with different weapons were those who dedicated themselves to it almost religiously. I have no problem, replied Shisui, who was now actually preparing portions of steamed fish for himself. He had only managed to eat one before he was surrounded by the requests of the others. Perhaps that will be the fate of every cook. Okay, we can train tomorrow if you want, Lu Ten finished before returning to his meal. But their conversation attracted the attention of a restless boy and a girl interested in improving themselves. Weapons? I want to learn how to use a sword, cried Zuko, imagining himself as one of those legendary swordsmen in stories who could do wonders with a single sword. Perhaps there was a strong touch of exaggeration in those stories, but with chi, a swordsman could indeed perform incredible feats if he was skilled enough. Weapons? I don't need them, but I'll watch you train. Azula asked the same as Zuko at first, but the rest of her words clearly showed the girl's thoughts. She didn't need weapons, just her fire bending. She knew that her full potential lay in that area, and she wanted to devote her full attention to achieving her personal goal. Are you sure? I heard you have a friend from a family of assassins, through her father. I don't know why he's a merchant now. What a thing. Azulon spoke to Azula, who shook her head. My uses hidden weapons because she is a non-bender, strong, but if I have a hot enough flame, she won't be able to hit me. Azula revealed her desire and thoughts. For her, as long as she achieves blue fire, she might not be invincible, but she will be incredibly strong. Little girl, the bravery of an assassin is never to fight head-on, but to ambush and attack from behind. Mai is a good girl to hang out with, along with this girl named Tai Li. The martial arts in her house are also pretty awesome. Never underestimate non-benders, or have you forgotten the stories of the Yuyan archers? They are capable of killing even very skilled earthbenders. Pride is good, but don't let arrogance consume you, Azulon advised, and Azula nodded, understanding her grandfather's message. Is Mai an assassin? Asked Zuko, not expecting the pretty girl Azula met to be a ruthless killer. Though she was silent, she didn't seem like a cold-blooded girl. They are. Their families have been in the service of the nation for centuries. Even though they are not as prominent now as they were in the past, their services have allowed them to obtain a fief if they decide to claim it, replied Iroh, who was quite familiar with Mai and Tai Li's situation. After all, the royal family kept an eye on certain types of people in the nation. These include not only the families of Mai or Tai Li, the Yuyan archers, the rough rhinos, the rare combustion benders whose teachings were passed from student to student, and the wise ones of the Fire Temple. Every member of this group of people was monitored by the royal family to avoid trouble and keep them in their fold, because even those boring fire sages had an understanding of things that could sometimes be very useful in certain circumstances. The martial art of Tai Li's family is really dangerous if it's trained skillfully. Shisui couldn't help but speak in favor of the girl who had a similar skill to his own. Only Tai Li's was more of a passive and less invasive vision than his, probably related to chi. Shisui didn't know if it was a natural gift or something gained through the techniques she was trained in, but still, he had no doubt that a master chi blocker was terrifying. With the right means, they could become a real threat to elemental benders and even the Avatar themselves, at least in the future. But Shisui didn't notice that Azula grimaced at the mention of Tai Li. Well, if Daddy can do it, so can I, Azula thought, before standing up, plate in hand, and approaching Shisui. Would you like some? The girl offered a piece of steamed fish covered in lots of wasabi. Azula had a hopeful look in her eyes, while Shisui looked anxiously at the excessive amount of sauce on the fish. He was not a firebender with resistance and a taste for spices. If he dared to take a bite of that, he would undoubtedly end up crying. But when he saw Azula's golden eyes, he couldn't help but feel the desire to taste. After all, it was only a gesture from a little girl like him, so he let himself go and opened his mouth to let Azula feed him. Sure, the others saw his face turn red despite his brown skin, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, but the boy chewed his food with great pleasure, even opening his mouth again when he finished. If you're itching, why do you keep eating? Asked Zuko, seeing his friend's physical reaction, only to receive an angry look from Azula, who had finally realized her mistake. Shisui couldn't stand spicy things as well as they could. Just like the others, Shisui had a hard time tolerating the overly salty foods he sometimes ate, probably due to the waterbender's physical constitution. In a way, it was sobering to think about tastes and their relationship to the elements, but Shisui's mind was figuratively on fire right now, so he drew water from the pond and put it in his mouth, making it glow. He was healing, or at least showing his brain that signal. The heat was technically pain, yes, just as the embarrassment of others was pain. So he not only wiped off the remains of the wasabi but told his body that he was now healed from the painful wound. "I'm sorry," the girl mumbled, lowering her head in embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. "Don't worry, even though it stung, I enjoyed the gesture," Shisui said carelessly, not knowing that his answer only made the little girl's heart beat faster. Night had fallen, and Azula glanced sideways at the stars in the sky and briefly saw a shooting star pass by. She wanted to make a wish, but when she saw Shisui beside her out of the corner of her eye, she felt it was not necessary. January 1st, 8, full moon. Later that night. "So, shall we have this conversation again?" asked Iroh as he sipped the jasmine tea from his cup. He was sitting in a rather comfortable chair in the study of the newly ascended Fire Lord Azulon, his younger brother. In another similar chair, his father was sipping from a large glass of what appeared to be an unknown beverage, using a strange drinking utensil. "Yes, look, he even made this for an old man like me," Azulon replied, pointing to the object in his glass, a straw to sip any drink comfortably. "That's not what I meant, although it's a good idea, especially with that lemonade with sugar. I never thought you could make something so sweet out of beets," Iroh replied, watching with some envy as his father enjoyed his nice cold drink, courtesy of Shisui. "It's not the Avatar Reborn, the tests proved that, didn't they? The fire sages already told us that." Ozai, sitting behind his mahogany desk, touched his temples, trying to relax for a moment. "He wasn't possessed by a spirit either," Iroh said, perhaps the most spiritual of the three, and using the methods of the sages, he was able to determine a crucial fact. Shisui did not even have a residual aura from the spiritual world, which ruled out possession or contact with such beings. Cases of people being influenced by these beings have already been reported in the available literature. Some artists could learn new songs or ways of making art and even inspiration for writing through contact with spirits. However, a possessed person could even suffer physical deformities due to gradual exposure to these beings, in addition to going insane. Shisui did not even have any deformities. And although he was a little strange at times, he was not insane. But the three of them did not fully understand why he was so wise, where his knowledge came from, and why they could accept him even though strange things happened to him. In a way, this was Shisui's real danger. It could be his personality, the charm of a budding scholar, or something superior, but the three men present realized that as long as the boy usually talked about what he was passionate about, usually knowledge, they were enveloped in his presence, so to speak, and did not doubt the strangeness of the situation. It wasn't mind control. They could doubt, question, and even correct Shisui, but when it came to those topics or some more serious ones, people tended to treat him like an adult, like the knowledgeable elder in the group. "Wait." Ozai thought of something and couldn't help but speak, drawing the attention of his father and brother. "What happened? Did you think of something?" asked Azulon, causing Ozai, who had his head down, to look out of the closed window. Ozai stood up and walked to the window, the other two standing behind him to follow. When the man opened the window, he looked straight up at the sky, full of stars and clouds, but what stood out the most was the moon. The full moon. "Father, what was the moon like when Shisui was born?" Iroh asked suddenly when he noticed that his brother was staring at the moon in the sky. Azulon grimaced as he remembered what he'd done that night. That general deserved to be punished for hiding an important threat, especially since Shisui's mother was not just any waterbender, but his past actions were just that, past. Shisui proved to be truly valuable, and even he felt a twinge of remorse for his hasty decision that night, but at least he had found ways to soften his relationship with the boy. Azulon suspected that Shisui already knew the reasons why he had no parents, only neither of them ever broached the subject. "It was a full moon." The old man answered somewhat reluctantly, but when he felt Iroh's hand on his shoulder, he pulled himself together. At least Shisui is committed to Azula, the old man thought, realizing that at least he had managed to solve a ticking time bomb for the nation. Someone as wise and eager to improve as Shisui was indeed a danger, but fortunately, his grandchildren took it upon themselves to bond with him, especially Azula. And even he was trying to forge even a tenuous bond with the child, lest he create the nation's worst enemy besides the Avatar. Father, do you remember why Grandfather Sozin attacked the air nomads? Asked Ozai, not taking his eyes off tonight's moon, which seemed brighter than usual. Because he feared the reincarnation of the Avatar, who was his childhood friend. Is that it, reincarnation? Asked Azulon, somewhat intrigued. Yes, it's not the reincarnation of the Avatar, but what if it's the reincarnation of someone else? Iroh's question brought the three of them closer to an answer. If Shisui is the reincarnation of someone else, how do you explain his special wisdom? Azula is smart, but she's just a child. Shisui is more than smart and you know it, Azulon pointed out. Reincarnation existed in this world, the best example being the Avatar himself, the greatest exponent of that fact. But there was a general consideration that the reincarnation of others was different from this being. The Avatar reincarnated in a new life, but kept the imprint of his past life, which he could access under certain conditions. A normal person could hardly achieve something similar, and if he did, it was to a lesser degree. The moon, father, the moon, Iroh pointed to the sky, causing Azulon's eyes to light up. I see. Perhaps a sage from ancient times, reincarnated in Shisui. Influenced by the full moon and the spiritual connection between it and the Waterbenders, something from his past life may have seeped into his new self, Azulon mused aloud, but his conclusion caused Ozai to shake his head. I don't think so, the experience of a sage could overwhelm any baby, it must be something else. Ozai stopped looking at the moon and turned to face his brother and father. Did the moon allow the spirituality of his past life to drip onto his new self, filling him with a different vision? A vision that no child would have. It could also explain the child's strange ability. Ozai's conclusion partially convinced the two men before him, but doubts remained. Perhaps an inordinate amount of such spirituality. I noticed that the boy's energy consumption increased when he entered that strange state in his fight with Azula. A child's mind cannot withstand the wisdom of an ancient sage. Iroh scratched his head in confusion. Iroh felt that he would have to start searching through the ancient archives to find out who that person might have been, but there were so many outstanding men and women in the past. Who could Shisui's previous life have been? The child meditates constantly, perhaps as a way to assimilate his former self in an accelerated manner. That's why he's getting wiser and wiser. A strange phenomenon, but not uncommon. Azulon sipped the rest of his lemonade before speaking to his two sons, who looked at him expectantly. As a child, I was interested in learning more about the Avatar. You see, he was a friend of my father's before he started the war. I found an old story repeated in some dusty scrolls about the Avatar of the Presido Fire Nation, a very nice woman indeed. It is said that the female Avatar had a series of encounters with a rather peculiar man, who not only possessed knowledge that few had at the time, some of which was even lost, but he was also very different, as if he had a large library in his head. This person, of whom it is not said whether he was a man or a woman, even popularized some strange political ideas, of which we only have names like democracy, capitalism, free market. These were ideas proposed by some guys in the Earth Kingdom, but centuries before the time of the story. He was a ruthless person, he killed his opponents at every turn, and he seemed to love to steal women, as if he was not used to the time he was born in and was stuck in his past until it occurred to him to force the female Avatar of that time to be with him. The Avatar won and destroyed him, but it is said that at the end of the battle, the Avatar commented, "You are a soul from the past, overwhelmed by the spirit world and the passage of time." Since then, there has been a belief that many reincarnated people have something to gain from their past selves. Wise men, brave warriors, and even despicable villains have been reincarnated throughout history to continue their exploits, though only a few have access to knowledge of their past lives, usually appearing around the Avatar of that era. It is said that even Sito encountered a woman whose past self may have been a former Earth King, and whose ideas caused that Avatar to refine his political ideas of the time, bringing prosperity to the nation. It is worth noting that these types of people tend to be born at times of great spiritual upheaval. Full moons, comets, eclipses, earthquakes, hurricanes, tidal waves. All phenomena related to the spiritual world seem to favor their birth, although they are extremely rare and very obscure cases. Could Shisui be something like this? Probably, which would also explain the way we get involved in it. Sages in particular have the ability to attract everyone's attention when they teach. Or have you forgotten the conversations with the leader of the Fire Temple? It wasn't until I stopped talking to him that I realized the bastard had me all wrapped up and cajoled. Azulon finished the long story and then popped a piece of ice in his glass into his mouth, obviously courtesy of a certain boy. Wow. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Even I, in some of my deeper meditations, have come to see some fragments of my past life, though I learn nothing from them. I never thought that anyone could replicate the Avatar's specialness, even a little, in that respect. Maybe I should ask Shisui for help with meditation. Iroh let out the breath he had been holding for a long time, feeling that the mystery finally had an answer and that he had gained a new interest in his past life. Maybe he had been a waterbender in his past life? It would be ironic and something particularly revealing, so Iroh thought about the possibility of helping Shisui with his training if the latter would give him guidance in meditation. So, is Shisui aware of this? He has to be, and he doesn't seem to care much about his particularity, Ozai said, leaning back in his seat and sighing deeply. At least they had solved one problem. He's probably aware of his oddity, who knows what children have in their heads. But we shouldn't worry, those people are rare in a per era, although sometimes they don't show up. For example, there was no such person in the Yangchen era, in the Kuruk era, nor in the Kyoshi era, nor in the Roku era. For eras, so that would explain why this kind of knowledge is so unpopular. The concern is, will the Avatar return? Shisui has been born, which means that one may soon appear. Azulon's conclusion caused the room to fall into a tense atmosphere until Ozai began to draw up an order on a scroll. I will organize a special squad to investigate spiritual phenomena in the world. If something like that happens, it's either spirits or the Avatar. The search for the Avatar must continue, the man said with some tension in his voice. It would not be good news for the Fire Nation to see the emergence of such a troubled entity. Iroh was a little uncomfortable with his brother's particularly hostile approach, but he was no traitor, so he decided to nod. He was a member of the White Lotus, but also a Fire Nation general, so it was best to seek balance on both sides, at least until it was no longer necessary. Iroh hoped that peace would come to his people. Father, can you find the scrolls? I would like to study them, Ozai asked with some interest in his eyes. Sure, I am old, but I have a good memory. If there were no political problems, I would give them another brother. Azulon then began to vividly tell how he still had the strength to further expand the royal family, ignoring the uncomfortable faces of his two sons. Avatar World. There will be no otherworldly or Avatar-worldly reincarnations during this story, maybe in the future when Shisui dies and there is a brief mention of his reincarnated self, who knows. So don't worry. As far as I know, some types of meditation can, theoretically, allow you to see parts of your past life, and some people claim to be reincarnated. I doubt it, but who knows, or maybe they have knowledge they weren't supposed to have at the time, filtered from their past life. I think it was Buddha who, after attaining enlightenment, was able to see and relive all his past lives, unlike the Avatar who can only talk to his past selves. Anyway, to those who have commented on this paragraph, thank you for your comments. Did you like this way of resolving the situation? By the way, Happy New Year! Thanks for supporting this fanfic, 2.4K collections as I write this, FUCK, I never thought it would stick so much. My Dragon Ball fanfic has only 1.2K and my Reincarnation fanfic has almost 300. And my original novel, Steam and Heart, only has 20, but details. Go read it, I swear it's good. Sincerely, thank you. Seeing your comments, your conversations, your doubts, questions, and comments is something I appreciate very much. They encourage me to write and make me better as a writer. 9. Spear, Sword and Fire. It will sound strange, but the spear is also the dragon among weapons, although it is ironic that it is the water tribe that uses them more than we of the Fire Nation, forgetting that, it means that the spear is a weapon of pure power. A spear is a perfect weapon for stabbing, thrusting, sweeping, and blocking, but as you may have noticed, it is particularly effective at the former. Spears are the best weapon for hunting large beasts and for forming phalanxes. Lu Ten instructed Shisui on how to use this spear. It was only the day after the impromptu celebration at the edge of the pond, but Shisui did not want to waste any time and wanted to learn his weapon of choice early on, for both cultural and personal reasons. Of all the weapons, swords and spears were his favorites, but in his particular situation, a spear would undoubtedly suit him best, so he finally chose it. Of course, he would learn about swords, hammers, and bows, but his main focus would be on the spear. So, under Lu Ten's guidance, he began to perform basic exercises with the weapon, though contrary to what one might think, it didn't lead directly to combat routines. "Do I really have to do this?" complained Shisui, who was holding a long wooden shaft with no metal tip, making it an incomplete spear. He was standing, simply holding the shaft while pointing it skyward. The training ground was an open one, and the morning sun was getting hotter and hotter, making Shisui a little uncomfortable. "You have to get used to the weight of the spear, that's why I told you it would be better to wait a few years until your body is stronger, but you refused, so you have to go through this process at your young age," Lu Ten replied with a teasing smile on his face. It was rare to see Shisui as nervous as he was now. "And why do I have to stand in the sun as well?" Zuko's voice was heard. He was standing next to Shisui with a thick-edged metal sword, standing in the sun like his friend. "Because the sword needs it too, all weapons do. Did you think that training was just to use the weapon against a dummy and hit it wildly? No, everything has a process. If you get bored and don't want to go through it, you can leave." Lu Ten looked at his cousin and explained seriously, making Zuko nod. "Okay. After an hour I'll show you the basic routines and we'll practice them. In the meantime, I'll go warm up." Lu Ten turned away from them until he stopped a dozen meters away. The young man brought his hands to the two swords sheathed at his waist and quickly drew them, making a whistling sound as he sliced through the air. The two boys and Azula, who were watching from under a nearby tree, turned their attention to Lu Ten. The boy began to move, his steps smooth but measured, never out of proportion. His weapons danced softly as he waved them, and in a short time, he was doing what could be called a sword dance. Nimble, fierce, but most of all, beautiful. The children didn't quite understand what they saw. Shisui might be a reincarnated human, but he didn't live in a time where cold weapons were common and he only used them for entertainment. But even though he understood that he could not defeat Lu Ten in single combat, the way the young man controlled his strength, his breathing, and his stance, even without swords, he would be a fierce fighting machine. "Concentrate on your weapons," Lu Ten said when he noticed the attention of the two children, giving them a warning. And so the children did, even though it was tedious. The two of them concentrated on the weight of the weapon they were holding, the way it swung when they got careless, and how they could grip it in a way that was much less cumbersome and tiring. Indirectly, they were developing a sense of balance for their weapons. It was only a vague notion, but they already knew how to wield it effectively without it swinging or shaking all the time. Azula, for her part, was doing her thing, meditating. Yesterday's defeat only fueled the fire inside her to get better and stronger. She didn't feel sad because yesterday outweighed any negative emotions she might feel. In particular, Ursa had talked to her about many things the night before, nothing too deep or extensive, but it allowed Azula to understand the full meaning of Azulon's words. "I'm going to marry Shisui, we'll hold hands and have children when we grow up." Azula's thoughts gradually wandered to what she understood, but she soon tried to whiten her mind. Still, her cheeks were red and her mind kept going over everything that happened yesterday, getting more and more upset. Just when she thought her meditation was about to go to waste, she remembered something basic about firebenders. Emotions and feelings were fuel for the fire within, and by adding up the energy within and the breath, a firebender could create flames. Why meditate, trying to calm herself, when memory-laden thoughts might be a better way to deepen her power? Unbeknownst to her, Azula had discovered another aspect of meditation, introspection, perhaps the most useful part for fire and earthbenders due to the nature of this section. While stillness and tranquility were useful for waterbenders and airbenders, emotions, feelings, and memories were best for firebenders and earthbenders. Meditation, except for some local mystical aspects of this universe, was not really something very complicated or mysterious. Anyone could meditate, regardless of age or status. Guided by her breath, Azula found herself immersed in a mental torrent that she slowly came to control, but the progress was obvious. She did not know it, but this exercise would give her power and mental health in the future that her canonical version would never have. She was gradually taking control of her emotions and the process of feeding that fire within her. One would think it was metaphorical, but within every firebender was a flame of a spiritual nature, and as the hours passed in her meditation, a small spark of that flame was turning blue. Of course, Azula was not experienced enough to look inward and explore her body like some chi masters, but when she opened her eyes, the sun was at the height of the day. She felt particularly comfortable, but she thought it was because the grown-ups were not just talking when they said the midday sun was something that could slightly empower firebenders. Then Azula saw her older brother and her fiancé training hard. Zuko was performing the basic sword movements with a rather serious expression, and even though his movements were not standard, the improvement in them was visible. Zuko put all his energy and concentration into his weapon, accepting Lu Ten's corrections with ease and evaluating his every action with exaggerated attention. Azula thought for a moment that she saw the image of a mighty warrior in her brother, but she took it as a passing thought. How could Zuzu be a mighty warrior? Stronger, better, stronger, better, stronger, better, stronger, better, stronger, were the two words Zuko repeated to himself with every action, like a mantra he used to hypnotize himself. Lu Ten looked at his cousin with an unusual gleam in his eyes and recognized something in Zuko, a sign. If spears were dragons, then swords were kings. Usually, these meanings were mystical or metaphorical, but Lu Ten was a war veteran at 17. How could he not see that his cousin Zuko was somehow in a state of self-suggestion? Lu Ten then realized that in the royal family, one could not be born without talent, as some rumored. Yes, Azula was a firebending genius, Shisui was a timeless research genius, and Lu Ten was a fighting genius, but Zuko didn't stand out much. His intelligence was average, his firebending was average, but with the sword. With the sword, Zuko was a genius. It was as if he was born to wield that particular weapon. He would probably be average with other weapons, and only with a good sword in his hand could his potential be unleashed. Lu Ten noted this in his mind and thought he should talk to his father. Maybe he could say something to his uncle Ozai to allow the boy to learn from the best swordsman in the Fire Nation, Piandao. He figured it would be easy. He had seen his father play Pai Shou with the man who, in Lu Ten's eyes, was undoubtedly the best swordsman in the world. Piandao's mere presence felt sharp as if the wind following him was full of blades. The young man then turned his attention to Shisui, who practiced in a completely different way than Zuko. With each movement, he would pause and close his eyes for a few seconds before resuming his training. At first, Lu Ten did not understand why, until he noticed that the wooden pole was covered with something strange, and when he looked closer, it was small specks of white light. Shisui had tried to integrate his energy into the weapon, and the resistance he felt bothered him greatly. He wanted to train his chi control while performing the basic movements of a spear, but when he realized that it wouldn't work, he decided for another way. I can't imbue an object with chi, but I thought the weapon would be different. The spear movements didn't help, so let's try the next best option, Shisui thought before controlling his chi so that it came out of his palms in specks of light. They were fickle and some of them even fell apart on the outside, but the ones he could control properly clung to the weapon. This made the boy smile as he concentrated on practicing. The spear is a dragon, water is the element of oriental dragons. What if I explore this mystical side? Shisui wondered as he slowly integrated the repetitive movements of a spear into his muscle memory. What beautiful lights, a little girl suddenly spoke next to Shisui, who had already noticed the presence of a stranger in their vicinity. A pair of girls who did not fit into the sporty atmosphere of the place. The one who had spoken had long brown hair and brown eyes and looked at Shisui with a smile on her lips. The other was too somber for an infant. She looked calmly at everything around her, and Shisui even caught hints that she was superficially focusing on her vital points, only stopping when their eyes, both golden pairs, met for a moment. Azula. I didn't know Shisui could make such beautiful lights. The smiling girl approached the princess lying under the tree. This is new, by the way, Azula replied as she shook her shoulders. Too flashy, Mai said coldly. It wasn't very common to see a girl acting like that, but that was how she was and people had already gotten used to her way of being. Do you think he can teach me? The color of Shisui's aura when he does that is also very pretty, very white. Tai Li's words made Shisui grimace slightly while Azula looked at her friend with a pout. Oh. Azula, she's jealous. Shouted Tai Li when she saw the changing aura of her princess friend, and without thinking she blurted out what came to her mind. Don't worry, friend, I'll steal those books from my mother and help you defeat Shisui, Tai Li said with an expression that a normal child should not say at her young age, expressing her desire to help her friend. Tai Li, you shouldn't read things from adults. Although Lu Ten didn't know what the hell those books contained, it was probably not something a minor should know. Why is your aura a color of shame, Lu Ten? It's just a book. Besides, for everyone's salvation, Mai put her hand on Tai Li's mouth, although she had to remove it quickly and wipe it with the tree. You licked me. Although her tone was neutral, the annoyance was more than obvious in Mai's words. Why do you always interrupt me when I'm talking about other people's auras? I don't interrupt you when your aura turns pink at the sight of Zuko. This time it was Azula who covered Tai Li's mouth and stared at her, waiting to see if the girl would dare to lick her hand. Thank you, Azula, Mai thanked her with a small smile on her face, even if it was only fleeting. Zuko, who had stopped his training because of the noise, noticed this little gesture on Mai's face, and from that day on he never forgot it. Although he didn't know why at the time, he discovered it in the future during an afternoon of meditation. By the way, what are you doing here? Asked Shisui, trying to change the topic of conversation to something easier. Tai Li wanted to visit. She was jealous that you and Zuko will start school soon and wanted to see your backpacks, Mai replied, causing Tai Li to nod quickly like a chick pecking at her food. Yeah. How jealous, I want to go to school too, but waiting 2 years is boring, Tai Li said after freeing herself from Azula's clutches. It's not as fun as you think, Shisui said annoyed, still complaining that he had to go, but there was no other way. But we'll make new friends, Shisui, Zuko replied after wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. For some reason he didn't want Mai to see his sweaty face. Doesn't take the boredom out of it, Shisui simply replied as he walked over to the tree where the girls sat before manipulating the sweat from his body to throw it to the side and then leaned back in the shade. Shisui, will you teach me how to create these bright lights? Asked Tai Li, bringing her face very close to Shisui's in an invasive way. If you give me space, yes. Knowing that the girl would insist on it for a long time, Shisui decided to comply. It wasn't very complicated anyway. A short time later, everyone was resting on a blanket under the tree, brought by one of those handy palace servants. By the way, a certain Jasmine Tea fan, who wanted to talk to Shisui, joined the group and watched as the aforementioned boy started one of his usual chats. Knowing that he's probably a reincarnated sage, his words take on a different meaning, Iroh thought before he was shocked to hear Shisui speak. Let's talk about chi and its nature, or what I have discovered with my tests. Shisui's words made Iroh thank the spirits. He wouldn't have missed this for the world. 10. About chi, what do you know about chi? Shisui asked, sitting comfortably on the blanket with his legs crossed while the others listened. Iroh, who quickly called for his father and brother, heard such a question and instinctively wanted to answer, but when he saw the raised hands of the children beside him, he let them answer. I know, pick me, shouted Tai Li, who was eager to answer, and Shisui nodded in her direction, causing the girl to give a small clap before speaking. Chi is the energy that runs through our bodies and allows us to do many interesting things, Tai Li said, answering in her usual cheerful tone, but Azula grimaced next to her. No, chi is the power that allows us to do fire bending and hit harder, the girl replied without waiting for her turn. Chi silences us, Mai replied, mumbling her words out of her habit of avoiding noise. That's too many answers. Which one is right, Shisui? Asked Zuko, who preferred to let his friend clarify the matter. All three, but none of them. Shisui's words made the three girls stare at him as if they wanted him to choose just one or explain himself better. Chi is whatever you understand it to be. How can we categorize something as ethereal and sublime as chi? Although that is the inherent need of human beings, the conclusion I have come to is this. Chi is everything, it exists in everyone, but at the same time, chi does not exist, it is nothing. Shisui's words confused the children present, and even Iroh felt that perhaps Shisui was wrong, so he spoke up. But little Shisui, chi can be felt and controlled, it is part of who we are, it even allows us to make fire or allows you to control water. Iroh felt that perhaps the young Shisui was confused and had probably fallen into a deep mistake, so his words were a reminder of something obvious. Are you sure? You haven't thought about it, have you? Asked Shisui with a smile on his lips, and those who knew him understood, there was something the boy hadn't said because he wanted to play mysterious. Be more clear, Shisui, Azula said, a bit annoyed by Shisui's strange humor, causing Shisui to stick his tongue out at her. Well. Chi exists because we believe it exists, it comes from us because we believe it is within us, we use it as an engine for our actions, and even as an enhancer of our actions because that is what we have been taught. But in essence, chi is nothing, it does not exist, we can live without knowing of its existence, and I am sure that before the concept of chi was created, the existence of chi did not exist. What is chi if not the materialization of our breath, the essence of our being? Mind and body are connected in a certain energy, designated by our desire that everything has a name, everything has a category. Chi is your breath, it is the nutrients you get from food, it is the sunlight you get on your skin, it is your memories, it is your thoughts. It is the influence of the stars, it is the movement of the earth, chi is your own existence expressed in energy. Shisui's explanation of chi was somewhat confusing, and noticing the expressions of those present, the boy breathed. Chi is a product of our movement and stillness, a reflection of yourself, that is why in some people we can use chi detection to discern their inherent nature, because deep down, chi is the purest of them, something that cannot be hidden or manipulated. Chi is what you understand, if Azula thinks chi makes her fire burn brighter, it will be her fuel. If Ty Lee sees it as something that enables our actions, her family's chi block will work. If Mai thinks chi will silence her, chi will soften her habitual noises. In essence, you are the chi is you. It is in everyone, it is in no one, it connects us, it isolates us, it makes us part of the world, but at the same time, it makes us individual. It is your knowledge and what others understand. Chi is change. With Shisui's last words, a strange wind came from nowhere. Suddenly, even Azulon, Ozai, and Ursa, who had just arrived as Shisui began to explain the nature of what he believed chi to be, felt the change. Everyone present could feel that the atmosphere had become strange, the air more breathable, nature more alive, the colors more vibrant. Suddenly they saw what appeared to be a small sparrow flying around them, only this one was very unusual, it looked like a line made with green paint, outlining its shape but not its inside, which was hollow, so to speak. The bird chirped, interested in the strange creatures it had encountered. This is... Iroh murmured in awe, for he knew what he saw, that the sparrow was a spirit, no doubt about it. The spirit world is not a separate place from the earthly world, although its ways are mostly closed, it does not change its true essence, it is superimposed on our world and is the ultimate expression of the basic concept of chi, change. That is why in the descriptions the spirit world seems to have no end, except for certain special places. The spirit world is a constantly changing place, constantly transforming, reflecting the nature of chi. There is no time as we know it, no distance, and even, we can try to call upon certain special entities, though we must be careful. Shisui stood up and looked at the reflection he had drawn into the real world. Yes, at his young age, it was impossible to reach the spiritual world, let alone take more people with him, nor had it drawn him into the earthly world, it simply created a reflection, or rather, removed the veil between the two worlds, but the barriers were still there. They could not get in and nothing could get out. It was like seeing through a glass. That's why the sparrow couldn't be touched by Tai Li's curious hands. They were technically isolated. "Young man, it looks like you've done something really great here," a deep and aged voice was heard in the drill ground. Everyone's attention turned to the direction it came from. An old man with a white beard, red clothes, and deep golden eyes looked fondly at those present, especially Ursa, Azula, and Zuko. Perhaps because they were experiencing a reflection of the spiritual world, Ursa and her children felt something stir within them that made them feel close to the old man. "Why do you feel like my grandfather?" asked Azula boldly, making the old man smile. "Because I'm older than your grandfather, little girl. Your mother is my granddaughter," the old man revealed, making Azulon finally confirm who the person in front of them was. "You are Avatar Roku." Azulon finally revealed the identity of the old man, causing him to nod. "You are the son of my friend Sozin, I can see that, though you are much more temperate than him." Roku nodded to Azulon, then focused his gaze on Ozai, who was wearing the Fire Lord's robes. "Take care of my family, please," Roku asked Ozai solemnly before turning to Iroh, giving him a smile and showing him a Pai Sho token, the one with the white lotus. "We could play sometime," the Avatar invited before turning his attention to his two grandchildren. "Grow up well, little ones." The Avatar seemed to sense something and looked directly at Ursa's belly, then began to laugh at what he found. "Congratulations to both of you." Roku's words were somewhat garbled until Ozai realized in which direction the old man was looking. "Ursa, you..." Ozai approached his wife with an unusual concern for him. He wouldn't have shown it before, but long ago the rough edges of his being, at least those concerning his family, had been smoothed out. "I've been feeling sick for a few days now and I didn't tell you because I thought it would pass. I never thought." Ursa touched her belly with an expression full of motherly love. It was obvious now that she was pregnant again. "Little girl, you should smile more. Eternal silence is for old people like me." Roku looked at Mai and gave her a little advice. "Say something to me too, Grandpa." Tai Li exclaimed excitedly, causing the Avatar to stroke his beard for a moment. "Just be yourself," the old man advised, making little Tai Li jump with excitement. "You are more than anyone can imagine." Roku stared into Zuko's eyes and spoke the words he most wanted to hear, causing small tears to fall from his eyes. "Destiny is not fixed, I hope you continue to dance freely." Roku dedicated these words to Lu Ten, who didn't quite understand the meaning of the first part, but accepted the end. He really liked dancing with his swords. The one who understood the meaning of those words was Shisui. He knew more than anyone else that Lu Ten was supposed to die at some point in the original story, but would he really let that happen? No. To hell with the canon, to hell with fate, to hell with everything. Lu Ten may never know, but the stormy little butterfly that was Shisui allowed him to continue dancing with his swords as he pleased. Roku glanced at Shisui before moving on to Azula, whom he approached and crouched down beside. "Girl, I've been watching you for a while now. You have an extraordinary talent. I hope you won't be overwhelmed by it in the future. You are more than a fleeting flash. You are a star in the sky." This was the first time Roku had said something so long to those present, but he felt it was necessary. Of all the people here, Azula was the one he cared about the most. The girl was his offspring, and she inherited some of the excessive talents that all avatars had throughout history. There had been examples of similar cases in the past, but it could be said that Azula was a bit more special than them. Roku decided to give the little girl some special advice to prevent her from falling apart in the future. "Now, Shisui, right? Your way of looking at energy is especially interesting. But you should be careful, many spirits are not so friendly." Roku finally turned to Shisui, who looked at him with a small childish smile on his face. "I know, old man. I never expected it to be you. I thought it would be one of these people's ancestors. But since you're here, can I ask you something?" Shisui was perhaps the only one present besides Tai Li who was not that impressed by the Avatar, and Roku noticed. "Ask the old man, but I warn you. I'm not a god, I'm just a man." I don't know everything, the avatar agreed easily. He really wanted to know what someone like Shisui could ask him. Not only he, but he knew that other avatars were watching hidden, for they were interested in such an unusual situation as this. Maybe that was the reason why no great spirit had approached. Imagine having almost 10,000 years of super powerful past lives looking at a single place. Not even Vatul in his prime would dare to peek. Shisui took a breath, knowing that his words might cause some misunderstanding in the future, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity to ask this question. It was important, more than any secret he might have. Why was I reborn? Shisui asked, causing Azulon and his sons to look at each other, a gesture the boys saw. I didn't think you would ask this question, little one. But isn't reincarnation a natural thing? I'm an example of it, so it's no wonder you can too. Even those who are now were someone else in the past, but that doesn't have to affect you too much. Your past self has nothing to do with your present self, you understand that, don't you? Change. With Roku's words, the reflection of the spirit world seemed to tremble a little, and for a moment, the avatar's eyes turned white. You are part of this world, of its cycle, of its changes. A new soul, a new body, a new you. Your memories are echoes of the past, and you are gifted with something that is part of you. That is why you have such a special ability. Do not be afraid, but since you like to find your own answers, I will give you advice from myself and my former selves. Roku's voice under his new state seemed to be overlaid with many, many unfamiliar voices, and suddenly the entire training ground was filled. Filled with hundreds of figures with different clothes, different heights, and different genders, but they all had one thing in common, the immense power emanating from their bodies, their eyes shrouded in white light. Such an image was astonishing, and even many of the world's most spiritually sensitive people looked in that direction. At the North Pole, a white-haired princess looked up at the Fire Nation. Two fish that swam and danced forever waved their fins as if responding to the presence of all the past avatars. A blind girl playing with mole badgers felt a strange vibration in the ground, something she had never experienced before. A little girl at the South Pole, playing with a water bubble with her mother, saw for a moment a distant glow on an iceberg, something that would lead her years later to actively explore that place. An immortal in the Earth Kingdom glanced toward the Fire Nation, then shook his head. He didn't care what the avatars were doing for any reason. The remaining dragons breathed multicolored flames, and the remaining flying bison of this world roared into the sky. A certain bald child of the air nomads, who had been in cryogenic stasis for nearly 100 years, stirred slightly, causing a few cracks in the ice that covered him. However, it would be a long time before he was released back into the world, and until then, he would continue to sleep while everyone waited for his return. Everyone somehow felt the changes that had occurred, some were curious, others guessed what it might be, but soon they went back to their own. The warriors returned to training or fighting, the wise to studying or inventing, and everything went back to normal. If you want to explore the depths of your soul, succeed in reaching the spiritual world, and then seek the mirror of souls, it will allow you to get answers to your questions. Until then, live your life as usual, without fear. You are a child after all. The avatars spoke in unison, all synchronized uniquely. Each of them expressed different emotions to him: compassion, tenderness, love, care, protection, caution, and discomfort, but all of them were sincere in the end, because even though he was reincarnated, Shisui was still just a little boy of 6 years old. Thank you. For the first time in his stay in this world, Shisui cried. For the first time in his life, he felt at home, accepted. He was not an outsider, he was not an external entity, a foreign stain on the world. He was truly part of this place, this real world. Shisui's chi emerged from his body like tiny specks of light. The ones he had resisted manifesting before were now much more comfortable. Because he got an answer, a way, a solution. He finally accepted himself, finally understood that he could live in peace, without fear that another catastrophe out of nowhere would ruin him. Or worse, that it was just a dream, an illusion. Grow up and live well, Sage Shisui, the avatars declared at the end, bestowing the child with a title of great weight before they began to fade away one by one. Roku was the last. his transparent body looking up at the sky of his nation and breathing a sigh of relief. He could see that the Fire Nation upgrade was powered by the little boy before him, and that brought him peace. When the spirit world reflection ended, Shisui was wrapped in someone's warm embrace, and he noticed that it was Azula, who put her face on his chest. She clung to him and said nothing, but she made Shisui stop crying. After all, children didn't stay sad for long. "Let's go play with the turtle ducks," Shisui murmured, feeling that it would be nice to just hang out and do nothing but play for a while. 11. A new young sister, Ki. "Come on, open your mouth, the steamboat with food is coming in." Azula, 6 years old, almost 7, held a pair of metal chopsticks and brought mashed food to the mouth of a little girl sitting in a high chair. The little girl was barely over a year old, but her golden eyes looked curiously at Azula's attempts to feed her. Yet she refused to open her mouth. She didn't want to eat puree, she wanted to go out and play. "Ki, eat or you won't get out of here," Azula threatened, staring at her little sister with narrowed eyes. "No," the little girl named Ki refused, causing Azula to despair. "There's no choice, I won't take you to watch Shisui train." Azula, as always, chose the more direct and subtle route, the smile barely showing as she watched her little sister seemingly give in. "Bad Azula," the little girl complained, her mouth hanging open, but that didn't stop Azula from continuing to feed her. "If you want to grow big and strong, you have to eat. You can't just refuse, you'll feel weak afterward," Azula advised, using the chopsticks to clean the leftover food from the side of Ki's mouth and feeding her again. "But boring," Ki complained again, making Azula pause for a moment to stare at her. "Being around Shisui does make people smarter, first Zuzu and now Kiki," Azula murmured as she saw how her 1-year-old sister could already string some words together and even understand their meaning. Since the day Shisui brought the reflection of the spirit world to the earthly world, news that the royal family would have a new member spread like wildfire throughout the Fire Nation. Aside from a sense of national happiness, especially since the year of Ki's birth was declared tax-free, many people became more curious about the younger members of the royal family. For example, attempts to propose to Azula failed when it was discovered that she was already engaged to Shisui. Some tried to challenge this, but the combined political pressure of a Fire Lord, a former Fire Lord, and a sage from the Fire Temple quickly quieted things down. The title of Sage, bestowed upon Shisui by the Avatars, was recognized by both the Fire Nation and the sages of the Fire Temple, who endorsed such recognition. Imagine a 6-year-old child receiving such a title. Even the spies of other nations spread the news around the world, and except for a little skepticism, the things Shisui was pushing were now common knowledge. Knowing that even much of the expensive and boutique food enjoyed by many of the world's wealthy and nobles was the creation of a child had a greater impact than any of the social changes Shisui had promoted. But food is one of the things that can break down any barriers between countries and cultures. Everyone loves good cuisine, and Shisui even brought them ways to delicately prepare those things that people ignored or didn't want to eat. Now, when you talk about potatoes, people don't think of that pig food, but of the delicious mashed potatoes, French fries, or all the different dishes that can be made with that tuber. The mashed potatoes that Ki eats are the ones made with potatoes. As the months passed since that spiritual event, the training of the 3 children became more sophisticated and arduous, and each of them already knew what they wanted to specialize in, and even Tai Li and Mai joined their training. The integration of Tai Li, Mai, and the newest member of the royal family, Ki, came naturally. Azula's friends bonded with Shisui and Zuko, while little Ki enjoyed chasing after her older siblings. The little girl was a rambunctious 1-year-old who was already curious about everything, wanted to put everything in her mouth, and liked to see shiny things like Azula's firebending, Zuko's complicated sword moves, or Shisui's waterbending. Perhaps because it was the first face she saw when she was born, Ki loved Shisui very much and would constantly chase after him or want to be near him when he trained with his spear or waterbending. Not to mention, the girl owed her life to Shisui. As one of those present at Ursa's birth, Shisui used waterbending to heal the mother and daughter from the complications of childbirth. Ki had been born with the umbilical cord tied around her neck, in many cases a death sentence, but for a water master with good chi control, using the healing properties of water easily solved the problem. Come, since you're done, I'll take you to the others, Azula said after giving her sister a drink and wiping her down with a warm cloth. On the way, they passed through several corridors, and when the servants saw them, they lowered their heads and slowed their pace, showing the respect they deserved. In the past, Azula would have stopped to bother the servants, but she had long since stopped doing such things. As they passed a large window overlooking the capital, large chimneys could be seen in the distance, spewing white smoke. Ki gazed at the sight with sparkling eyes, curious as to why there was something so high in the world, but Azula did not stop to admire the scenery. When they reached the training ground, the two girls saw Tai Li, Mai, and Zuko looking together at an open space several dozen meters away, where a sparring match was taking place. A heavy boulder rose from the ground and was hurled at someone, but jets of water shot up, splitting into three and hitting the huge boulder. The three jets of water sliced through the rock as if it were paper, but they did not stop flying, and even changed shape as they flew, turning into arrows. Water suddenly appeared in the form of an ice shield, protecting itself from the stone arrows. Tentacles of water emerged from the ice, grabbing the projectiles and squeezing them tightly into gravel, then twisting like snakes, rising into the sky and turning into white steam that soon condensed. The temperature was raised by the influence of the steam under high pressure, but as the white jet moved forward, a cone-shaped stone wall stopped it, deflecting the steam in several places. Wow! If Petra had made a normal rectangular wall, Shisui's steam would have exploded it. This conical shape is what Shisui calls aerodynamic, isn't it? Or hydrodynamic if it's in water, Zuko said, absorbing much of the battle he was watching. Both of them change the states of their element as easily as breathing. Approaching them would be a tedious thing, Tai Li said with an unusual tone of seriousness in her voice. Petra lost, Mai muttered under her breath, although it was now much more audible than before. Yes, she lost, said Azula, who had just arrived and watched the end of the fight. Shisui simply ignored his parried attack and charged forward, jumping over the conical rock wall and directly facing his opponent, a green-eyed girl who smiled at the sight. The girl tried to attack, but the faint water vapor around her condensed into small strands of solid water that enveloped her hands and feet. When Shisui fell, everyone could see that the boy's golden eyes were out of focus, and his expression was particularly strange. He's seeing Petra's aura, that's cheating, Tai Li complained with a hint of envy in her voice. She had the same ability as Shisui, only the two worked very differently. Hers was a permanent vision that served more to detect emotions and personality, and even, if she tried hard, to use her chi to alter another's aura to cause mental disturbances. Shisui's ability was something he had to activate, which affected his temperament due to the sensory load it carried, but it allowed him to see people's auras, become more accurate, predict their intent to act, and attack the points where a person's aura changed, disrupting their energy cycle, which translated into a loss of stamina. Same skill, different use. Abilities like this were somewhat rare in the world, but not uncommon. People were known to be able to hear the voice of all things and connect with an animal, and some even had an incredibly keen sense of smell. I lost, the girl said with resignation. She was Petra, another daughter of Misfortune like Shisui. She and Shisui had met at school and had gotten along immediately, especially since they had become rivals in a way. Sure, Azula had been reserved towards the girl, but eventually, she was able to put up with her. After all, she had already won Shisui, so to speak. You've improved your earthbending after leaving your vicinity, that's remarkable, Shisui said, releasing Petra and waving his hands in a circle. All the water used in the battle, no matter what state it was in, floated towards him, and then it began to swirl, mixing in motes of chi. Eventually, it all coalesced into a small drop of crystal clear water, but at the sight of it, his companions felt a touch of absurdity. When Shisui got tired of the relative scarcity of abundant water to fight with, he came up with the disturbing idea of concentrating as much water as possible into a single drop. Even though he doubted it was possible, his cognition of chi made it relatively possible. It wasn't as overkill as he thought, and he could only control 2 of those drops at a time, but it allowed him to carry enough water for a fight. This thing was very heavy, and he had to constantly use his water control to control it, training himself in the process. This attitude of constantly training and integrating it into his daily life was tried by the others out of curiosity, but they rejected it, except for Zuko. After he had learned to forge his sword with Piandao, Piandao had left him free to do whatever he wanted with the knowledge he had imparted to him. He taught him not only how to use a weapon, the sword, but also the philosophy of that weapon. Zuko then integrated that philosophy into his daily life, and though he looked like a child, the sparkle in his eyes was something anyone could notice. It was like a shiny new sword that had yet to see blood, but there was no doubting its lethality. "You're still so over the top," Petra muttered before kicking the ground and growing a piece of greenish crystal from which she plucked a piece to put in her mouth. The sweetness of the crystal soothed her discomfort at losing, but her movements were so skillful and fluid that they implied one thing: she had lost to Shisui many, many times. "Give some to Kiki," Azula demanded as she approached with her younger sister in her arms, the little girl wanting to be carried by bro Shisui, who didn't refuse. "Shisui." The little girl hugged the child, who shook the little girl's black hair before offering her the piece of sweet crystal Petra had given her. "I still find it strange that something that looks like glass is so sweet and tasty," said Tai Li, who was also chewing on a piece of sweet crystal that the little girl couldn't stop eating. "The surprise is that this King Bumi guy agreed to sell something to our nation," said Mai, who ate only a small piece of this crystal before giving the rest to Tai Li, who looked at her with puppy eyes. "The Bifeng seem to have had something to do with it. Father says that the family still had business with our nation even when the war was at its bloodiest," Zuko added what he knew, plunging the atmosphere into a somewhat heavy silence. "It's not going to end just like that, is it?" said Petra, who, contrary to what one might think, held no grudge against the Fire Nation. Perhaps as part of their attempt to take advantage of these children of misfortune, since Shisui's birth, some support has been given to the few confirmed children, usually a product of the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom. Previously, this type of mating was not seen very often, mostly because it occurred in colonies or refugees from the Earth Kingdom who were trying to find a better life, and instead of going to cities like Ba Sing Se, they chose the Fire Nation. Petra was the daughter of an Earth Kingdom blacksmith and a Fire Nation woman, so what made this man go to a place that could be considered dangerous for people like him? His motives were simple: Petra's mother saved him, and from that moment on, he fell in love with her and vowed to never let anything bad happen to her. Even with the silent rejection of his presence in a hostile land, the man worked his way into the woman's heart. Petra was born into a loving home, and the Fire Nation's rejection of her and her father eased, and the man was even hired by the new factories to build metal steamships. Shisui's example of how a son of misfortune could inevitably progress was used as political propaganda. In part, Azulon's intention to use him as a tool was fulfilled by this situation, but at least it could be said that it was for something good. The school Shisui attended had a teacher from the Earth Kingdom and a nurse from the Water Tribe. In some places, there was talk of less cruelty in the prisons and even the possibility of joining the Fire Nation as long as they were loyal to the nation. Of course, many refused, almost all of them, but there was no longer any need for the prisons where the prisoners were abused. Now they were just regular prisoners until the war was over. Except for a few important or dangerous people who had to remain in solitary confinement, the rest had liberties. The concept of barbarism associated with the Fire Nation had not changed, but now more nuance was added. Sure, it wasn't easy to change nearly 100 years of war, repression, oppression, and resentment. The war wasn't over either, but at least everyone else in the world remembered one thing: firebenders are still human. Many hope that it will be the Avatar who ends the war, others that the Fire Nation will get to the point where they don't need him, others that peace will be made by all the nations working together. Whatever the ultimate reason, I just want to explore this vast world. We are only in one part of it, you know, what will be beyond the known seas. Maybe another continent, maybe nothing, but the idea is interesting. Shisui answered Petra's question, making the girl wrinkle her face. "I can't believe the world is round, why don't we fall?" the girl asked desperately. New Tun Tun said something about gravity. I don't understand much, but it sounds better than spirits, doesn't it? Joked Zuko, making the others laugh with him. I thought Shisui was going to give us a lecture on that. He has that habit, Tai Li said, looking at the boy who was lifting little Ki into the air. No, now I'm paying attention to this little cutie. Who's the cutest? You are. Shisui skillfully let Ki go, causing the girl to giggle constantly. She looks more like your sister than ours, Azula complained, though she was smiling. Obviously, can't you see we're twins? Shisui pressed his cheek against Ki's, who pulled on his long hair, but she tangled her fingers, causing Shisui to yelp in pain and the others to tease him. You look like you need a haircut. A woman's voice could be heard behind Shisui, and when he turned around, it was Ursa who had approached them, then untangled her little daughter's hand and took her in her arms. Would you like me to cut your hair? Asked Ursa, causing Shisui to look at her in surprise. No one had ever asked him this question before, but when he saw Ursa's smile, he nodded. Yes, please. Shisui felt a pair of hands on his shoulders, and when he looked back, it was Azula and Zuko smiling at him. I heard you complaining about how long your hair is, Zuko said, pointing at Shisui's long hair. And how tedious it is to wash it, so we told Mom to help you with that, Azula finished, making Shisui feel warm in his heart. Finally, the reign of terror of Shisui of the beautiful mane will end, exclaimed Tai Li dramatically, sitting down on an uncomfortable Mai's shoulder. A lot of girls at school will be crying because they won't be able to try to steal a lock of your hair, sneered Petra, her comment causing Azula to grit her teeth. Those turtle ducks. Azula was about to say an ugly curse word, but her mother glared at her and could only choose the cutest, most harmless animal that came to mind. Is Shisui popular at school? Asked Ursa knowingly, but Shisui's blushing face cheered her up quite a bit. You have no idea, Mom. They're like bees to honey, they're always approaching him just to be near him, they're stickier than Ki, Zuko replied, teasing Shisui, but when he noticed the smile on his friend's face, he felt a chill. Like you and my, Zuko? Shisui's question made Zuko turn incredibly red, and Mai looked a little embarrassed as well. Causally, both children looked at each other for a few seconds before averting their eyes to the laughter of the other children, but for Ursa, this was all interesting, so she gave Mai a critical look. She will be a beautiful woman in the future, maybe I should talk to Ozai about this situation in the evening. Ursa blushed a little at the thought of what she did with her husband every night and quickly focused on Shisui's long hair. What hairstyle do you want? Ursa asked, attracting the attention of the others. I want. The next morning, an 8-year-old Shisui with a different haircut attracted a lot of attention from the students and teachers. His hair was now much shorter than before, with the sides of his head much shorter than the top, with the hair cut in a way that gave him a wild but delicate temperament. 12. Relax in the school. 6 years had passed since the day Shisui had cut his hair. He was 14 and in his last year of school, not that he needed it, but he wasn't complaining. If he wanted an important position in the army, he had to have a formal education, even if he was technically a member of the royal family. That didn't change anything because they had to set an example for others. For this reason, he, Zuko, and the others did not enjoy privileges, so to speak, but respect from teachers, staff, and students came naturally, not because of one's background but because of what one accomplished in school. Adding to the growing atmosphere of Fire Nation society, an idol trend was beginning to emerge in the nation. The new newspapers only furthered this situation. Not only did the Fire Nation improve technologically and culturally, but even the conquered territories began to see gradual improvements, causing a phenomenon no one expected. Instead of rebelling, the colonies had grown accustomed to the Fire Nation's presence and even praised the changes it had brought. For the first time, the desire that led Sozin to initiate such a fierce and savage war became clear. In just a few years, even trade relations had partially resumed, and even with the sporadic fighting that reminded everyone that the war was still going on, many people wanted to get their hands on the Fire Nation's new products. A cultural upsurge was brewing, the arts were no longer the province of nobles or special people. Artists of all kinds began to emerge, and it was not uncommon to hear someone humming a famous Fire Nation song in Ba Sing Se. Books. As entertainment had begun to take on a certain relevance, people were more literate enough to understand the stories being told, though an interesting phenomenon was emerging. Prototypes of fanfiction began to emerge. Avatar and You became the most famous fanfiction book, perhaps the idea that one could choose any avatar of which there was little record and write about them sparked the minds of these writers. Aside from censoring an attempt to publish a book called Sozen X Roku, the Fire Nation encouraged this cultural development and exchange with other cultures. Though rare, caravans of other peoples could be seen in Fire Nation cities, and even fish from the South Pole had become a luxury item. Sure, there was always the reminder that the war was not over, but there was a kind of proto-peace. The war was not over, but now, it was no longer everything in this world. However, outside problems did not affect the atmosphere of the school that Shisui and company had to attend. Perhaps being 14 years old and amid all the hormonal rush of teenagers affected Shisui's mind, but he had found that the school had become more than just a place of learning. Yes, the academic atmosphere was very strong, and no one neglected their studies, but there was an extra layer to the place, and the fact that many of those attending were the young sons of military men, merchants, and nobles reinforced that idea. Although this situation did not completely affect Shisui's social environment, he was inevitably peppered with what went on at the school, such as gossip, rumors, and even challenges, which led to many somewhat interesting situations. Did you hear? Lily wants to invite Shisui to watch the fireworks, one teenage girl muttered to another, both sitting at a table in the school's dining hall, surrounded by other classmates in the classroom. He's going to reject her, said a boy dipping his French fries in ketchup, who never thought tomatoes could become such a tasty thing. Shoo, Lily is beautiful, if she invited me, I wouldn't turn her down, said another boy, enjoying his slice of pizza, one of those dishes created by Shisui and spread all over the world. But everyone knows he and Azula are getting married, the other teenager replied, causing the one who started the conversation to chuckle. Until they're married, Shisui doesn't belong to anyone, you know? The girl said, raising her eyebrows suggestively. I think, look, it's Lily, looks like she's approaching Shisui, the other teenager pointed off into the distance, and everyone in the dining room took in the spectacle that was about to unfold. Lily could be described as a stereotypical Fire Nation beauty, with golden eyes, black hair, a body with a trace of training, and the Fire Nation insignia on her left breast, indicating that she was a firebender. Every firebender was required to wear such a mark on her body, both as a sign of her abilities and as a sign from the Fire Lord of future accomplishments. The girl approached Shisui's table with a small smile, though her eyes scanned the others with unusual attention. Ki, the newest member of the royal family, was old enough to attend this school and enjoyed a small muffin with satisfaction in her eyes. Mai and Tai Li were recognizable, both sitting together eating their lunch while Zuko talked to the former. The prince was an enigma to many people, always with a sword at his waist that he would not let anyone touch. Petra seemed to be playing with a stone in her hand, giving it different shapes for Ki's amusement, while Shisui sipped the contents of a glass bottle that emitted cold steam. Cola, this strange drink was called. But Lily's attention was more focused on Azula, the Fire Nation princess and supposed maid of Shisui. Perhaps the biggest annoyance to her at the moment, she was confident in her beauty. Excuse me, Shisui, the girl called to the young Shisui, who gave her only a cursory glance before concentrating on the straw he was sipping soda from. Lily? What's wrong? Shisui asked with some boredom. Shisui's body had changed from his 14-year-old one, but that was what puberty did. By now, the growth spurts he'd gone through had turned him into a 1.64-meter-tall boy with a tendency to get taller and taller. But what was interesting was his musculature, perhaps because he was from the Water Tribe. His physique was leaner than many warriors of the Earth Kingdom or the Fire Nation, his muscles seemed to be compressed, but that did not make him any less strong. In the martial arts competitions held by the school, Shisui was one of the most outstanding, although the physically strongest was Petra. The boy was like a snake, and with fluid and smooth movements, he defeated many. By the way, Every week he had this kind of physical fight with Azula, who had become a little monster in strength, sometimes even defeating Shisui. And it was Azula who watched the incoming Lily like a hawk. Azula knew how attractive Shisui was, she had grown up with him, but technically there was nothing she could do about it, because although they were to be married in the future, they were not lovers like Tai Li, who sometimes teased her about it, which made her boil with rage, but she understood the situation well. Shisui was a genius at many things, but he seemed to lack insight into clues, especially female clues. It didn't matter if Azula cut her hair, wore makeup, or even hugged him inappropriately, the boy didn't seem to notice at all. Zuzu is more aware than you, Shisui, I never thought that would be a real thing, Azula said to herself as she watched Lily invite Shisui to meet later to supposedly watch fireworks. When Lily left, the conversation around the table quickly turned to what had just happened, all initiated, of course, by Tai Li, who gave Shisui a teasing smile. Wow, Shisui. You're like that character, Casanova. You charm everyone. The girl joked, making Petra and Zuko laugh, while Mai just drew a smile and Azula visibly gritted her teeth. Shisui is cute, Ki said out of childish ignorance, not quite understanding Tai Li's implied joke. No big deal, she wanted to show me the fireworks her family makes, she says they can adopt characters, it's nothing like that. Shisui stopped drinking his soda and looked at the bottle, noticing it was less cold than before. With a flick of his fingers, the fog began to rise from the glass, indicating its low temperature. Something Shisui had practiced was controlling the water with his fingers, it was difficult but much faster and more subtle when needed. Isn't this a cheap excuse for a date? Asked Petra, hitting the nail on the head, the stone in her hand quickly transformed into two figures kissing, and Azula felt jealous that it was her as she saw the female figure. Shisui and Lily will kiss under the stars, Zuko didn't miss the chance to tease Shisui, and his little song was followed by Tai Li. See ya, Azula abruptly got up from the table and left, leaving everyone silent for a few moments before continuing to taunt Shisui. Careful Shisui, your wife got jealous, what a dilemma, teased Tai Li as she watched Azula leave, the trust between the group was enough to make this kind of joke. Jealous why? Asked Shisui, not paying much attention to Tai Li's comment, causing Zuko to pat his face. Dude, Azula's drooling over you, can't you tell? Asked Zuko in disbelief, even he could see that his sister loved Shisui, but the latter seemed ignorant. Sage Shisui doesn't know everything, interesting, Mai added with a raised eyebrow. Aren't we too young for that? Asked Shisui and made Mai black with her head. No, they used to get married at 14, a few years ago at 16, and now they've raised the standard to 18, but falling in love can happen since we're young. I'm surprised you can joke about it but not notice a girl has a crush on you. Does Azula have feelings for me? Shisui finally sinked and asked quietly. Yes, everyone replied, even Ki, who joined in the fun. Oh. Shisui scratched the back of his neck and shook out his short hair, this time he had chosen a lighter style for his hair, although he planned to get some braids when it grew out. Now that you know this almost universal truth. Are you going on this obvious date with Lily? Asked Zuko, making Shisui hesitate to speak for a few moments. First of all, how do you feel about Azula, do you like her? Asked Mai, making Shisui stop his attempt to speak and fall into a longer silence this time. I'm going to the meeting with Lily to explain that I don't like her, it would be rude not to go, I promised her. As for Azula. Shisui remained silent and looked at the now empty bottle. The others looked at him curiously, but seeing that the boy was slow to react, Petra had enough and threw a pebble-sized piece of rock at his head while yelling at him. Hurry, you fool! Do you like Azula or not? The girl asked, annoyed by Shisui's tardiness. I haven't thought about it, okay? I like to think about things, the boy complained, but Petra just threw another pebble at him. Don't think about it. You don't think about these things, you react, you act. Don't think about it, Shisui, just say it, Petra advised, but instead of answering what everyone wanted to hear, Shisui went back to his teasing, something he did when he was nervous. Come on, As if a rough girl like you knows what it's like to be in love, Shisui expected annoyance from Petra, but the smile on the girl's face made him feel strange. But I am, Shisui, and I thought less than you. You're supposed to be the wise one here, but you were beaten by a brusque girl like me. I have to write this down, Petra said and took a notebook out of her backpack, in which she wrote down this matter. How spiteful, I muttered, not knowing that she also had a similar notebook with her. Don't look for excuses to deflect the issue, answer, Shisui, Tai Li said, and this time Shisui did the mature thing a 14-year-old teenager would do. He got up from his chair and ran away. He just ran away? Asked Petra incredulously. Yes, Mai said doubtfully. That's more over the top than those novels, Tai Li commented, while Zuko just plopped down on the table. Mom won't stop laughing at Shisui because of this and she'll use it against me, Zuko said with some weariness in his voice, but Mai's hand fell on his head and stroked his hair. Relax, Mai whispered in his ear, and the Lord visibly relaxed. You two should make it official by now, Petra said with a touch of envy but subtly made a pair of rock figures of Zuko and Mai, surrounded by a big heart. Maybe they could give Shisui advice, now that would be a unique event, said Tai Li with a smile on her face as she watched two of her closest friends interact. Giving Shisui advice? Now that would be unique. Zuko's mood immediately returned, hoping for such a situation. A while later, an absent-minded Shisui was kicking rocks near a cliff with a beautiful view of the capital. He had been summoned here by Lily and had arrived early to be alone with his thoughts. He was no fool, he knew that Azula had a more than normal interest in him, he could even see it with his special ability, that pink aura of Azula's that only surged at the sight of him had to come from somewhere, right? But his mind had been elsewhere, giving it more importance than a simple curiosity during the battle. Even though they would be married in the future because of an old man's trickery, he did not think much about it. But why? Simple, even though he knew it wasn't the case with Azula, the last woman he had a relationship with betrayed him, and not only that, she killed him. It was another life, another him, but the mistrust ate at him constantly, so his way to feel better was to ignore it. Now it was all in front of him and he couldn't help it. Did he like Azula? Yes, he did. Did he find her attractive? Yes. His teenage hormones were already reacting to Azula, and while he wouldn't go into much detail about the physique of a 12-year-old, as a 14-year-old boy, Azula was within his range of what was sexy. During his time alone with his thoughts, kicking rocks at the edge of a cliff, Shisui concluded that maybe he shouldn't be so careful. The avatars said it, this was a new life, he should enjoy it as such, not as something else, unafraid of things from his past. You don't go back to being 14 all the time, and although he had his memories of the past, his mental maturity was linked to his physical maturity, so there was nothing creepy about an old man in a young man's body. New life, new body, new mind, that's why he ran out of the dining room, that's what an immature teenager would do. And as an immature teenager, he was already thinking about how to reject Li without hurting his feelings. Sorry, I like someone else, no, not good. Too general, it's not you, it's someone else. No, that would make her feel bad. Shisui tried to choose the right words until he remembered something he hadn't thought of before. Why watch fireworks in the evening, wouldn't it be better at night? Wait. Although his memories did not give him maturity, they did give him a lot of experience in many situations, and this particular situation set off the old alarms that had been dormant for 14 years. Without hesitation, Shisui activated his present. Currently, the confused view was much clearer than before, the world became black with dense white lines around it, outlining everything in a standard way. But what caught his attention were the dozens of auras he saw, all of them a mess of changing and different colors, but there was one that made his body tense. The blood-red color showed that whoever these people were, they had a strong murderous intent. The black color seeping into all the colors indicated that they had murdered people, and the orange tint on all the edges separating the colors indicated the fear they had caused others. His body tensed, and he adopted a slightly crouched posture as his fingers twitched and 3 drops of blue water floated around him. His control had increased to 5 drops in all these years, but using 3 in battle was best for his concentration, also as a trump card. Wow, looks like you spotted us, Sage Shisui. A man stepped out of the trees, but his body was Lily's, indicating that he was in disguise except for his voice. What happened to Lily? Asked Shisui, causing Lily to give him a mischievous smile. A waterbender worried about a firebender? Truly worthy of a sage. Don't worry, something in her morning tea made her sleep and allowed me to make my task easier. As he said this, Lily's body cracked and her skin suddenly turned to sand. I must say that you were an inspiration for this, Shisui. Your words, "we are what we do with our elements," inspired me greatly. Why not imitate Earth, the most diverse of the elements? Along with some special crystals. The naked man brought his hand up to his eyes and pulled out 2 golden crystals, showing his green eyes to the world. You see, Shisui, we are interested in you. We think you are too valuable to waste your talents for a monstrous nation like this. How about joining us? Figures in normal clothes jumped out of the trees, and one of them handed the man's clothes to the speaker. Sorry, I like this thing called freedom. I feel like I'll lose it if I listen to you. Shisui refused, searching for something unidentifiable on them until he saw it, a hand made of stone. Dai Li, right? To think they came out of their walled rat's nest to kidnap a teenager, Shisui scoffed, unconcerned that he might be in front of Ba Sing Se's secret police. But that's the interesting thing, Sage Shisui, you're not just any kid. You changed the world, and that's saying a lot, even for some avatars in history. We daily believe we can use your wisdom for something greater. The man didn't bother to hide it, because there was only one outcome for the evening. Shisui will come with them whether he wants to or not. You know, years ago, I saw Avatar Kyoshi. She was one of those who gave me the title of Sage. The Dai Li was visibly uncomfortable at the mention of this avatar, but he let Shisui continue to speak. It was another sign of his mercy. I don't know what ideas you have about sages per se, but let me prove to you and the world just how dangerous a sage like me can be. Shisui's golden eyes seemed to emit a faint glow as his chi flowed through his body. His past life was a memory, but as I said, it gave him experience in many situations, especially killing. Killing perhaps hundreds of people to survive in a world gone mad, and now he would resort to it, even if his fight would only be against a dozen. Shisui then took in the special sight of his gift and noticed a familiar aura that made a smile appear on his face. He would not fight alone. A fire missile started this chaotic battle. Azula joined this battle. What was she doing here? It didn't matter, there was a fight to be had. 13. Azula's blue fire. Since Azula had gotten up from the table a while ago, she had been uncomfortable. Not angry, as one might expect, but particularly depressed. Why hadn't Shisui ever noticed her? That was what she thought as she was distracted in her thoughts. Shisui is a fool, she said quietly in annoyance. But there was no fuel to fuel her anger beyond that little sentence. Shisui was reluctant to talk about his now confirmed past life, but perhaps the answer to his attitude lay therein. She never thought that Shisui would be so slow to notice his feelings for her, so something else had to be at play. Some love from the past. The loneliness of a long and boring old age. Or something darker. It all remained questions and suppositions that led nowhere, just free-falling with nothing to fall back on. Azula was about to head back to the dining room when she saw someone who made her stop. Lily, why did she have that bad look on her face? Curious, she approached the girl, who noticed her and greeted her. Good morning, Princess Azula. Can you help me with something? I would like to make up the classes I didn't take today, but I don't know how to tell the teacher. Lily was worried, which made her ask the princess. Normally, no one at school referred to the 3 members of the royal family by their birth titles, but she desperately wanted the help Azula could give her by making the teachers feel sorry for her. How come you haven't been to class? I saw you in the cafeteria earlier. Azula thought Lily wanted to play a joke on her, but she narrowed her golden eyes as she noticed the growing fear in Lily. The girl turned pale in a few seconds. I didn't go to class today, I overslept and... There was no need for more, both girls were smart enough to see the problem at this point. If Azula's demonstration had been the immature act of a teenage girl, it was no longer. Her face twisted into an angry grimace as she tried to control herself. Azula looked at Li, and for a moment, the girl was afraid of Azula. She had been a bit bold in her intentions with Shisui before because he wasn't technically married. But seeing Azula's eyes at that moment, she understood something of the utmost importance. Azula was on another level. Then, as if something inside her reacted, her body tensed as she looked straight at the school buildings, then her gaze turned to Azula, but she looked only at the ground, and with respect in her voice, she spoke. "Princess Azula, I will call the proper authorities, please don't put yourself in danger," the girl said before quickly running off to give the warning, while Azula stood still, clenching her fists tightly. "I know a person or persons have been protecting me all along, don't mess with me," Azula said calmly, or at least she seemed to be. Her face was icy, but her emotions burned with anger as she remembered the place where Shisui should be now. At this point, she thanked the boy very much for talking about chi that day. Azula's understanding of chi meant that she used it exclusively to empower herself, be it her body or her fire. Flames erupted from the princess' feet and propelled her high into the air. The wind blew through her long hair, and with each kick into the void, a flare propelled her into the air and forward. Mastering this kind of acrobatics was difficult at first, but aside from Petra, she was the most physically fit. In the end, Azula's best weapon was always herself. As she walked away, 3 blurry figures appeared beside her, their features covered by black clothing except for their eyes, which were all gold. "The princess is in danger, someone has planned an ambush against Shisui and his lack of guards has prevented us from knowing the news until now," one of them said in a female voice, but another figure quickly answered her. "He is a sage, he does not need guards, but perhaps he will be overpowered by his enemies. The princess is still fragile, she may be injured, but..." This figure fell silent and gave way to the last of them. "The Fire Lord expected this situation, and we already have an order for it. Let the little ones be watered with blood, for growing up under care is not optimal. The princess will no longer be fragile after this." The 3 figures already knew what they had to do, follow Azula, but not interfere in her fight, it was not necessary. Shisui may not have needed this baptism of blood, but the royal family did. Azula will emerge different, stronger. The 3 figures flashed before disappearing, leaving no trace of their presence, but an eagle hurriedly delivered the message to the palace. "Tell me, Ozai, did you allow those creepy guys to enter our borders?" asked Azulon as he drank a cup of tea. He had found a taste for the drink, though his obsession was not like that of his eldest son. "You must see how terrible our enemies are, father. We are not at peace, though it may seem so. This will not end until the Avatar comes directly to us and states his intentions," Ozai said, sitting in his study chair, holding the letter he was just sent. "The antidote we gave the girl did some good. Azula learned of the possible ambush on Shisui and is on her way to fight. It will be her first bloodshed," Ozai said seriously, though there was a hint of excitement in his voice, pride. "Oh, then we have a justification to fight. I doubt there will be as much resistance to our campaign as before, after all, they started it, so it won't be strange if we, sweet boss Sing say," Azulon spoke with coldness in his tone. He could be an amusing old man to those close to him, but he was a brutal former Fire Lord who had even ordered the death of a mother and her general without much remorse, except that the remaining child might be angry with him. "Iroh will be the general of the attack?" asked Ozai, but Azulon shook his head. "Iroh has his tea shop, don't bother him with the war, you know how he feels about it. I don't even understand how a pacifist like him became one of our best generals, the things in life," the old man replied before finishing his cup of tea. "Besides, I want to see what new things Shisui boy has come up with. Iron balls and gunpowder. What a crazy thing." "Ha ha 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 ha!" Azulon burst out laughing because he knew that all the preparations had been made especially for this moment. The debut of the most deadly thing man could have created since the thought of putting a stick and a sharp stone together, firearms. "Oh yes, it's Princess Azula." The Dai Li watched calmly as Azula fell from the sky, running a little to slow her speed. The girl was visibly out of breath, sweat pouring down her cheeks and her hair sticking to her forehead. But her golden eyes remained fixed on Shisui's, ignoring the unknown attacker's comment. "You're a fool," Azula said after catching her breath and assuming a fighting pose. "I am," Shisui didn't deny it, he had acted exactly like what he was, a 14-year-old, not that they were very mature at that age. "But first we have to take care of these guys," Shisui pointed out, and then one of the super-compressed water drops started to expand, alerting their enemies, but they didn't attack, they were curious, or at least the leader of them was. "Fascinating, really fascinating. Every time you prove something, it makes me want you even more. The Fire Nation doesn't deserve you, you have nothing to keep you here. The princess? If you like her, we can help you change her temperament to whatever you want, we're good at that. A gentle and patient girl? Rough and wild? Whatever you want, we can also bring you that spawn who calls herself Petra. For people like you a harem is not bad. We can mold your women to your taste, with no drama, no fights, and no conspiracies. What do you say? You'll have everything you want with us, Sage Shisui. We can achieve something great, something greater than what you could achieve in the Fire Nation." The Dai Li leader had never given up the idea of bringing Shisui, he just wanted to save himself from the unnecessary fight. "And that's one of the reasons why I really won't feel guilty if I kill you." The coldness in Shisui's tone was accompanied by the cold air coming out of the ice spear formed in his hand. All of the decompressed water was compressed into this spear, which took on a bluish hue, with oriental dragon motifs carved into the body of the spear and a length of 2 meters. Shisui emitted mist from his mouth, sparks of chi attached to the weapon dancing around it like little fireflies, but if you looked closely, they danced in a swirling pattern, only he understood why. "Disgusting," said Azula, who began to feed her inner fire with all her negative emotions, making it burn hotter, but most of all with control. Years of meditation gave her control over her emotions, so that she didn't get caught up in them, but also didn't depend on them. Along with the negative emotions, she also mixed the positive ones in equal proportions. Protection, care, affection, passion, respect, love. It was the latter that was the key. Being with Shisui at that moment caused that elusive emotion to be used as fuel by Azula for the first time, serving as a catalyst for something far greater than she had expected. "Then let's see." With a gesture, several of his men made earth-bending gestures, together they created a wave on the ground that grew larger and larger, threatening to bury them. "We only need your mind after all, Shisui," the leader said before he made another gesture and had more of his men pick up large boulders and hurl them violently towards them. There was nothing behind them but a cliff. It was fight or flight, but for neither of them, it was a problem. Shisui controlled some water to create an icy surface over which he slid deftly, moving out of the ground wave's range of attack and using his spear to shatter several boulders that came his way. On Azula's side, her normal flames blossomed with an unprecedented color and intensity, blue. She had been able to create this type of flame before, but her control and energy were always inefficient, as if something was missing. She had tried to add certain emotions that would allow her to have this particular flame, but they felt strange and even made her a bit more mentally unstable, even if they were positive emotions, so ironically something was missing to ignite this spark in the right way. But at the risk of sounding corny, the current flames were more controlled, more stable, and most importantly, they did not shake her mind. On the contrary, it was as if everything had finally fallen into place. The release of the blues was like a mental catharsis for Azula, and she even felt that the energy flow in her body was much more refined and stable than before, so she felt no fear of the incoming attacks. The girl mimicked Shisui's movements, but it was the fire that made her glide deftly along the ground, dodging a ground wave, skimming over it to overcome it, and facing the rocks in the air. Firebenders were natural acrobats, and in the air, Azula spun her body, sending out whips of blue fire that split the rocks aimed at her in two, and as her body fell, the blue fire concentrated in her fist. The fist loosely took the shape of a hawk's beak, and with its landing, she struck forward, sending a wave of fire. The wave was led by the vague shape of a bird of prey. The earthen walls the Dai Li had erected were meant to stop such an attack, but they soon crumbled, leaving no one behind. Azula looked at the group of Dai Li approaching her. Half of the dozen, the other 6, including the leader, were with Shisui. A stone hand flew towards her, a tentative attack from the Dai Li, but Azula quickly kicked the ground, creating a column of blue fire that shattered the hand, and then the column turned into a whirlwind that scorched the ground as it flew towards one of the Dai Li. Another of the Dai Li attacked Azula's melee, fists covered in stone, but Azula defended herself by lifting her leg, her display of elasticity turning into a twist of her body, delivering a fire-drenched kick to her foe, knocking him away from her. Head first, Azula began to spin on the ground, spraying circles of fire to keep the others from approaching while also destroying the projectiles fired at her. Her hands exploded, helping her to her feet, and with a running pose, she launched herself at the enemy who had escaped her tornado of fire. Thinking it would be a close fight, the Dai Li attacked first to keep the initiative but did not expect Azula to suddenly open her mouth and spit out a small fireball. It was not enough to hurt him, but it distracted him enough for Azula to get dangerously close. The Dai Li had not expected such martial prowess from an underage girl, and their playful attitude had gotten them into trouble. Azula's hand clung to the tall earthbender's body. She had to jump to reach him. After all, she was quite small for her 12 years. But that didn't matter now as concentrated fire erupted from her palm, one that went straight through Dai Li's throat. Azula held the dead body of her enemy to protect herself from the barbs, arrows, and rock hands that came her way. Inevitably, her body was covered in blood, but her face remained serene, with excellent control of her emotions as she finished setting Dai Li's shattered body on fire, much to the horror of his companions. Azula tossed the flaming body aside, her stomach churning at the thought of the barbecue smell of the flesh, but she felt nothing for killing someone. Any emotion that could be a problem was extinguished by the blue flames inside her as fuel. A little trick she discovered and decided to use. Even though the danger of such a technique was high, emotions were the fuel of the fire, but they shouldn't be destroyed by it. What she was doing was particularly bad, but she didn't feel like experiencing the hardships of her first kill, not now. She would cry in her mother's arms when the battle was over, feeling those emotions as she should. For now, she had to fight her enemies who would now attack her in earnest. On Shisui's side, after shattering the rocks with his spear, he rushed towards his enemies, creating ice arrows to deflect the enemy projectiles. His approach was met with a sneer from the Dai Li leader, who stomped hard on the ground and created curved rock spikes in Shisui's direction, trying to limit his movement. Shisui didn't care about the obstacles in his way, and to the astonishment of the Dai Li, he leaped over the spikes, even directly over the straight ones, all because some chi motes got in his way to prevent damage. "Get serious or your people will die," Shisui said before looking sideways at how Azula was doing. The girl had yet to score her first kill, but she was doing well in Shisui's eyes. "Do you think we care?" "No. I can train more of them with the same level of skill and obedience. If it is necessary to lose some of them to have you, I don't care. Don't you understand how valuable you are, Shisui? You are an innovation in this stagnant world. Opportunity. Even if it weren't for your lack of other elements, you would be the perfect avatar in my eyes." The man looked at Shisui obsessively, and Shisui finally understood the madness in this man. "I see, an idealistic megalomaniac. I had one like that years ago. Now he's a good father," Shisui joked, but his eyes focused on the aura of all the Dai Li around him. They were made from the same mold, or so Shisui could perceive with his gift. Apart from some differences in the aura, all Dai Li except the leader was the same, something that chilled his blood. It was like seeing identical dolls stacked on the shelf of a hardcore fan. A strange feeling grew in Shisui, something instinctive. The fear of what tried to be like you, but failed. Shisui first experienced the uncanny valley with humans, and he didn't like the feeling at all. He might not have grown up in a certain freedom-loving country in his first life, but the individuality of each human was something he agreed with. The Dai Li were something twisted, something downright inhuman, and the determination in Shisui grew when he knew that. To kill them was to free their beings from whatever they had done to these people in Ba Sing Se. Shisui shot out of the spikes at one of the Dai Li, the one that looked relatively weaker under his special vision. As expected from an earthbender, he created a solid rock wall, but Shisui knew where he was hiding and his spear was no ornament. With a strong forward lunge, his spear spun as the motes of chi floating around it contributed. Shisui shattered the rock wall, and at the astonished look of the Dai Li, Shisui speared him in the stomach, charging forward as blood and flesh were twisted by his spinning spear. Stopping his run, Shisui drew his weapon and waved it with one hand, shattering projectiles that flew towards him. His free hand waved gently, creating a dome of water around the head of the suffering Dai Li, and spikes of ice surged inward, staining everything red. There was silence. Shisui looked calmly at the corpse on the ground, getting used again to the loss of color that accompanied the death of a person at his hands. Shisui turned and watched as the remaining Dai Li tried to surround him, but then Azula killed another one of them, making the situation subtle. The tension rose as both sides seemed to re-evaluate. Something interrupted the fight, however, as a stone spike rose behind a Dai Li and struck him in the back, his cry of pain drowned out by a silver flash. The Dai Li's head flew up in pain before landing in front of their leader. "We need to balance things out a bit, don't we? What are you bastards doing in my kingdom?" Zuko's voice was different from before. If the boy was always happy or giggly most of the time, now everything had changed. Adolescence did its masterful work in his voice. His relatively high-pitched voice became deeper, and his golden eyes looked at each of his enemies, and for a moment they felt as if they were standing in front of a sharp sword. Zuko held the blood-covered weapon in his hand, but a flame erupted from his body, burning the crimson remnants to nothing. The firstborn of the current Fire Lord had just arrived. No, Zuko the swordsman had just arrived. Along with him appeared Petra, who was a bit pale from assisting in a murder, Ty Lee, who no longer had that smile on her face, and Mai, who was twirling a dagger in her hand. "Kids, seriously, some kids want to fight us? Pathetic, this is not one of your cheap novels, this is real life." Now you will see the fury of the Dai Li. The leader's calm facade fell off at this moment. He would show the brats what real suffering was before he broke their minds and had them as puppets at his disposal. He already had an idea of how he would punish these brats. He would make them say, "Welcome to Ba Sing Se," for the rest of their lives. 14. Sword Heart. Zuko didn't bother to play along with the man, so he silently shot at a pair of Dai Li, who greeted him with rock spikes and flying boulders, but that wasn't enough to stop him, not now. Keeping up with his breathing, Zuko dodged the incoming attacks. The ones he couldn't were again controlled by Petra, who sent them back to their place of origin. In a way, it was strange to have an earthbender on the team, but the others had Petra to thank for keeping them from being surprised with attacks they couldn't see or dodge. "A rat bastard like you doesn't deserve the gift you were born with," said one Dai Li, who had gotten close enough to Petra to render her earth control ineffective. "At least I'm not a pitiful man like you," Petra returned the insult, accepting the silent invitation to hand-to-hand combat. Soon the two of them entered into hand-to-hand combat in which the Dai Li's technical superiority was demonstrated, thus ending the support the other young men had received, but Petra's tenacity and the strength brought by her earth element allowed her to withstand the worst and absorb the knowledge the Dai Li displayed. Without knowing it, the Dai Li had ironically become Petra's whetstone, who gradually began to resist his attacks, to defend herself better, to counterattack at key moments, and even when she was covered in blood and bruises, her olive eyes shone with concentration. "Annoying rock skin," muttered Tai Li, who had tried to block a Dai Li's chi only to feel discomfort in her finger. "Do you think we would attack you without investigating you a bit? Although you are not a concern, you have been under our attention for a long time," Dai Li said arrogantly as he covered his fists with sharp stones, increasing the risk of his attacks. "Then you should fire your spy because he seems to have stayed on the surface," Tai Li replied with a small teasing smile on her lips. Small white specks began to emerge from the girl's outstretched hands, her chi swirling around her hands. The girl glanced at Dai Li's aura, deduced his impending attack, and prepared to respond. She dodged the spikes that appeared beneath her feet with a leap that carried her forward, her speed even higher than before, her body hunched to reduce the air resistance, her hands at the ready. The Dai Li created a small mound of earth that he pushed towards her to trip her, but she used it as a foothold to jump over it and land in front of the Dai Li, who was crouching, covering his body with his rock-covered arms. But instead of using her fingers, Tai Li struck with her fist and a grin appeared on the girl's face as she heard the familiar crunch of the stone breaking. Taking the Dai Li by surprise, Tai Li flexed her legs to propel her body upward in a leap, using her left fist to strike with a ferocious hook. Her body rose, her fist completely shattering the stone protecting the Dai Li. She swung his arms away and spun in mid-air to strike the man in the face with her knee. "I don't just know how to block chi, you fool," the girl said before continuing to attack the man with the bloody nose, who had already recovered, showing off his experience and toughness. "Piece of cake," one Dai Li said after creating a wall of earth to defend himself from the small blades Mai had thrown at him. The man gave her a grin before creating two huge earthen palms connected to the ground that quickly moved towards Mai, who nimbly jumped back to avoid the grip. She knew that as an assassin, she was good at recognizing danger, and to be caught by those hands was to become the human equivalent of mosquitoes, so as she threw needles, blades, and even steel balls at the Dai Li, she kept dodging. Until one of the marbles thrown by Mai exploded into a black smoke that covered Dai Li and herself. In such a situation, Dai Li quickly bent down to touch the ground, trying to feel the seismic waves propagated by her enemy's footsteps, but he could not perceive anything. Out of instinct, he turned around and struck the ground hard, creating curved spikes, but there was nothing there, only black dust. Dai Li was not alarmed, he was used to fighting in the dark and his ears were sharp enough to perceive everything around him, but there was nothing. It was as if the girl was not in the area covered by the smoke, but why had she created it? It wasn't until he felt a small uncomfortable sensation in his chest that he realized, he thought it was just a special smoke bomb, not poison one. He didn't mind dying, but the Dai Li didn't want to waste his life in this place, in the hands of a brat, so he chose a direction where he could hear his companions fighting and ran towards them. Only to feel a terrible pain in his Achilles tendon, his body stumbled and when he tried to touch his limb, he felt blood, his blood. Then, for the first time, he heard the voice of his enemy. "You won't get out of here," Mai said in front of Dai Li, coming out of nowhere and scaring the man a bit, who wasn't used to this situation. It was his people who always came out of the shadows and tormented the others, not the other way around. Such a situation, contrary to what he was used to, made him fall into a state of mental chaos, and although it took him a short time to recover with his training, Mai had long since disappeared from his small field of vision. Zuko used his left hand to send a concentrated stream of fire at the rock wall that stood in his way, shattering it with the concentration of the flames. Maybe he couldn't beat Azula in terms of intensity or fire spread. Blue fire was an extremely good flame at that, but he'd found his way. Firebending had the peculiarity that, under certain circumstances, he could turn the fire into pure impact power. Why would that happen? If fire was, in a sense, almost as elusive as air, but even air can become hard or heavy, Zuko understood, then he explored this characteristic of fire to the fullest, creating a unique style for himself. It was not the lush hot flames of his sister or the intense fire of his uncle or father, it could not even compress as much as Shisui's water or be as solid as rocks, but for him, it was what he needed to complete his own path. The sword in his right hand was covered in flames that gradually took on a fixed shape, no longer waving randomly driven by the wind or his sudden movements but clinging to his weapon like a warm cloak. And when he swung his weapon at a huge rock that flew at him, he could easily cut it, leaving both sides of the projectile scorched. It was demanding, but he wasn't here to conserve energy. Zuko would end up including 3 people in his body count. The prince slashed and smashed everything in his path, spikes rising from the ground, walls, waves of earth, rocks, arrows, stone hands, everything. When he was near a Dai Li who tried to step aside and engage in hand-to-hand combat, his mind focused as he held his weapon with both hands. Chi fueled his fire not only with emotions but with his own will, his knowledge, and his experience. His fire did not change, it was still the same as everyone else's, but the Dai Li saw Zuko's sword coming closer, even though he managed to turn a stone he held close to him into a needle that he shot at the prince, and even though his companion did not hesitate to attack, knowing that he could hurt him, Zuko did not stop his attack. A gigantic rock thorn pierced the Dai Li from behind, threatening to impale Zuko as well, the stone needle piercing the prince's left shoulder, but his sword had already been released, it had already taken shape. A red arc of fire slashed upward from below, rising several feet into the air, slicing everything in two, Dai Li's body and the stone thorn that was inches away from plunging into Zuko's abdomen. Zuko felt his injured shoulder, he thought about leaving the stone in there, but it could be used against him, so he pulled it out and cauterized his wound. With the sword raised in his other hand and still connected to the fire bow, the prince swung it at the other Dai Li, the one who had used his partner as cover for his sneak attack. The Dai Li dodged, the attack was especially slow and he was far enough away to see it coming. But the ground was left with an indentation that radiated heat and glowed red. Zuko caught his breath as he fanned the flame on his weapon, it was an experimental attack, but it served his purpose. Ever since Shisui had told him how some swordsmen could create wind by waving their weapons, he had wanted something similar. Sure, he could shoot fire bolts through his weapon, but nothing substantial so far. And even though he knew that his sword would suffer structural damage from what he was doing, it wasn't the weapon he held in his hand that mattered. What matters is the sword I carry in my heart, Zuko muttered before resuming his attack on the Dai Li, who was visibly more cautious and tried to group with others, but Zuko wouldn't let him interrupt the others' fight, not when Azula and Shisui seemed to be having fun. They had to clear much of the battlefield because of Azula, who was fighting two of the best Dai Li who had come on this mission, who could make earth creatures tough enough to stop the brutality of their blue fire. But that was exactly why the princess had opted for the area and indiscriminate attacks, moving swiftly across the terrain like a shooting star. Each attack was always accompanied by a large amount of blue flames, flames they had to protect themselves from. Until the Dai Li looked at each other for a few moments before making the same movements, it was ground style, but there was something different about it, light movements, as if they were trying to float. Airbending. Azula recognized, moving towards them to stop them from doing what they were planning, but the Dai Li were much faster. A tornado of earth emerged from the ground, not only spinning wildly but seeming to have considerable suction as it attracted Azula's blue flames, which were scattered across the field. The tornado took on a reddish hue from the heat and temperature, but Dai Li's concentration kept it spinning faster and faster. It was like a giant earth-shattering drill, and this thing was headed for Azula. Is this what Shishir meant when he said each element can learn from others, even its opposite? Muttered Azula as she watched in awe as the giant earth and rock creation headed toward her. Azula was very stubborn about some things, preferring a very brutal fire style and focusing purely on power, not thinking so much about the relationship between fire and the other elements. That's why she took a dim view of Zuko's attempts to emulate earthbenders to harness the power of fire. She thought her Azula flames were better than that. If anything, she emulated some of Shisui's actions that made her flames more malleable, but nothing more. But in the face of something she might never see an earthbender do so easily, she recognized it and even felt a little foolish for acting a little immature when of all the people she knew, Shisui had chosen to learn from other elements and incorporate them into his style. I'm a fool too, she thought to herself as she focused on the impending threat. It was never too late to try new things, especially when she had already practiced what she was about to do. She wasn't going to fight it, no, she was going to attack the source of the problem directly. Azula shook her body with a softness inspired by the waterbenders, and embarrassment appeared on her face as she remembered how she laughed when she saw Zuko clumsily imitating Petra's movements. Now she was directly imitating Shisui, whom she had watched train since they were young children, his actions etched in her mind, and with her talent, she was able to make them her own. Her index and middle fingers of both hands outlined a subtle trajectory in the air. If Shisui bothered to look, he would recognize the yin-yang in these gestures. Blue sparks, different from her flames, erupted from her hands, her energy splitting into two different strands, but trying to come together again. Under her guidance, their chi collided and their fire transformed into something else. The sound of thousands of flying birds echoed, and a thick blue beam flew from her hand toward one of the Daily at such a speed that it was unable to defend itself. The rock vortex collapsed in front of Azula, and she hurried to avoid being crushed by the pile of hot rocks. The Daily she had attacked was on the ground, shaking from severe burns on his body, and the other looked at her in fear. Not to be outdone, although it was known that the royal family could create lightning as a sub-element, they never thought that Azula would learn such an ability, let alone so fluently and quickly as to use it in battle. I still have time to learn more about the other elements before Shisui graduates. With such a thought, Azula was very upset that she would have to wait 2 years before seeing Shisui again, who would be leaving for the army right after school ended. So her fire was amplified as she leaped at the fallen Daily, her right hand sending out a pillar of fire from the soles of her feet that twisted into a serpent of flame that flew at the fallen enemy and burned him to a crisp. A stone spear flew toward Azula, who had turned her back, but she gently waved her hands, creating a dome of blue fire that partially deflected the spear, just enough to avoid hurting her. "Now I feel more desire to burn you," Azula said, noticing that her control of the restless blue flames became even better with each movement she imitated from Shisui, reminding her even more of the early separation. Azula would take her time to integrate Shisui's movements and then do the same with Petra's, as she had seen it was good for her. Why continue to be stubborn? Maybe then she would have more to talk about with Shisui, they could even spend more time training together. This thought brought a smile to Azula's face, making the Daily uncomfortable as she saw the princess laughing as she stepped over a charred corpse. Not even the Daily were as sadistic as the princess, but the man had no fear of death. He could see it now, they were going to lose this raid, and their leader's attempt to capture a sage in the heart of the Fire Nation now sounded like what it was, the delusions of a madman. A bit of human sensibility shone in Dai Li's eyes as he questioned his life while trying every way he could to stop Azula. Maybe in the end, he could die like a real person and not a puppet. 15. Chaotic Water. "I admit, you are strong, but you will not be able to get out of this," Sage Shisui, the Daily leader, tried to talk to Shisui again just before the fight started because of Zuko. "But even if I fail, more will come against you. Even if they lose, others will come until they drown you. If we don't have you, we will make you live in the shadow of fear forever," the man said, trying to use fear on Shisui, but the teenager laughed. "No, I will come at you directly," Shisui said, taking the initiative to attack as he saw Zuko do the same, using his blood-stained spear as a defense against the various attacks of the Daily. This time he did not slip, he had to conserve the available water. Even if he was surrounded by the water he could manipulate it and had a super-compressed water drop floating around him, there was no reason to waste it. That was the downside of waterbenders, the lack of an element you could control unless you were in certain places. Although water could be obtained in many ways in places without it, Shisui had constructed his fighting style so that he did not need large amounts of it. A Daily emulated him and created a stone spear to attack him directly, while his partner and leader used other methods of attack. Barbed walls on the sides threatened to close in around him, but he was not afraid and even laughed. Shisui felt it, he was integrating the experience of his past life into his new self, those dormant instincts, that bloodlust independent of whatever had messed up the mind of humanity in his old life, those alert instincts. For the first time in this world, he felt the tingle of imminent mortal danger. It wasn't bullets flying at him, it wasn't explosives, it wasn't people doused in gasoline catching fire as he innocently saved them. But there he was, letting go a little of the savagery he had held in check. He was not mad like in his past life, but every human being is a wild madman deep inside. Even though the humans of this world had nothing to do with the humans of his past life, that savagery was inherent in the concept of humanity, and it was now coming out in him. The leader Daily seemed to notice something when Shisui simply let the rock spear cut into his arm, the teenager ignoring the blood spurting from his limb and running to one of the walls, using his feet to scale it, using the spikes for support. Motes of chi cushioned the damage he would otherwise take, and since he was high up, he leaped into the air and spun his body. The ice spear in his hand began to rotate and his palms turned red from the friction, but he didn't care, he just focused on the Daily who had injured him. Die! The ice spear shot out at such a speed that it would surely have broken the speed of sound if it had enough distance. Shisui used water control to spin the weapon and send it flying at Dai Li, who was unable to defend himself in time due to the water strands holding his legs. The icy projectile went through an earthen wall raised by the rush and lost power, but pierced the Dai Li's abdomen. With several gestures of a Shisui falling from the air, spikes of ice erupted from the enemy's body as the ice spear was consumed and spread throughout his being. Such a brutal act caused the Dai Li leader to re-evaluate Shisui, noticing in the boy's golden eyes something he also had and was aware of: chaos. There was chaos in those eyes. Ha 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 ha. You're just like me, Sage Shisui. The Dai Li leader shouted as he kicked the ground, creating a platform of earth that slid towards Shisui. No, I'm just taking back what's mine. You're crazy, I'm just making plans, Shisui denied as he decompressed the water from the drop floating around him, turning it into hot steam. Plans? These eyes don't lie. You feel it, don't you? The desire to assert yourself over everything and everyone, the desire for greatness, the desire to destroy, to control, to shape other people's minds. The Dai Li leader raised a rock wall to protect himself from the hot steam, but it exploded and shattered everything, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. No, I just remembered how to effectively kill you. Shisui did not explain the context of his words, but the remaining water vapor floating around the Dai Li leader turned into chunks of ice and snow. The snow enveloped the man, sending him abruptly into a cold environment, while the other Dai Li threw stone projectiles in the shape of stalactites at Shisui. It was no longer a game of catch, but a game of kill. Shisui transformed the steam near him into a wall of ice to defend himself before using his hand to block the kick of the enemy closest to him. But with a gesture, the cold snow turned into hot steam and injured Dai Li. Skilled, very skilled, but you cannot stop me, Sage Shisui. Even with his skin blistered, the Dai Li leader continued to deliver melee attacks on Shisui, his hands and feet covered in sharp-edged stones that he used to inflict minor cuts on Shisui. The Fire Nation's soil was volcanic and there was a lot of obsidian, so Dai Li's fists were partially dark and glassy in texture, but the pain or his blood didn't matter to Shisui. He felt it, the experience and strength of this man, plus the bullying attacks of the other Dai Li. They truly deserved to be Ba Sing Se's secret police. But the pressure only made Shisui explode stronger at the right time. Like high-pressure steam, he used it to create an explosion that pushed the Dai Li leader away from him. The man flew away but was caught by his henchman's stone hand. The man didn't care about his burned skin, his broken bones, the blood pouring out of his mouth from internal injuries. He didn't even care about his target. No. He wanted to see how far he could push Shisui, how the teenager would explode. It's been a long time since I felt so comfortable, Sage Shisui. I never expected to have to resort to this, but you have pushed me over the edge, boy. Let me show you what I have gained from training and a little inspiration from the firebenders. The man turned away from his henchman and waved his hands, the earth around him moving as usual, but slowly taking on a reddish hue. Many fools believe that this sub-control requires firebender and earthbender parents, but no, Sage Shisui, it is only a rare way to control the earth. Only if you are connected enough to this element and understand its subtlety can you access it. Waves of magma surrounded the man, who waved his arms like an orchestral maestro. There are records of lava masters and metal masters in the history of Ba Sing Se. I don't know about metal control, but lava. I was inspired by the way Avatar Roku died trying to defend this land from a volcanic eruption. It was a very solid thing almost a century ago. Did you know that? The Dai Li leader looked at Shisui with his green eyes and a mad smile appeared on his face. Sage Shisui, can you handle lava? You grew up among firebenders, you can handle this little bit of heat, the man said, sending a wave of hot magma toward Shisui, who jumped backward and almost reached the edge of the cliff. He was a bit surprised to see this ability here, but he was not afraid. On the contrary, he wanted to test himself. Besides, there was something strange about this whole situation, as if it was background noise, and he wanted to end the fight soon, so the best way was to fight head-on. Shisui breathed, mobilizing his chi in his body at maximum power. Even though it was risky, he was multitasking right now and any mistake could put him in grave danger, but it was this feeling of being on the edge of danger that made him integrate many things in his mind. His posture changed, without any obvious style of control, he just seemed to stand there, but his bumpy posture alerted the leader of Dai Li. For some reason, Shisui had become much more dangerous to his senses, so he didn't want to waste any more time. Facing the incoming lava wave, Shisui controlled the 2 drops of compressed water he held close to his body and released them. Above his head, something appeared that could be mistaken for a large ocean due to the amount of water, but it was only an illusion. Shisui threw all the water as a waterfall. The impact force of his attack stopped the lava. The water evaporated quickly, followed by a loud screeching sound, but the resulting steam was quickly controlled by him and compressed into a spear that he threw at that stalker Dai Li. Even though he erected a stone wall to protect himself, the steam spear exploded it, revealing someone he hadn't expected, Shisui. Shisui had used the mist created by his attack to slip in front of this enemy and attack with a water snake on his arm. He had molded a water snake into his limb that quickly slithered over the Dai Li and wrapped itself around its prey like a python, impeding its movements. Shisui clenched his left fist, motes of chi flashing. He might not have mastered martial arts like Tai Li, who was an expert at it, but he knew how to strike, and with the residual steam around him, he enhanced his attack. A cloud of steam propelled his arm like a piston, and the enhancement of chi allowed him to hear the crack of broken bones as his fist struck Dai Li's nose, sending it crashing into his face. The remaining water in the area, whether it was liquid, solid, or gaseous, transformed into a thick cloud that covered Shisui before spilling forward like a huge wave, defending himself from a lava shuriken flying in his direction. Getting distracted while fighting me is not good, sage Shisui. A stone spike erupted beneath Shisui at the Dai Li leader's hand, slightly wounding the boy's leg as he jumped to avoid it. I suppose so, but answer me something, what exactly are you among the Dai Li? Shisui's question seemed to come out of nowhere, and as he used water to close the bleeding wound, his golden eyes looked at the man who controlled the lava as a new limb. I am your supreme leader. I'd like to say that, but I'm only responsible for certain things, you know, making certain stubborn people more obedient, but I got bored. Too easy, too boring, and then you came into my world, Sage Shisui. Imagine controlling a sage like you, making him loyal to the kingdom. No, to me, yes, wasn't that the plan? Practice on you, and when the rumored and longed-for avatar appears, I'll get some practice with hard targets. The man had never bothered to be subtle about his intentions, so he stated them openly. His madness was so great that the lava he controlled covered the body of his subordinate, the one Shisui had struck a short time ago and who was still alive. The man's cries of pain made the Dai Li leader take a deep breath, as if in ecstasy. Haven't you thought about it? Come on, I've tried everything, the fear side, the sexual side. You're unusually mature for a 14-year-old who didn't fall because of hormones. I tried the subtle side, the idealistic side. What do you want from me? Oh, you want what's mine. You want what is mine. You want to take what's mine. The man shouted wildly, nonsensical, incoherent ramblings that showed his growing madness. Shisui noticed something extremely peculiar about Dai Li's aura, something writhing inside him, tugging at the colors of his aura, and when he concentrated to the point where drops of blood dripped from his nose, he saw something that chilled his blood to the core. A pair of eyes with vertical red pupils, black claws holding something, and a cat-like body crouched on the inside of the man. As if noticing his gaze, that being looked back at Shisui. An exaggerated expression appeared on its feline face. Worthy of a sage who attracted avatars. Another voice came from the man, his body now visibly showing body mutations, cat whiskers, the same red eyes, and a body full of black lines radiating dark energy. It's not time yet, but you are a threat to the next harmonic convergence, but this flesh vehicle doesn't make much sense anymore. He really thought he could trap you deep in the Fire Nation. What an imbecile. The spirit spoke through the man, his movements becoming more and more rigid, but the lava he was manipulating had become a large cat made of molten stone. In front of Shisui stood this huge construct of hot magma, distorting the air with its very presence, but its golden eyes remained fixed on the possessed man, and an emotion grew within it, rage. Pure rage, pure rage, pure rage. Every emotion or feeling associated with those 3 words filled Shisui's mind. He hated what he saw, mind control irritated him, but possession? Oh no, possession was his big NO in this life and the past. As if a button had been pressed, all the fighting stopped as everyone fighting or watching the fights looked at Shisui, who had gently raised his hands in the air. The distant trees, bushes, flowers, and even some clouds near the cliff all leaned toward Shisui. The water in them was drawn to his person. As Shisui's nose bled from the mental effort it took to keep his gift active at maximum power and concentration, his body moved smoothly, mimicking the waves of the sea. His chi path was burning, his body's nutrients were being consumed, and his body was visibly shrinking due to the loss of flesh, but he was using everything he had to mobilize every ounce of his power for one purpose: to extinguish what lay before him. With a great roar, the water surrounding Shisui was transformed into the appearance of a gigantic oriental dragon. This appearance had a meaning, and if you saw the glowing blue eyes of this dragon, you would notice that it seemed to have some sentience. Truly a danger. You are not the Avatar, but you have gone to this extreme with your waterbending, the likes of which have not been seen in nearly a century. The war between humans prevented humans from reaching this point, but you have, Sage Shisui. Fortunately, my master asked me to eliminate you, the possessed man said before hurling the lava cat at Shisui. This hurts, it hurts too much, I feel like I won't even be able to walk for weeks after this, but, this is the best I can do, Shisui thought as his special vision became more and more abstract. In front of him there was just a cluster of disgusting colors that he had to clean up. This is very juvenile, but... Chaos Water Dragon. Shisui shouted before pushing the water dragon against the large lava cat, causing the 2 elemental constructs to collide, softening the entire cliff and even causing cracks to appear. To think that imitating beings with your element was the next step, how interesting, what a strange development. Azula has this weird fuzzy hawk that comes out when she attacks. What would Petra have, or Zuko? If it's Aang, a flying bison, what about Katara, a penguin? Haha. Why am I thinking so much? This is no time for fantasies, you have to erase this and clean this up. There were no notes about this in Mom's diary, Mom. I have to do more research on her if I can. But... what if I just imitate what Korra did? Just wave my arms around like I'm dancing, Shisui finished the thought before he staggered, but a pair of hands caught him and kept him from falling. I have nutritional potions, so whatever overload I have, I just have to take them, then, let's wave our arms. Shisui, dizzy and seeing nothing but many indistinguishable colors in his eyes, gently waved his arms in a pattern he had never tried before. The competition between the water dragon and the lava cat continued, but Shisui's creation slowly glowed with golden light, alarming the spirit possessing the man. His form was above the cat, controlling its actions, so he was engulfed in the light emanating from the dragon as it enveloped his lava construct like a great snake. What are you doing? Stop! The spirit tried to use earthbending through the body it possessed, but the spikes or projectiles were knocked down by Petra or Zuko while Azula kept Shisui standing with her hands. They had finished their battles, taking advantage of the distraction of their enemies, and quickly went to help, but they ran into a situation they had never expected. Under the purifying light given off by the dragon, they could see the being that inhabited the man's body and knew instinctively that it was a spirit. Add to the mutations, and it was a classic case of possession, as recorded and taught in school. Shisui, he. Zuko said as he clenched the almost corrupted sword in his hand. He hadn't expected that there were spirits involved, those beings were really dangerous for humans. Shisui seems to be helping him, Tai Li said, noticing that the man seemed to return to his normal form, with no obvious body mutations. A large amount of black energy visible to the naked eye erupted from the man's body, the lava construct quickly melting and cooling. Soon, an ethereal-looking cat separated from the man and looked around in awe. It was more than obvious that the evil in it was gone. It was a small orange cat with green eyes that looked at the group of children with a very human expression of fear, but the others ignored it and watched as the water dragon exploded and covered them all. "Shisui, are you okay?" asked Azula to a pale Shisui lying in her arms. The young woman's almost worried face made Shisui, who could now see the real world, smile. With the only strength he had left, he brought his face close to Azula's as if to tell her something. Suddenly, Azula's pupils dilated visibly as she felt the warm touch on her lips. By the time she reacted, Shisui was unconscious on the floor after giving her a soft kiss. Azula and Shisui kissed. "They'll get married, they'll live happily ever after," sang Tai Li, who came out of nowhere and looked at her friend with a small smile on her face. Azula wanted to complain, but when she saw the bloody knuckles and flayed skin on her childhood friend's hands, the princess remained silent. She looked at the others, except for Mai, who had no visible wound from her fighting style. Her older brother and Petra were bruised. Zuko had cuts on his body and a nasty burn on his shoulder, while Petra seemed to have a broken arm as well as cuts on her face. She even had black eyes and a broken nose. When Shisui awoke, he realized that he was in his dimly lit room. His chi seemed exhausted but pulsating with life, something he noticed only on a full moon. In his arm was a needle connected to a strange serum, no doubt something of his creation, and only Azula was curious enough to enter his lab enough to know what he had in there. His body ached, he seemed to be in hot springs. He knew he had overdone it, he could even feel that he would need at least a month of reconditioning to get back to 100%, but inside he knew it was worth it. When he took advantage of the solitude he had to meditate, he noticed that he could dodge another world that overlapped the real world much better. He couldn't enter it, but it seemed much clearer to him than before. Meow, a meow brought him out of his meditation and he saw it. An orange cat had jumped on his body and was staring at him. "Oh no, an orange cat," Shisui muttered, and the cat looked annoyed at his words, but it got off his body. Shisui watched as the cat went through the wall, and soon after, the door to his room opened, revealing Azula, who was carrying the spirit as if it were just another pet. Azula approached him and stared at him. Shisui noticed that the girl seemed to be crying for a long time, and out of instinct, he made a joke. "Don't tell me it's been 10 years. Shisui asked with a smile on his parched lips, but Azula just looked at him as she stroked the cat in her arms. "Aren't you going to say anything? Hello?" Shisui realized that this was no time for jokes, and although he wanted to sit up, his weak body wouldn't let him. "I love you." Shisui was always one to lash out unexpectedly, but seeing Azula's lack of reaction, he expressed the deepest feelings in his heart without hesitation. A cat flew out while meowing loudly as Azula jumped on Shisui, hugging him tightly and filling his lips and face with many kisses, leaving the boy at a loss for words, especially with the princess words. 10 days, you fool. You slept for 10 days after doing that crazy thing. Against stupid rookies. They weren't even important people in the Daily, they were just rejected boys. Azula sobbed a little as she let her head rest on Shisui's chest, who didn't know how to react. "They sent a letter to my father apologizing for the unplanned attack and that they hoped it wouldn't sour relations between us and Ba Sing Se. But, the war has resumed, I won't see you for 2 years, you'll be back in a heightened conflict where anything can happen. The spirits want to kill you, for sure Dai Li won't leave alone, who knows if the Northern Water Tribe will send people to hunt you too, so you joke and say you love me after almost dying of exhaustion." Azula began to blurt out her grievances against Shisui's chest, which she had filled with tears. "Not only have you ignored me for so long, but you tell me you love me out of the blue. Do you love me, Shisui? Or are you just saying that to calm me down? Do you only want to marry me because Grandpa forced you to? Answer me, you fool." Azula looked up and kissed Shisui again before resting her golden eyes on his. "I can't control my emotions, I burned too many that day, and now I'm like a broken dam, a sea of tears. Shisui, say something, I'm going crazy," the grieving princess murmured before Shisui put his hand on her head. "You fool, is your concern for me so great that you haven't meditated? Sleep first. He advised her, knowing that Azula's strange attitude was due to the disadvantages of the technique she was using. Everything has a price. Shisui was falling into bed and needing to improve his physique for a while. Azula's was an emotional imbalance due to burning out some of her emotions, but it was easily solved, meditating. But she had barely slept, and worrying about Shisui made her lose control of her emotions. Add to that the hormones of puberty and we have this result. Azula burst out laughing before she kissed Shisui on the cheek and lay down next to him, not wanting to leave the boy's side until he had to go to the front to fight. "Do you love me?" she asked quietly. "Yes," Shisui replied. "You're not lying to me?" Azula asked in her sleepy voice. "I don't lie to you, I'm as sure as the water is clear," Shisui replied, and Azula took a while to continue speaking, this time with a yawn. "But your water sparkles sometimes, that's not clear water," she asked hesitantly, but Shisui turned around with difficulty, even though his body ached from the movement, and hugged her. "You say a lot of confusing things," he said, but Azula laughed. "You used to do the same thing when we were little, silly Shirshir." Eventually, Azula fell asleep, while Shisui had only one thing on his mind. How heavy was I as a child? From that day on, the dynamic between them changed in a subtle way. They were more open with their emotions and the way they treated each other, even if it was limited to simple kisses or holding hands, it was enough. Azula solved her emotional problems quickly, even realizing that her emotions were now much easier to dominate and control, which could be described as a blessing in disguise, or so Shisui told her while laughing at a joke that only he understood. Zuko had a pretty cool burn scar that was fortunately gone from his face. Shisui also helped remove the marks on Petra's face and Ty Lee's hands with one of the scar ointments he had in his lab. Azulon first teased Shisui about how well he had started to get along with his granddaughter in the last few days, also to talk to her straightforwardly about the situation that had led to the fight that day. Ki visited Shisui with sweets, Ursa cut his hair to give him a new hairstyle, Lu Ten gave him a forged spear, and Iroh gave him tea made from an interesting herb he found in an Earth Kingdom caravan. Mai gave him a painting of what happened that day when he purified the spirit cat they named Musu. Ozai even came up to him while he was recovering and thanked him. He, a man who had always been a bit uncomfortable with Shisui, thanked him. Li became part of Azula's entourage for some reason, apparently impressed by the princess that day. Stories of what happened that day were also told and spread throughout the world. Of course, the rest of the world did not take kindly to the Fire Nation resuming their military campaign, but they were fully focused on Ba Sing Se. They knew it would be difficult to breach the walls of that capital, but they wanted to make them pay the price. They only attacked Ba Sing Se, the other cities of the Earth Kingdom were relatively safe. This was, as said, San attack in retaliation for the attack committed by the Dai Li. Although those attackers were repulsed, the one who led the attack made a lot of the group, that was enough. At the end of the time set for his recovery, when Shisui confirmed that he was finally free of after effects, he prepared. Along with Zuko and many other young men of the Fire Nation, they went to the place where soldiers were recruited. It was from this place that the legendary stories of those who fought that day began. 16. In the army. You are here as recruits. Your wealth, titles, or social standing are not important when you are a recruit. Only one thing matters, your exploits in battle and the honor you can receive for them. But it is not easy, you have to learn to work together, follow orders, and kill. In a rather militarized training camp, a middle-aged man dressed in red and black, symbolizing his army affiliation, showed what he held in both hands. It was a long object made of metal and parts of wood, its overall black finish with white details just making it look like a nice stick, but Zuko's eyes wandered a bit to look at Shisui who was standing next to him. The two of them were standing in rows with other young men their age. None of them were wearing soldiers' clothing, just a white flannel and black pants. They were all standing and looking at the strange object in the man's hands. It is called a musket, a creation of a sage that allows anyone, even non-benders, to use the power of fire to destroy enemies. Less complicated than the bow and arrow, but just as dangerous, if not more so. Your training will not only include how to join the military but also how to effectively use this new weapon in a war. You will learn about muskets, you will love the musket, and you will be the musket. Do I make myself clear, recruits? The man asked, staring at the crowd of young men before him. Yes, sir, some shouted weakly, making the instructor sulk. Shout, you bastards! Do I make myself clear, you bunch of turtle ducks? The man's severity seemed to shake the recruits, who fared better this time. We do understand, sir. They all shouted even louder, but the instructor still sulked. If you went to school, you know how to march. But if there's a forgetful fool or someone who bribed the teachers to come here and doesn't know, I'll explain it to you nicely. Start with your left foot, okay? Lift your legs to a good height, keep your arms swinging, and don't stop walking until I tell you to, even if you have to take steps in the same position, don't stop. I don't care if you faint, I don't care if you are hungry or thirsty, you will follow my command, that's what I want you to do at this point. Don't you want to do it? Fight, achieve, rise. The Fire Nation will not stop you from reaching great heights, but it will depend on your effort to get there. And please, sing a nice song while you march, okay? Sometimes it's boring to be here with so many useless brats. The recruits began to march at his command, and out of nowhere, one person began to sing a song. Who lives in a pineapple in the spirit world? As they marched around the compound, Zuko looked back at Shisui and took the opportunity to whisper to him, now that they were out of the instructor's sight. Why didn't Petra come? Asked Zuko. She wants to spend a few days with her parents before she joins, although she is going to the army's development area. Who knew she was so mechanically talented? Replied Shisui, who had not expected that Petra would receive a direct invitation from the army researchers. Shisui also received such an invitation from many places, including the Navy, but he decided to start at the bottom of the military because it served his purposes better. It wasn't as if he couldn't go anywhere else. Being practically a member of the royal family gave you certain privileges whether you wanted them or not. What he hadn't quite expected was that Zuko would follow him. In Shisui's mind, Zuko in the canon looked more like a sailor than a soldier, but it was an interesting development. Destination? Canon? Who cared? He didn't, so he had a pretty good time when the instructor's orders changed from marching to jogging. His physical condition had recovered nicely after his fight, and he even felt like he had gotten a little stronger. By the end of the day, only he and Zuko were still standing, albeit with severe shortness of breath, while the others were lying down or on the ground with exhaustion. Well done, little sprouts, but they are still hothouse flowers in my eyes and will not leave my hand until they are flowers with poisonous thorns. Fortunately, it's dinner time, so let's eat. The curfew is at 9 p.m. If you're out of your resting place by then, well, we need volunteers to clean the latrines, you know? The instructor frightened the poor recruits with these nasty words, and more than one lost the desire to eat. But they ate, they had to because they knew they would have to live like this for a while. Many of them were in good physical condition, but today's training had pushed them to the limit and they needed to replenish their strength. So they spent 6 months training in a standardized, unified way, not to build muscle, but to synergize with each other as part of a whole. They were taught how to understand orders, how to use certain methods of transportation, how to use the new weapon called the musket, and how to form a wall of metal shields or spears. They were even taught the basic techniques of using chi, many of which had been jealously guarded by some or created by others in recent years. How to hit harder, how to skillfully run up walls, how to lessen the impact of falling. In addition, firebenders were taught the techniques of the army, how to attack in groups, how to use the flames on the battlefield, and how to combine their fire with that of a partner. Though there was some surprise to learn that Shisui was a waterbender, there were already several waterbenders in the army, even earthbenders, so it was not unusual. Sure, the higher UPS in the military camp knew who Shisui and Zuko were, but that did not translate into any privileges, and they were even much stricter with them than with the rest. It was in this atmosphere that both the prince and the sage melted into the great machine that was the Fire Nation army. They were still recruits, but they were the recruits of the Fire Nation, not of any other people or nation. Now, if you have a little more character in you, you know you are my worst group, but I am not lying to you when I say that I hope you can return home after fighting for our country and our way of life. The war in Ba Sing Se is still going on. I'm sure you've heard rumors, but I'll tell you straight. Even if we can't get through those giant walls, the fighting is fierce. Follow the orders of your superiors, fight with all your might, and bring honor to your families. Now, grab a helmet and leave before I decide you need another 6 months of training. The instructor pointed to a pile of Fire Nation helmets, then turned away, not wanting to see what was about to happen. He hated having to send young men off to war, only the spirits knew how many of them would return safely. Even if they would not fight directly on the front lines for some time, the idea was still bitter to him. At least it was a lot better than before, and the Fire Nation's over-the-top expansionism sent young men to die for it. Fortunately, these recruits would go several years without seeing more than a small skirmish before they entered a real battle. Except for these two, of course. The instructor turned to look at Zuko and Shisui, who didn't move with the others, just stood there and waited, even if they got strange looks from the rest of their classmates. After a few minutes, though, they understood the situation as a metal vehicle spewing black smoke approached them. The emblem of the Fire Nation was carved into the side, and it was a much more advanced model of the machine they learned to use in training. Direct orders to recruits Zuko and Shisui. Report, a young man in an army uniform stepped out of the vehicle with a pair of parchment scrolls in his hand. A young woman stepped out after the man and smiled at Shisui and Zuko, who easily recognized her. It was Petra, but why she was here, they would find out later. Soon, the orders were placed in the hands of the two young men, while Petra handed them 2 different helmets. Shisui's was completely black, with only a few golden details. Zuko's was a mixture of black, red, and gold, but the shape of the helmet as well as the color distribution was quite special. Petra pointed with her thumb to the car behind them. You will be going directly to the Ba Sing Se battlefront. Fortunately, General Iroh sent me certain items that you both will like and a gift from me. I just hope you will give me your feedback when you use them. Petra's words silenced the noise in the surroundings. The classmates of the 2 young men looked at her with some astonishment. They knew that Shisui and Zuko were quite special, but no one associated them with important people. Do you know how many people were named Shisui and Zuko? There were 3 Shisui and 4 Zuko among the recruits. Oh, looks like the black one is going to haunt me for the rest of my life, Shisui said before putting on his helmet. Even though it was a bit strange, he was already used to wearing one because of the training, so he got used to it quickly. Too conspicuous, Zuko complained about his helmet, although he found a note written inside it, and when he read it, his face turned red like a tomato. Then he wasn't so reluctant to wear this object anymore. I painted it for you, the note said, and he recognized Mai's handwriting from their long time together and the letters he exchanged with her. With varying emotions, the 2 got into the car and drove away from the training camp that had made them soldiers, but now they would face the harshest part of their situation. The real war. For their transportation, they took one of the first working prototypes of what was first called a flying boat, but later became known as an airship. A magnificent structure that demonstrated the Fire Nation's technological superiority. Imagine Shisui's surprise when he learned that Petra was part of the group that piloted this magnificent contraption. Few people have learned how to operate this baby. It's not just pouring coal into the furnace and waiting for the hot air to do its thing, you know, said Petra, who wore glasses on her head and had her hair completely disheveled. Aren't you supposed to be an earthbender? Why do I see you so happy in the air? Asked Zuko curiously, causing Petra to roll her eyes. Just because I'm an earthbender doesn't mean I hate not having my feet on the ground, Petra joked with the pun, but Shisui thought of something and glared at her partner. You're trying to master metal bending, aren't you? Shisui asked suddenly, making Zuko look at the girl in surprise. Isn't subbending supposed to be something like an ancient legend? Although that guy did lava bending, and according to Shisui, he mentioned something about controlling metal. Has he caught your attention since that day? Zuko's questions hit the nail on the head, but Petra just shook her shoulders reluctantly as she looked off into the distance. The trio stood on the deck of the airship and saw the dense clouds below them as a vast white ocean, and at a certain point to Shisui, it was exactly that, but those were details. Even the Fire Nation has only vague records of an avatar using this form of earthbending in the past. I'm good with crystals on Earth, and I'm even decently good at controlling sand, but there's so little mention of controlling metal that it seems like such a... Petra remained silent, unable to find a suitable answer, and simply leaned back against the railing. Weird, confusing. The same thing happened to me with that heat-bending thing Grandpa Sozin and Avatar Roku were doing, though it seems more like redirection than effective control. Not to mention when I found out there were people who could cause explosions with their minds. Luckily I'm good at redirecting rays, which my uncle taught me. It opened the door to trying to create better rays. Zuko spoke about his experience, resonating quite a bit with Petra on this matter. Why is there so little information from the past? Wouldn't it be great if everything could be stored and protected in a better way? A book or parchment can easily be damaged, but if we could find a way to store information and how to easily search for it without having to be buried under so many documents. Slowly an idea flashed in Petra's eyes, who pulled a notebook out of her oil-stained overalls and started writing quickly. Did she just... Zuko whispered to Shisui, who nodded as a smile appeared on his face. This was what he liked to see. Shisui just gave a small spark that made the minds of this world, trapped in monotony and war, begin to expand further. Great thinkers were emerging, and this did not discourage Shisui but rather made him feel particularly comfortable. A civilization could not depend on one man, and although he was intelligent, he had many shortcomings like many others. The gravity proposed by Nu Tun Tun, the astronomical advances made by Galileo, aided by his improved spyglass, the telescope. In the Earth Kingdom, there had been a certain Darwin who had become interested in the way the same animal was different in different parts of the world, even joining the pirates of the water tribes to explore remote islands. A certain Magellan of the Northern Water Tribe was encouraged to circumnavigate the world by boat, and although there was no news of him for the time being, Shisui was curious about the results the man might achieve. Some people had even explored the ruins of the air nomads' temples, not to loot, no one dared, but to record their culture as best they could, for no one knew if the airbenders would return. Though the hope was small, it was hope nonetheless. Imagine their surprise when they found studies on the human body, the composition of air, and even treatises on mechanisms that a certain Leo Vinci had interpreted and adapted, even inspiring interesting new creations. He hated having to send young men off to war, only the spirits knew how many of them would return safely. Even if they would not fight directly on the front lines for some time, the idea was still bitter to him. At least it was a lot better than before, and the Fire Nation's over-the-top expansionism sent young men to die for it. Fortunately, these recruits would go several years without seeing more than a small skirmish before they entered a real battle. Except for these two, of course. The instructor turned to look at Zuko and Shisui, who didn't move with the others, just stood there and waited, even if they got strange looks from the rest of their classmates. After a few minutes, though, they understood the situation as a metal vehicle spewing black smoke approached them. The emblem of the Fire Nation was carved into the side, and it was a much more advanced model of the machine they learned to use in training. Direct orders to recruits Zuko and Shisui. Report, a young man in an army uniform stepped out of the vehicle with a pair of parchment scrolls in his hand. A young woman stepped out after the man and smiled at Shisui and Zuko, who easily recognized her. It was Petra, but why she was here, they would find out later. Soon, the orders were placed in the hands of the two young men, while Petra handed them two different helmets. Shisui's was completely black, with only a few golden details. Zuko's was a mixture of black, red, and gold, but the shape of the helmet as well as the color distribution was quite special. Petra pointed with her thumb to the car behind them. You will be going directly to the Ba Sing Se battlefront. Fortunately, General Iroh sent me certain items that you both will like and a gift from me. I just hope you will give me your feedback when you use them. Petra's words silenced the noise in the surroundings. The classmates of the two young men looked at her with some astonishment. They knew that Shisui and Zuko were quite special, but no one associated them with important people. Do you know how many people were named Shisui and Zuko? There were 3 Shisui and 4 Zuko among the recruits. Oh, looks like the black one is going to haunt me for the rest of my life, Shisui said before putting on his helmet. Even though it was a bit strange, he was already used to wearing one because of the training, so he got used to it quickly. Too conspicuous, Zuko complained about his helmet, although he found a note written inside it, and when he read it, his face turned red like a tomato. Then he wasn't so reluctant to wear this object anymore. I painted it for you, the note said, and he recognized Mai's handwriting from their long time together and the letters he exchanged with her. With varying emotions, the two got into the car and drove away from the training camp that had made them soldiers, but now they would face the harshest part of their situation. The real war. For their transportation, they took one of the first working prototypes of what was first called a flying boat, but later became known as an airship. A magnificent structure that demonstrated the Fire Nation's technological superiority. Imagine Shisui's surprise when he learned that Petra was part of the group that piloted this magnificent contraption. Few people have learned how to operate this baby. It's not just pouring coal into the furnace and waiting for the hot air to do its thing, you know, said Petra, who wore glasses on her head and had her hair completely disheveled. Aren't you supposed to be an earthbender? Why do I see you so happy in the air? Asked Zuko curiously, causing Petra to roll her eyes. Just because I'm an earthbender doesn't mean I hate not having my feet on the ground, Petra joked with the pun, but Shisui thought of something and glared at her partner. You're trying to master metal bending, aren't you? Shisui asked suddenly, making Zuko look at the girl in surprise. Isn't sub-bending supposed to be something like an ancient legend? Although that guy did lava bending, and according to Shisui, he mentioned something about controlling metal. Has he caught your attention since that day? Zuko's questions hit the nail on the head, but Petra just shook her shoulders reluctantly as she looked off into the distance. The trio stood on the deck of the airship and saw the dense clouds below them as a vast white ocean, and at a certain point to Shisui, it was exactly that, but those were details. Even the Fire Nation has only vague records of an avatar using this form of earthbending in the past. I'm good with crystals on Earth, and I'm even decently good at controlling sand, but there's so little mention of controlling metal that it seems like such a... Petra remained silent, unable to find a suitable answer, and simply leaned back against the railing. Weird, confusing. The same thing happened to me with that heat-bending thing Grandpa Sozin and Avatar Roku were doing, though it seems more like redirection than effective control. Not to mention when I found out there were people who could cause explosions with their minds. Luckily I'm good at redirecting rays, which my uncle taught me. It opened the door to trying to create better rays. Zuko spoke about his experience, resonating quite a bit with Petra on this matter. Why is there so little information from the past? Wouldn't it be great if everything could be stored and protected in a better way? A book or parchment can easily be damaged, but if we could find a way to store information and how to easily search for it without having to be buried under so many documents. Slowly an idea flashed in Petra's eyes, who pulled a notebook out of her oil-stained overalls and started writing quickly. Did she just... Zuko whispered to Shisui, who nodded as a smile appeared on his face. This was what he liked to see. Shisui just gave a small spark that made the minds of this world, trapped in monotony and war, begin to expand further. Great thinkers were emerging, and this did not discourage Shisui but rather made him feel particularly comfortable. A civilization could not depend on one man, and although he was intelligent, he had many shortcomings like many others. The gravity proposed by Nu Tun Tun, the astronomical advances made by Galileo, aided by his improved spyglass, the telescope. In the Earth Kingdom, there had been a certain Darwin who had become interested in the way the same animal was different in different parts of the world, even joining the pirates of the water tribes to explore remote islands. A certain Magellan of the Northern Water Tribe was encouraged to circumnavigate the world by boat, and although there was no news of him for the time being, Shisui was curious about the results the man might achieve. Some people had even explored the ruins of the air nomads' temples, not to loot, no one dared, but to record their culture as best they could, for no one knew if the airbenders would return. Though the hope was small, it was hope nonetheless. Imagine their surprise when they found studies on the human body, the composition of air, and even treatises on mechanisms that a certain Leo Vinci had interpreted and adapted, even inspiring interesting new creations. And as if responding to the small inspiration he had, his chi flowed into his heart, out of the usual channels of chi. His chi then began to be pumped along with his blood, being an energy of an ethereal nature. It took up no real space, so to speak, so his blood was not hindered in any way. His blood and energy now shared the same path, and as if he was much closer to the source, his chi slowly changed, maybe just a notch, but it was a very noticeable difference from before. Shisui saw his life expectancy increase by a year, something that made him smile because he was simply letting his life flow much further than it could without wearing out. From what he knew of the four elements, Shisui felt that any master could achieve the same as he did by understanding the vital aspect of his element. Each element shared concepts such as life, even fire, the most destructive, could create life and even heal. Had he attained immortality? No, mortality was part of water, of the elements in general. All the elements could also represent death, even earth, or haven't you heard of the radioactive elements in earth minerals? I was just following the normal flow of things, and it was natural to live longer as long as you took good care of yourself or lived in a perfect environment. That was what Shisui had been driving in his body with his actions. Besides, maybe he could try to become a spirit. It was said that humans had the potential to become spirits but would die before achieving that goal, and he liked the idea, especially if he could continue to see the interesting things in this world. This was different from the two supposed ways to become immortal discovered in the Avatar world, one of which was rearranging the minute aspects of your body to stagnate it over time, while the other method seemed to require an avatar's chi to gain immortality. What Shisui was doing was essentially allowing something separate to coexist, like yin and yang. Life and chi were two sides of the same coin, and what he was doing was bringing them together. Taking advantage of the fact that he was probably in this state and would have to grope more to achieve it permanently in the future, Shisui wasted no time and began to move his body. Slowly, Shisui's body began to glow as the water covering his body responded to his bending. He was healing in the most profound way he could with his new state. The invisible wounds left by the arduous battle, the scars on his body, the dead or defective cells, and even small natural imperfections on his skin such as acne were gradually removed while he remained in this state. Not only that, the water also turned a brilliant gold, and black energy motes emerged from his body. He was purifying himself, for whether he wanted to or not, he had been contaminated by the murderous intent and death breath of war, as he could tell by looking at his aura. But only today could he find a way to do this feat, and when he finished, he knew that it was only a short time before dawn, but his body was in excellent condition. He felt even a bit stronger, his mind was clear, and he felt that he could gain many benefits by meditating, but that would be for another day because now he was going to start a skirmish and he had to be a part of it. He dried his clothes and made his way to the camp. Arriving at his tent, he took a spear with a blue shaft and black tip, carved with the Fire Nation emblem. He also put on his weapon, a special musket created by Petra. Although he would have preferred a more modern weapon, the spark he had created was enough and he wanted to see how things would develop naturally. Then an alarm sounded, indicating that Ba Sing Se's soldiers were about to attack. Strangely, it was always like that. They were the ones who attacked the camp every few days, and rarely did the Fire Nation launch an attack of their own. It was as if they wanted to drive them out of their territory, which made sense if you asked, but there was always something strange about it. The battle began as it had before, with huge granite columns falling from the sky like massive hammers, but it was more of an intimidation and delaying tactic than an effective attack. Although it was different this time, Shisui could sense that there was life in those pillars. Don't tell me. Shisui mumbled, a bit surprised about the thought that suddenly popped into his head. Then he activated his gift, which he had trained since his childhood to not only consume little energy but also to not cause too many changes in his temperament. That's why he used it at times when it wasn't necessary, but it was a way to train himself. He saw several colorful auras inside the granite pillar and began to curse the earthbender's ingenious tactics. He had never expected to see something so strange and absurd. Airborne troops from the Earth Kingdom? Yes, they were a fantasy version of them. And under the usual veneer of a normal attack, it meant one thing: this tactic had been planned a long, long time ago and was now being implemented for greater effect. Shisui wasted no time, his black clothing was recognizable and the people around him paid attention to him for a very good reason: they were under his command. As lieutenant, I order the firebenders to attack those pillars, now. Shisui shouted his order, and although strange, the men under his command did the same. Shouts rang out from the hot rock and suddenly, the pillar opened. Men in green armor from the Earth Kingdom poured out, some spewing steam and showing pained expressions, others seeming unaffected. Enemy attack! Shisui shouted, assuming a charging posture before lunging at the enemy with his spear at the ready. 4 drops of super-concentrated water began to float around him, and together with his usual clothing, the enemies were able to recognize him. Despite the pain, the training of these men allowed them to react in time and create irregular, particularly smooth walls of earth. Since Shisui had arrived on the battlefield, he had been conspicuous together with Zuko, so countermeasures to his usual tactics soon emerged, such as jumping between the earthbender walls whenever he could. Shisui didn't mind, it was this pressure that he wanted to improve, that allowed him to create ways to shatter stone walls with relative ease. With his free hand, he broke the surface tension on one of the water droplets and shot out a very thin jet of water. This jet was like a sharp sword on a piece of paper, cutting through the walls and exposing the enemies behind, who were not expecting such a development. Shisui also had a few things that he did not use to surprise his enemies as much as they surprised him. Musketeers squad, on my signal. Shisui raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. Several soldiers were on their knees, weapons at the ready, firing at the exposed soldiers. Blood flew as they were mowed down. Even though their actual armor was extra thick in vulnerable areas such as the torso or head, it was inefficient to cover their limbs with armor. The musketeers specifically targeted those exposed limbs. It was difficult, but among so many shots, some would hit. Shisui then jumped over the stone rubble and landed heavily on one of the enemies. A water serpent followed his arm and suddenly transformed into an ice needle that pierced the space between the torso armor and the helmet, right through the neck. His men quickly surrounded the incapacitated earthbenders, thrusting their weapons into the gaps in their protection and ending their lives. Shisui looked at the blood on the ground and knew he could manipulate it, but only because it was exposed to the air, with no life to resist. Would he do it? Not now. But under his bending, the blood plunged into the ground and a speck of chi emerged from it, plunging deep into the soil. At the very least, strong plants would grow here in the future. The Earth Kingdom's tactics seemed to have served them well, as one could hear the desperate cries of many lieutenants or commanders giving hoarse orders to the enemies who attacked unexpectedly. In the distance, Shisui even saw a huge mountain collapse on the Fire Nation wagons, turning them into metallic mush. Then he saw it, a blue fire falcon on the left flank slammed into one of the granite pillars, partially melting it. Azula is pissed, Shisui said with a smile before turning serious. This was just an initiated attack, most of the enemies were already on their way. It was great to see the earthbenders sliding on large blocks of dirt, one pushing them forward while others smoothed the path to be traveled, reducing friction or bumps. They also used the dust cloud to not only blind their enemies but also to prevent the use of firebending. No one wanted to die foolishly from a dust explosion, not when they sometimes mixed gunpowder into it. Gunpowder was not something exclusive to the Fire Nation, only that the Fire Nation actually made the compound with higher quality, but the Earth Kingdom also had their formulas, and the way they used them was clever, to say the least. Because of the Fire Nation's firearms and the technological effort to imitate them, the first enlightened people were born, who decided that if gunpowder was a compound made from materials found in the earth, why couldn't an earthbender manipulate gunpowder? Thus was born the strangest sub-bending of the war. Gunpowder bending became the earthbender's answer to the Fire Nation. In addition, there were rumors that the waterbenders of the northern tribes had experimented with potatoes and obtained a compound similar to water, but highly flammable. Shisui did not know how the situation had become so strange, but he was pleased with the imagination of others, even if it was used against him. But now, the battle was about to enter its fiercest phase. Thousands of rock projectiles were fired at them, but the firebenders created overlapping walls of fire with some consistency, stopping the attacks, and so the real conflict began. Bullets flew from the Fire Nation, while gunpowder balls with timers came from the Ba Sing Se soldiers. The fighting was terrible and chaotic, but Shisui moved among the combatants like a water snake. Always with his people and never separating from the army, the brave did not live long. It was always best to stay with your own as they could protect you. As mentioned before, using a lot of power was not optimal except in certain necessary situations. Thus, Shisui was limited to fighting with his blood-stained spear, creating pressurized water from the super-concentrated droplets floating around him, or firing an occasional bullet with his musket. Perhaps it was because of the healing and purification he'd gone through a few hours ago, but Shisui noticed that his stamina lasted much longer, and he didn't feel as tired as he should after an hour of battle. As the sun reached its peak above them, the Earth Kingdom's offensive was waning, while the firebenders' momentum was increasing. The sun was the source of the firebenders' power, and they were much stronger at noon. Especially the powerful firebenders, like a certain princess who created a huge wave of blue flames that consumed two enemies in front of Shisui. "Sure, I'm angry," shouted Azula, who was covered in sweat and blood and had an angry expression on her face. "They killed a tenth of me. That stupid column had crystals that prevented the heat signature of those bastards from reaching me. They were preparing to attack me, sure, and I didn't like that." Azula complained as she caught her breath, and then she noticed something strange about Shisui. Why did he look more handsome than before? Although Azula could only see part of Shisui's face because of his black helmet, her instincts didn't fail her. Even the boy looked taller than before. "I'll tell you everything. I found out something good last night," Shisui said, making Azula smile, and her bad mood was gone. The relationship between the two had progressed quite a bit, and Shisui had no reason to hide his training or the attempts he made every full moon, even inspiring the princess to further explore her flames. Though her sense of heat was not her own, Zuko's, Azula had studied fire-related mysticism and made up for much of the lost time in that area through her conversations with her uncle Iroh. Azula even learned to heal with her flames, something she never expected to do, preferring more powerful things, but having such an ability confirmed to the princess that she was on the right path. Petra, for example, also learned to heal with earth, and Mai and Tai Li even explored the use of chi for various purposes much more deeply. Imagine Shisui's surprise when he saw Tai Li juggling balls of chi, or Mai creating chi strings to control her assassination tools. No one was falling behind, the group was making progress, and in a way, Shisui felt a little sorry for Aang, though when he thought about it, he had a strange feeling. Maybe Aang won't be that far behind, he thought, though he didn't know why. Shisui and Azula pushed the Ba Sing soldiers, and he joined the rest of the Fire Nation army, leading them back to their heavily guarded walls. Shisui used his gift to see the aura of the wall, and the sight always fascinated him. There were many colors produced by the auras of all who lived within the great city, but the wall itself was the most interesting thing. For some strange reason, the wall itself seemed to produce its aura. He didn't know the exact reason, but considering certain philosophical ideas, he had some ideas. Probably, the centuries of people's devotion had caused the wall to gradually develop sensitivity. The passage of time and the influence of spiritual phenomena or people in the city had caused thoughts to appear on the wall. Or, stranger still, since everything had chi, since everything was chi, perhaps the wall became a spirit. Whatever the reason, it only made the siege of Ba Sing Se more of a tug-of-war between nations than an actual attempt to accomplish anything. Shisui wouldn't be surprised if it was the blood spilled on the walls that brought it to life, since strange things always happened in places where there was a lot of death. Back at the camp, the group of friends gathered around a campfire, and as Shisui stirred the broth that was being prepared, he told the others of his findings. "Wait, if I let you bend the flow of my life, will you make me beautiful and tall?" Tai Li, as usual, found the funny side of the situation and made Shisui almost lose control of the broth he was stirring. "What's on your mind?" Shisui asked with genuine curiosity, causing the girl to simply stick her tongue out at him. "Don't you know that we girls love beauty so much? Look at my sloppy skin. I like to tan, but fighting big men and women all the time doesn't do your skin any good, especially when they use large amounts of powder against you," Tai Li explained with visible resentment in his voice, but the girls present nodded. "Dust gets in uncomfortable places, would that be a Ba Sing Se tactic?" asked Zuko in a joking tone, causing the others to giggle a little. "But seriously, isn't bending the blood kind of heretical?" Petra asked the crux of the matter, causing Shisui to ponder for a moment. "It's an ability that can cause death, but it can be used to take care of others, all the elements and their sub-bendings are like that. I don't doubt that someone will use blood bending to inflict pain, you can see from the endurance of animals how much it hurts them. But I don't want to use it for that. Why, isn't it better to explore the infinity of these gifts we possess? It used to be thought that only water could heal wounds, but look at Azula and Petra, healing with their elements. There used to be a certain sense of superiority of masters over non-masters, but now a non-master can reach heights with chi that are difficult for a master to follow, who must neglect his attention to the advancement of his element. Do you know that it took me a year to make chi threads as a mai? Because I had to focus on training my waterbending, meditating, and practicing with the spear. Whereas Tai Li mastered that skill in less time. Zuko learned to detect heat to avoid being ambushed by the earthbenders again, and Petra imitated those crazy guys' powder bending. Heretic? I do not doubt that it's a controversial and uncomfortable form of bending, I don't like to use it on others, but on myself it's fine. Shisui poured the soup he had prepared, bending the liquid directly into everyone's containers. I missed your lectures, Azula said before starting to eat. They were needed, Mai said before spooning up some soup, blowing it out, and toasting Zuko. The war didn't ruin our wisdom, maybe the purification brought you back, huh? Said Petra jokingly, but Shisui stopped dead in his tracks at that moment. I think so, the battle and death affected me more than I thought. Does purification have a profound effect on the human psyche? Fascinating, it should. Just as Shisui was mumbling something, a soup spoon appeared in front of him. Azula had offered it to him, so Shisui did not hesitate and opened his mouth. The ideas and experiments had to wait, he wanted to enjoy this night with his friends because he had a strange feeling that he would spend a lot of time away from them for some reason. Just as Shisui decided to meditate that night to calm down and leave this strange thought behind, he felt a profound change in everything around him and even in himself. Time seemed to stand still and the door to another world opened for him. In a trance he remembered his whole life in reverse, in great detail. Until he came to his time as a baby and saw his mother's face, happy to have given birth to him. Then further back, to his last life, the chaos, the normality, his childhood, his birth, and then another life. Dying young on a battlefield because of something that looked like a Nazi. Further back, he was hanged for stealing food because he lived on the streets. Further back, because of the plague. Much further back, because of a bullet fired by a pirate who raided the merchant ship I was on. Back, back, back. Then he saw fragmented memories of what seemed to be man's deep admiration for all that they could not control, the sun, the moon, fire, darkness. Further back, when the first hominids had barely come down from the trees. Long ago, when great creatures ruled the earth, I was just a little vermin trying to survive. Way back when life was abundant. He went back to the beginning when the concept of life had barely emerged. He saw everything back to that infinitely dense point in no space and no time, and much further back, to the thermal death of an earlier universe. He went back much faster, much more fleetingly, his mind constantly bombarded by these images he could barely remember or process, but he didn't stop, he never stopped. Until he decided to. Then everything rushed forward, in a great flash that reached where he was now, to his current life, Shisui. With a terrible headache, he stood up but was a little startled to see the strange eyes of a young man before him, looking at him curiously. Hello, are you new here, do you want to play a little? Oh, how rude, I should introduce myself. I'm Aang. Who are you? The boy asked, making Shisui think he might have been drinking cactus juice. What? He asked before realizing where he was. Shisui almost cursed at the sight of the exotic and changing atmosphere of the surroundings. He was in the spirit world. Not only that, do you remember the avatars he met years ago? Well, they were standing in front of him, looking at him. Some smiled at him, others a frown, but it was Roku who approached him. Aang, first we have to get Shisui attuned, it's his first time here, Roku said before he offered his hand to Shisui, who stood up. Old man, what's wrong? Asked Shisui with some trepidation. Not to be outdone, if you saw all the avatars in front of you one day, without your element bending and with only your gift from a past life as an advantage, you would be afraid too. Do not worry, young man. You are here for 2 reasons, you achieved enlightenment on your own and because we lured you here when that happened, replied a female avatar, Yangchen. Enlightenment? I didn't seek it, exclaimed Shisui, but another avatar, one in very old Fire Nation robes, shook his head. Enlightenment is not sought or pursued, it comes to you naturally, something you have done and understood that allows you to attain it. You are neither the first nor the last, but you are certainly the youngest, the avatar said. Besides, it's time for you to return the help we've given you. We need you to train Aang, Kyoshi said, and Shisui already knew at that point that it was the only reasonable explanation. Some bastard put cactus juice in his soup. I just wanted to say a few things, like thank you for making this fanfic popular, seriously, it will soon reach 8K collections already, that's surely a tremendous stroke of luck, yes, luck, because I find no reason for it. Not counting Azula's cleavage on the cover, of course, cough cough. By the way, if you see that I delete some reviews, it's because, they're repetitive, they're just emoticons, dots, random letters, or words, nothing to add, or even people who don't even bother to ask in the comments or read on before saying something that I'm sure has an answer for chapters later. I don't care if you give me 1 or 2 stars if you give me a real review telling me what I need to improve or what flaws the story has, believe me. I read them and I get to work based on what they tell me and I notice what I really need to do. That, and I delete comments that might be offensive or undesirable. The story will have sexy moments at one point, there will be a +18 in that chapter, but that doesn't mean I'm going to allow comments with porn gifs or NSFW pictures. Anyway. Thanks for everything. I won't let this story drop and I will finish it, I hope to explore this world a lot and look, our protagonist is now an enlightened one and his first job is to take care of a hyperactive child. The reasons for this will be explained in the next chapter. Take care 18, the enlightened one. First of all, why do I have to raise this child? Secondly, why does it have to be me, and thirdly, how did I become enlightened? Shisui asked somewhat dismayed, he had even activated his ability to observe everything around him. There was something very interesting when he saw the auras of all the avatars, they all had a similar aura but with just enough variation to stand out as unique individuals, but in a way this had an explanation, technically they were the same person but reincarnated for almost 10,000 years. If I may, young man, I believe I can answer your 3 questions, an old man with gray hair, black armor, and a calm gaze approached Shisui. Remarkably, all the avatars seemed to show him a touch of respect, and no wonder, for he was the first avatar, Wan. With him, this long cycle and the avatar's long mission to bring balance to this world began. This boy is Aang, an airbender. I assume you know what that means. Wan pointed to Aang, who looked a bit shy when he was pointed out to, and when Shisui turned his gaze to him, he frowned at what he noticed. Noticing only Aang, Shisui could see a serious problem with the young man's condition. Ignoring the fact that he looked much older than his version in the original story, his health was in a terrible state. There was a leak in his aura as if he were a vessel with a small crack in it. The water in the jar was slowly leaking out, perhaps without much significance at first, but when the contents diminished to a certain point, it was obvious what would happen to Aang, he would die. As you have noticed, Aang is slowly dying. The avatar is about to end if he keeps this up. Wan's words seemed to bring coldness to this part of the spirit world, but strangely, Aang didn't seem to show any reluctance to the situation and even laughed. I have no problem with that, though I regret not being able to go to the East and West Air temples. Aang smiled, though Yang Chen slapped him on the back of the head for saying that, making Shisui laugh. So you want me to teach him how to keep his life essence within him and not die? Shisui pointed out the key point, causing Wan to nod. Yes, we saw what you did there, we never thought that you could do something like that. Although Avatar Kyoshi could teach him the immortality technique, it would not solve his fundamental problem, because Aang's problem is not in his physical, but in the spiritual aspect of his being. Her technique will allow Aang to bring his chi, which is scattered throughout the world, back into himself, allowing him to live out his allotted time without problems, as his life should flow properly, repairing the cracks in his being. By the way, to gain a few more years, but the most important thing is to prevent his premature death by completely reassembling his vital essence. Wan's words made Shisui sink into his thoughts. Help the Avatar live longer. That would change so many things. Outright, Korra would not be the Avatar, but in a way, it would allow the next Avatar to better adapt to his role in the future. Korra was born in a time of transition and rapid change, with Aang's untimely death and the lack of a foundation of status for avatars in a time of rapid change causing a lot of problems for the young girl. Then again, wasn't Aang supposed to be his enemy? At least someone who doesn't know Shisui would think so. To him, the Avatar would not be an enemy, but a potential ally, someone who could do more than just be the guardian of some unruly children on a playground. Who better to lead humanity to the stars than a fusion reactor with legs? One who could grow up and consult with his past lives to avoid manipulation by vested interests, a being who could properly lead humanity into a prosperous future. Many focus only on balance, or rather the status quo. The balance will never be the same in any era, it will never be letting the world fall behind to maintain the status quo. That would not be balanced, that would be backwardness. No. For Shisui, the Avatar was the being who should not only serve as a bridge between the earthly and spiritual worlds but should also proactively work for human prosperity. Tough when needed, fair when needed. So Shisui looked at Aang, who noticed his gaze and raised his hand in a silent salute. Apart from my so-called new technique, I will teach you above all the new common sense of this age. I don't want an Avatar who is blinded by the first nonsense he hears, but an Avatar with a critical mind. You can expect absolute fairness from me in this regard. I don't want a naive or pusillanimous guy out in the world ruining everything because it's not the balance I had in mind, Shisui said, making some Avatars nod, though others seemed to be angry with him. You're just a stuck-up brat, who are you to educate the Avatar? Just teach him how to survive. An Avatar in obvious Earth Kingdom clothing stepped forward to speak, but Shisui just shook his shoulders. Aren't you the Avatar who wanted everyone to have their half pair or something? Don't give me that nonsense. I just don't want the most powerful being in all of humanity to be ignorant. I don't want to change his ideals, I want him to be able to see the world as it is, Shisui pointed out, ignoring the ugly look the Avatar gave him. On top of all that, give him a good lesson in what balance and equilibrium is. I don't want a megalomaniac Avatar or one with a Saint Mary complex running around thinking what he does is right just because he is the Avatar. I don't want a martyr, I don't want a tyrant. Shisui's words angered some Avatars, those who were recorded as the most innocent and kind-hearted, or in Shisui's words, idiots. Even those who were particularly cruel and strict, because many Avatars had a very serious problem within themselves, they thought that what they believed to be balance was the right thing to do. Not only did they neglect many aspects, such as the problem with Kuruk and Yangchen, but some Avatars even acted contrary to the actions of their previous lives, undoing changes or progress simply because it did not fit their strange sense of balance. He wanted Aang to think for himself so that if someone told him that the Fire Nation was evil, he would not just believe it, but go out and find out if it was true. When he saw things like guns, he wouldn't just jump to banning them just because they took lives. The problem was never the guns, it was always the person using them and the way these objects were handled in everyday life. Because a pencil could be as dangerous as a knife, and a rock could be as deadly as a bullet, especially with the influence of benders in this world. Although absolute justice and absolute balance were impossible, I wanted him to have a broader view, but also to be able to focus on one point. I didn't want him to be a pacifist, that would be to eliminate the poor boy's identity. No, what I wanted was for him to have more determination, and critical thinking, to be an exemplary avatar, a true leader to guide the world. Calm down, we are not here to argue with the sage. I agree that Aang should learn not only how to save his life, but other things as well. Remember, it's his turn to live, we can't just force our way of thinking on him, Roku said, coming to Shisui's defense as he watched the other avatars murmur over the boy's words. Thank you, Avatar Roku. Shisui bowed respectfully to the old man, who was technically his grandfather, at least in the cultural sense of things. Exactly, I have seen the dangers that recklessness and preconceived ideas can cause, of all people know that, I of all people know that, Wan said, causing the avatars to calm down and remain silent. Old man, you have to tell me about your life one day, Shisui suddenly said, causing Wan to burst out laughing at his words. One of these days. Now let me answer your other questions. Although you should already have a clear answer to them. It has to be you because you are the one who knows such abilities. We are avatars and look down on the earthly world from here, but it's not as if we can know everything. We also know your attitude towards teaching, you have no problem with sharing your knowledge with others and it is obvious that you love it. Besides, you owe us a favor. The day we all appeared in the spiritual reflection you created, we protected you from the attention of certain annoying and dangerous spirits. Sure, we appeared on our own and it even caused Aang's current situation, but if we hadn't, you would have attracted certain annoying entities to you, although it seems some have been noticing you lately, Wan said, causing Shisui to nod. Not only was there the problem that some normal spirits had approached him in the last few years, but since Musu had attacked him that day, he had not been attacked again. That corruption just belonged to a being that he decided not to think too much about, especially in the spiritual world, who knows? Maybe he would be drawn to it, and the spirit world worked in a strange way to keep him out of trouble. I like to teach, and as you already know, I'm more than willing to teach Aang. I could even teach you if you want. Shisui didn't forget to look at a certain annoyed avatar with a smug smile on his face. Listening to the teachings of a sage is always welcome, Kyoshi said, and the other avatars agreed with Shisui. As for enlightenment, boy, there are many ways to attain it. Yours, though somewhat special, is not rare by any stretch of the imagination. A farmer can attain enlightenment while plowing the field, a mother while cooking for her children, and a blacksmith while working with metal. Contrary to what people may think, enlightenment is nothing more than being aware of yourself and your place in the cosmos. Enlightenment manifests in many ways, and yours is connected to spirituality because you are a sage. What better wisdom for a sage than to know everything about himself, including all his past lives? If you don't know yourself, you can't be a true sage. Wan patted Shisui's shoulder, making the young man pout. Wan was very strong for his age, but his words cleared Shisui's doubts. Yes, his enlightenment was different from Aang's in the original series, Chorus or Zahir's. All four were enlightened but in different ways. Aang's allowed him to maintain his emotions and avatar state, and even better understand energy control. Chorus made her more human and aware of her limitations, but still allowed her to achieve perfect union with Rava. Zahir was the most drastic, shedding all his doubts, and all his attachments, and rising above everything he once was, allowing him to fly and manipulate the air as if it were an extension of himself. Shisui's enlightenment had to do with knowledge, a very deep recognition of himself, his past lives, and his present self. If he were to return to the real world, he would realize that he could now make life flow much more easily than before and that he seemed to be in a perpetual state under the influence of the full moon. No, even now, his gift, something that had followed him from his last past life, had undergone a fundamental transformation. It was simply a different way of seeing the world that no longer caused as much fatigue as it did when one's eyes were naturally tired. It even allowed him to see more detail than before, because if it had been an hour ago, he wouldn't have been able to see the strangeness in Aang or the similarity between the avatars. Shisui took a deep breath before sitting down on the ground and looking at all the avatars in front of him. What are you waiting for? Sit down, I have to be back by tomorrow, Shisui said with a smile on his face, and for some strange reason, the avatars felt something strange. They felt like naughty children being caught by a tutor. Oh yes, about that, you will stay here for a while, but don't worry, so many avatars here change the time flow of this place. When we are done, it will only have dawned on the earthly world, one said suddenly, as if he had forgotten a small detail. Won't my spirit age because of that? Shisui asked annoyed, but Kuruk was the one who answered. No, the only one who will age is Aang, he is the one who needs to mature properly for his current body. Since the day we manifested in the earthly world, his body has been growing slowly, partly because of the loss of his vital essence. This appearance was dangerous for him, it strained his mind to a level we did not expect, perhaps because of the time he was trapped in the ice, and we partly regret that is why we make all this effort for the boy, he does not deserve it. Come to think of it, if everything fits, Aang will be about 18 or so when he wakes up. Kuruk's words made Shisui frown, something about it didn't sit well with him. Is Aang destined to wake up or something? The idea of destiny and things like that made Shisui very uncomfortable, that's why his tone sounded a bit angry. No. You don't understand the time flow of this place, let me explain better, Kuruk said, noticing Shisui's misunderstanding. Except for certain fundamental places, the spiritual world is not synchronized with the real world. When you come out, you will find that only one night has passed, but Aang will wake up 2 years later, but for him, it will be shortly after your awakening. So for 2 years, you will know nothing about Aang, but for him, it will only be a few moments. All this has certain consequences, like, in a strange way, some spiritually active people will be attracted to the place where Aang lies, especially because his chi is floating around. After this explanation, Shisui understood better. The spiritual world was something like the disformity, but without the bullshit of this place, and except for a shudder on Shisui's part when he made this association, there was nothing more important. Thus began Shisui's teaching of Aang, forcing him to study science, especially mathematics. If Aang were to become the most powerful being in the world, he would not be an uneducated boy, and Shisui would be ashamed to be his teacher. He taught him without prejudice about everything that had happened since Aang disappeared. The actions of the Fire Nation, the extermination of almost all the air nomads, the war. Sure, Aang was angry, sad, and resentful, especially when he learned that Shisui was part of the Fire Nation. But Shisui taught him history, about what had happened in the future, about how the war had wreaked such havoc on the world, but that he was essentially part of humanity, for better or worse. It taught him about the changes that had taken place in the last century. About science, and philosophy, and even Shisui learned about the air nomad way of life and some of the things Aang wanted to teach him. Of course, this didn't change Aang's final resolution to end the war, but the way he wanted to do it was no longer just to target Ozai directly. He wanted to work more deeply with all nations, to make war not the first option, but the last. Aside from Aang telling him strange stories about how he could hear the voice of a young girl who was always talking to him, telling him stories about life at the South Pole, Shisui taught Aang his philosophy about Qi and the elements. Aside from the discussion they had about how strange, cruel, but beneficial blood bending could be for humans, Aang was able to grasp some of the basics that Shisui wanted to teach him about how to take his element further, to the essence of it. He taught him that they were not only a means to affect physical phenomena, but also to touch spiritual or mystical aspects. Especially the element of air, which was the freest and most spiritual of the 4 elements. When water flows, the wind is unbound. According to this concept, Aang was freeing himself from the gradual loss of vital elements, which was damaging both his body and his mind. A strange approach, but it allowed Shisui to see what he already knew, that all the elements came to the same point from different paths. Each element was independent but dependent on the others, they were unique but contained traces of the others. The last confirmation he needed was from an airbender, and with that, Shisui felt that perhaps he could try to better control the humidity of the air by applying some of the philosophy of that element. Aang even told him that he could try to use his control of air to heal wounds and even purify spirits like water does when it comes out of the ice it is trapped in. That's another thing, the two became friends, with their differences, but friends. They told each other about their lives, Shisui about growing up in the Fire Nation and fighting in the war, and Aang about his childhood and his doubts about being the Avatar. The strange voice became more and more frequent in Aang's ears, and it even seemed that the boy who had taken a liking to the person talking to him while he was frozen had an idea of who it might be. If there was anyone who could be spiritual enough to be drawn to the place where Aang rested, it was Katara. The girl was a true waterbending genius, so Shisui, driven by a whimsical idea, taught Aang the basics of the element. Sure, he couldn't bend water in the spiritual mute, but the basics were not only an introduction for the young Avatar, but a kind of icebreaker with Katara when he woke up. Time was strange for Shisui, it was as if he was always on the night of his enlightenment, while for Aang it was all so much longer. The young Avatar was slowly maturing, but Shisui knew that the young man's true maturity would come when he was truly free to explore this world. Shisui's relationship with the Avatars was slowly changing. So many stories from the past, so much lost knowledge and so much to learn from them, made Shisui endure the most annoying group of them in pursuit of continuous learning. He learned about the spirit world, the harmonic convergence, Vatu, the spirits, and how this strange place worked. This last piece of information was important because there was one place Shisui had to go before leaving the spirit world. Shisui had to face the mirror of souls because he wanted to take a serious look at his soul and learn more about his essence. At some point, he felt that he had the knowledge he needed to go to that place with Aang. "Are you sure you want to come with me?" Shisui asked an excited Aang, who was frolicking around him. "Yes. Because this will be our first adventure together," Aang replied with a smile on his face, causing Shisui to shake his head. "But you know I'll be leaving after this, especially since you're almost healed, you've almost gathered all your scattered chi, right?" Shisui could see that Aang could have healed himself like that long ago, but he seemed to be holding it back for some reason. Look, you might be my only friend. The others are, well, you know, old, you're the only companion I have." Aang looked a little down at this point, but Shisui drew a smile that would make his friends cringe because it was obvious that he was going to annoy the Avatar. "Don't you have a friend who always visits you and tells you about her life? Maybe she picnics next to the block of ice where you are, that's already a date, you know? She's really pretty, wouldn't it be great if you both got married and you could bring back the Airbenders?" Shisui's words made the relatively innocent Aang blush with embarrassment. "Hey, at least I'm not a guy who ignored a girl who was crazy about him." Aang hit low, making Shisui grimace. "Well, I'm not stuck on ice," Shisui replied. "And I don't have such ugly taste in clothes." "All your clothes are black." "You don't have good taste," Aang replied. "I'm not bald," Shisui used his secret soul, but Aang just grinned. "It's a style I chose because, oh surprise, I have the accomplishments that my people can only get from those decrepit old men." Aang touched his tattoos with a mocking look on his face. His spiritual body had no hair on his head because his body was trapped in ice and not conducive to regaining his scalp, but Aang thought about it, he would let his hair down just to annoy Shisui. "The Avatars named me Sage," not knowing what else to say, Shisui flaunted his title. "I am the Avatar." Aang's argument was undoubtedly better, so Shisui remained silent. "And I am an enlightened one." Shisui's answer this time left Aang without a response, but then he nodded. "Yes, they say that fools become enlightened faster than others, only a fool who ignored the love of his life for as many years as you did was worthy of enlightenment." Aang's teasing was elaborate and made them both fall silent before bursting into laughter, even hanging on each other's shoulders as they did so. "I'm going to miss you after this," Shisui said somewhat reluctantly before looking off into the distance. There was a clear boundary between the zone created by the Avatars and the rest of the spirit world, and if they crossed it, they would only have a few hours to find the Mirror of Souls and then return to the real world. "Not me," I'll be busy meeting a pretty girl, though I can't believe her brother became a pirate to get her scrolls from the Waterbenders. Just because the ones at the North Pole refused to teach her more than just healing, I'll have to get even with those guys, Aang said viciously, causing Shisui to raise an eyebrow. Sokka is a pirate, that's an interesting development, Shisui thought before responding verbally. I wish you luck, and if you can get me water from the spirit pond at the North Pole, it will come in handy, Shisui asked, and Aang touched his chest before nodding. You got it. Aang looked back to where all the avatars were silently watching them. Shisui did the same. So, let's start our little adventure, Shisui said before he and Aang set off. Do you think it's a good idea? Kuruk asked Roku, who just stroked his long white beard. I don't know, but what I do know is that no one will bother those youngsters while we're here, Avatar Roku said before his eyes sparkled, as did those of the others. At that moment, the other inhabitants of the spirit world, especially those who were powerful, received a clear message: don't get smart and just watch Shisui and Aang's adventure. As Shisui passed through the barrier, he partially synchronized with his physical body, and many spiritually sensitive people looked up at the night sky and realized one thing, something that registered as the previous times this event had occurred in the past. An enlightened being had been born. 19. Mirror of Souls. So, do you think the brat is the enlightened one? Asked Azulon to his son, who was rubbing his temples as he sat at his desk. We'll know in a few hours. I've already sent several messenger hawks to the front, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was him. It's one of the things I would do, don't you think? Replied Ozai with a sigh. He was quite comfortable in his bedroom before this strange feeling entered his mind. Every person with a certain spiritual sensitivity felt the same, that strange intuition that someone had been born who had reached enlightenment. It was as if the universe itself had recognized his achievement and shared it with the rest of the world. Soon, the door to the study opened and Iroh entered, holding a large metal cup and sipping its contents through a straw. When he saw his father and brother paying attention to him, he excitedly pointed to his drink. Would you like some? It has some interesting bubbles that make it taste better, Iroh offered, though usually, the answer was a negative. This time he was met with a strange scenario. Please, I want some. This situation is so sudden, I need something to distract me, Ozai replied while Azulon stood up and grabbed the glass his son was carrying with unusual speed for his age. Thank you for the offer, Iroh, Azulon smiled before he tasted the drink and enjoyed how delicious it was. I guess, so did Shisui reach enlightenment? Asked Iroh as he sat down, regretting a bit that he couldn't enjoy his new drink. We think so, we'll have confirmation soon. I'll probably use Musu to answer in the shortest possible time, Ozai replied with a bit of disbelief. He still wasn't used to the idea that a spiritual orange cat became his daughter's pet, but knowing that she lived with Shisui and that strange things always happened to that child, it was as if it was the most normal thing in the world. That thieving cat, he ate my fish yesterday, shouted Azulon when he heard Musu's name, causing Iroh to burst into laughter and Ozai to simply smile. Anyway, we have to. The three of them discussed that night, and they weren't the only ones who had conversations about it. For example, a certain Fire Nation Vice Admiral with certain destructive tendencies felt uncomfortable at the prospect of someone achieving such an accomplishment, one that might overshadow those he might achieve in the future. An immortal of the Earth Kingdom felt that someone had touched the feat he had achieved millennia ago, but not that he cared too much. Right now he was enjoying the highest literature this world could offer, a fanfic of Avatar Kyoshi and you. If she finds out you wrote this, will she kick them with her giant feet? Ha! The immortal laughed as he continued to enjoy his book. A man who longed to find a legendary library felt the same as many others, and then he went crazy to record the event so that no one would forget it. Only something soured his mood. It would be great if this scripture was stored in that place he longed for so much. A white-haired young woman looked up at the night sky, feeling her connection to the moon and knowing a little more than the others about who it was that had achieved enlightenment. Her body swayed gently in the night as she stood on the deck of a large wooden ship. Why don't you go to sleep? A female voice approached the white-haired woman, snapping her out of her reverie, and you simply shook her head before answering. A waterbender has reached enlightenment, or so the spirits tell me, you replied to the woman's doubts, causing her to visibly pause before continuing. That's a good thing, isn't it? Although no one of note from the tribe comes to mind, her words made you burst out laughing, making her companion feel strange. It has nothing to do with the tribe, at least not completely. What I do feel is that this waterbender is related to me, as if he were a close relative. I doubt he's my father, and the only family I have left would be this sister I've never met. Yu was silent at this point, and as if the moon was whispering something to her, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. No, there is someone who fits the bill quite well, a certain waterbending sage who lives in the Fire Nation. Yu's words made the woman beside her grab Yu's shoulder this time, showing strong emotions. This woman was a beautiful middle-aged beauty, with brown skin full of scars, but strangely enough, they gave her a remarkable rather than fierce appearance. Her hair was braided, making it appear much shorter than it was, and her blue eyes seemed to glow brightly in the moonlight. You say she could be Sage Shisui's mother? You know how much she hated the Fire Nation. And even though she hasn't been heard from for so long, maybe. The seemingly powerful woman's voice cracked a little, but you just patted her on the shoulder, calming her down. My sister's spirit has long since returned to the embrace of the moon and ocean spirits and is at peace despite everything. She enjoys watching her son's exploits, and something tells me, they might see each other. So relax, Magali, when we've finished mapping these new lands, we'll return to the world we know and we can arrange some sort of encounter with them. Yu's words made Magali calm down and return to her usual state. The always serious and powerful adventurer of the Northern Water Tribe, Magellan, though those who knew her called her Magali. The woman pulled a small object out of her pocket, an astrolabe that allowed her to find her way by the stars, and felt a pang of nostalgia as she remembered who had given it to her years ago. Well, when we get back, I want to meet Chang'e's son. Let's get this over with first, Magali said after a few moments of silence, a wild smile appearing on her face. She would worry about the past later, the new world she had discovered would not be mapped. Although some of the work had already been done, for they had never expected to find an abandoned air temple with several pieces of maps and exploration journals. The Airbenders had been interested in this distant place for centuries. A young girl from the Southern Water Tribe was also looking at the moon, and as far as she knew, a very special event had occurred, an enlightened one had been born. She wanted to share this news with the boy trapped in the ice. Although she did not know his name, she had become accustomed to visiting him all the time, but she had a strange feeling that from the next day, her connection with this young man would grow even stronger. Of course, she knew who he might be, and that's why she hadn't told anyone, not even her older brother, who ventured out on the seas with their father in somewhat questionable activities. She'd had a similar feeling many years ago when she discovered that special iceberg. Maybe more had happened that she didn't know about. If only the boy on the ice could talk to her and not just listen. Brother, this place is like a bad cactus juice trip, why can this plant sing? Wondered Shisui, pointing to a large rose bush that swayed in the wind as it emitted a faint melody. And why is it singing Ling Minmai's latest folk song? Even though it has a good voice, Shisui shook his body to the music, but Aang just shook his shoulders next to him. I don't know, I don't understand your music, the avatar replied with a mocking tone in his voice, causing Shisui to raise an eyebrow. Technically, you're not an elder, Shisui pointed out, but Aang shook his head as he raised his index finger and made a smug face. I was born over a century ago, though those don't count, you know, they made me ice cream, Aang joked, but Shisui cocked his head to the side at what he thought was a mistake, so he corrected him. You mean a popsicle, didn't they have that in your time? I think so, Shisui said as he waved goodbye to the giant singing rose, which waved a petal in his direction as if waving to its audience. Yes, but I prefer to be an ice cream, according to your words, its taste is much better now than before, and more varied. I want to try a peach one, they should be the best flavor, right? Aang's words made Shisui shake his head in disappointment. The best ice cream is strawberry peach, the best fruit there is. Shisui's argument started a heated conversation between the two young men, while a ghost watched them from a distance. Is that the avatar and the enlightened one? Why are they arguing about ice cream flavors? The anthropomorphic rabbit-shaped spirit spoke softly, knowing that other spirits could hear him. I don't know, but they're no big deal, are they? They look like human puppies, replied an armadillo-shaped spirit, but sensing a series of heavy stares in his direction, he curled up into a ball. We told you not to rely on your shell to taunt others. The avatars have been very overprotective lately. Remember when Kuruk suffered mental wounds and no avatar supported him? But look now, they look like dragonesses protecting their offspring, said a tanuki-shaped spirit, causing the other hidden spirits to nod. Hey, isn't that Musu? Ha, what a stupid name humans gave him, said a red panda-shaped spirit, causing all the other spirits to laugh along with him. Oh, hello, Musu, Shisui said when he saw the orange cat appear before him, but what he never expected was that instead of a meow, a thick voice came from the spirit animal. Azula is worried about you, Shisui. The cat's thick, masculine voice surprised both Shisui and Aang, who never expected to hear such a voice from an orange cat. Hey, what's with the voice? Aang asked curiously, and guided by the innate human desire for nice things, he bent down to pet the cat, but it scratched his hand gently in rejection. Don't touch me, slave. Can't you see that the great Musu is Mayu? The cat yelled loudly as Shisui's hand grabbed its neck. Stupid cat, behave. Shisui looked the cat straight in the eyes and even brought it extremely close to his face, and Musu could only shake his paws lethargically. I'll take that as a yes, Shisui said before putting the cat down. Ah, damn you Shisui, I'll never understand how you do that, the cat complained as it began to lick itself warily. Hey, Shisui, what was the name of that procedure that made male cats sterile? Aang asked angrily, causing the cat to slowly stop licking itself and turn its gaze to the avatar. Oh, neutering. It makes animals, especially male cats, quiet, Shisui replied carelessly, but his gaze focused on the cat's underside, causing Musu's fur to stand up. No. I just came to check on you, Azula is worried about you. Some people know there is a new enlightened one, and when she saw you meditating without responding, she thought it might be you. The cat quickly explained the full content of why it had found Shisui. Tell Azula I'm fine, I'll be back in a few hours. I'm going on a trip with my friend the Avatar, Shisui pointed at Aang, who had a mischievous grin on his face. Azula? The princess of the Fire Nation. Shisui, you make fun of me, but you already have a girlfriend, exclaimed Aang as if he had just found out, but he was just teasing his companion. Yeah, because I'm not trapped in ice and I'm not bald, Shisui smiled before saying the words that made Aang feel uncomfortable. You'll see, when I get out of the ice, I'll fly around the world with Katara, maybe I'll take her to visit where I grew up, Aang answered seriously, making Shisui stop smiling for a moment before he spoke. Fine, but you have to think about it, Aang. A relationship is a serious thing. Shisui and Aang continued to talk and walk through the spirit world, ignoring the orange cat who had been left alone. Damn Shisui, damn Avatar, they're bad boys, nothing like my soft Azula, Musu muttered before noticing the many eyes of different spirits watching him in the hiding place. Embarrassed, the cat traversed the spirit world until he came directly to Azula, the spiritual connection he had with the young girl allowing him to perform such a strange feat that was the envy of other spirits who wanted to interact with the real world. Musu landed at the tent where Shisui was meditating, where his friends had gathered and stood guard, then Musu began to touch the ground in a strange pattern that Petra quickly interpreted. He says that Shisui is fine and that he is in no danger, but that he has somehow met the Avatar, with whom he seems to be on a journey. That he is in no danger and will probably return in a few hours. Also, Shisui is the enlightened one, he felt this special aura when he saw his spirit body. Petra read the strange language Musu wrote, although it was code Azulon. Shisui popularized it among his acquaintances so that they could send messages to each other using Musu, who could travel through the spirit world and somehow shorten long distances. Ah, then we can rest easy, Zuko said in relief, but his hand never left the hilt of his sword and his eyes never left the entrance to the tent. If anyone dared to enter without permission, the first thing he would see would not be Shisui, but his sword at the back of his neck. Zuko had decided that nothing would hurt his friend as long as he was in such a state. "Wow, Shisui is racking up titles like crazy," exclaimed Ty Lee, who had her ink brush snatched away by Azula just as she was about to draw funny whiskers on Shisui's face. "Of course, sure is that cool," Azula replied, putting away the brush she had taken from Ty Lee before carrying Musu in her arms. "A lot of people will be interested in him," Mai pointed out, causing the others to nod. More than usual, no doubt, Petra chewed on a piece of green glass, the sugar serving to keep her awake. The group protected Shisui's body as he and Aang saw strange sights during their journey. Oceans in the sky, clouds rising from cracks in the ground to water the plants, strange animals curious about the two strangers. Some friendly spirits stopped to talk to them, like a cute red panda and a curious tanuki, who strangely gave Shisui a brown leaf before flying away with his tail. In the distance, they saw Roku's dragon flying with other dragons in a strange dance, they saw a spirit in the shape of a sword that told them some strange jokes, and they found a stone with eyes that told them about something called alternate universes, something Aang didn't understand but Shisui did. In the end, they separated from the stone because the stone did not accept that there was a universe where it was a drop of water. Yes, it liked the multiverse, but one where it was a drop of water. Pure garbage. In the distance, Aang saw what appeared to be flying bison, or at least the ghost version of them. They also saw moles coming out of their tunnels, and in a pond, several pairs of koi fish dancing in an eternal dance. Although Aang wanted to get closer to the bison, what they had learned with the avatars explained the nature of these beings. They were the purest versions of the animals they represented, while the koi were a reflection of La and Tui in all the waters of the spirit world. They were not the real thing. While there was still an hour before Shisui left the spirit world, he and Aang found a cave, and upon entering, they noticed how strange it was. Many crystals seemed to reflect their figures, distorting them into different shapes, many of them funny. They both knew where they were, so Aang stood and looked at himself in the various reflections, giving him the privacy Shisui needed. The sage went deeper into the cave, where the reflections became smaller and smaller until there was only one. A huge silver crystal completely reflected Shisui's life-size body. No matter how far away he was from this object, it always made a replica of the young man. "Well, is this the mirror of souls?" "I only see myself," Shisui said to Nowhere, but he never expected anyone to answer him. "Yes, first you see yourself, you have to touch your reflection," a female voice was heard behind Shisui, and when he turned around, his golden eyes narrowed at what he saw. Shisui saw a woman with tan skin and brown hair whose body seemed to ripple as if she were underwater. Her blue eyes looked directly into Shisui's golden eyes and he could feel something deep inside him. This woman was his mother. He didn't know what to do or how to react, and the woman, seeing him still, floated over to him before she hugged him tightly, cradling her son as she had wished for all these years. "I'm glad to see that you've grown a lot, Shisui. Though I had chosen a better name for you, things couldn't go the way I wanted," the woman whispered, and Shisui responded by hugging her tightly. "I miss you," Shisui said, and his mother just stroked her son's black hair, soothing him with her touch. "You can always look for me in the spirit world, we can catch up another day, now look at yourself in the mirror like you've always wanted to." Shisui's mother turned away from her son with reluctant humor, arranging the locks of his disheveled hair in the collar of his clothes, worrying about his appearance. It was these small actions that made Shisui shed a small tear as he smiled, and then the woman pointed to the mirror and invited him to look at it. Shisui turned and saw his reflection again. Shisui walked towards the mirror, and when he was just inches away from it, he raised his hand and touched his reflection. His fingers felt as if he was touching another person. His golden eyes sparkled and Shisui saw something through his reflection. The eyes are the window to the soul. Through the reflection of his eyes, Shisui caught a direct glimpse of his soul, something that was very different from when he could vaguely perceive it during his enlightenment. His soul didn't have a fixed shape, it wasn't a little he or something, but he could notice some interesting things about it. For example, there was a small rhomboid crystal floating around it, and what looked like water droplets covered his soul. He instinctively knew that these were the two things, his gift, the ability he brought from his previous life that allowed him to see people's auras. The drops of water represented his waterbending. The experience of seeing his soul brought Shisui some insights, flashes of ideas, and information that may take many years to digest, but will certainly make his future path easier. When he stopped touching the mirror, Shisui turned to his mother, who gave him a small wave goodbye before disappearing. Although he felt a little awkward at the sudden absence of a woman he had only seen in the past, Shisui knew he would see her again another time. With little time left before he departed from the spirit world, Shisui left the cave and bumped into Aang, who was sticking his tongue out at a reflection of himself that seemed much larger than his real self. "Aang, I have to go," Shisui said, causing Aang to stop teasing himself and look at his friend. "I know, I'll see you later." Aang held out his hand to Shisui, but Shisui just hugged Aang and patted him on the back. "See you in 2 years," Shisui slowly disappeared from the spirit world, leaving Aang all alone. "Yes, it's time to wake up." Aang closed his eyes, and after a full minute, a pulse of energy shot out of his body. First, it was the arrows tattooed on his body that began to emit a whitish glow, then his eyes slowly opened and the glow inside them illuminated the crystal-filled cave. His distorted reflections changed to his normal reflection, and in this state, Aang brought his hands closer together as if holding a ball. Then his hands slowly parted. That morning, 2 years later, a pillar of light shone in the night sky, right in front of an astonished Katara and a seriously spear-wielding Sokka. The Avatar, who had disappeared more than 100 years before when he was needed most, awoke. The last Airbender, Aang, finally broke free of his icy prison and opened his eyes. The first thing Aang saw was a rather excited brown-skinned young woman running toward him on the ice, while her male companion tried to catch her and keep her from approaching the stranger. 20. Avatar Aang awake. "Get it off me, Shisui," shouted Petra, who was under what seemed to be a spirit in the shape of a hippopotamus that had taken the opportunity to sit on her. "Wait until my finishes drawing you," Shisui replied, trying not to hold back the laughter he felt at the moment. Those who didn't hold back were Tai Li and Azula, who laughed together as they watched the big spirit smile in a humanized way toward the youngsters. On the other hand, Petra kept waving the free hand she had, creating small movements in the surrounding earth, but nothing concrete in the end. "I shouldn't have purified you, you stupid spirit," Petra shouted, causing the spirit creature on her body to simply open its mouth and make a sound similar to a laugh of amusement. "Here, you can help her," Mai said before showing a piece of paper that depicted the embarrassment Petra suffered today. "Mai, do you remember the time when?" A piece of paper fell directly into Petra's mouth so that Petra was unable to tell what seemed to be an embarrassing anecdote. "Oh. Do you two have a secret? I want to know." Tai Li started tugging on Mai's arm, who just covered her friend's forehead, who overreacted. "Azula. Mai hit me." Tai Li hugged the princess and buried her face in her chest as she pretended to cry. "You deserved it," Mai said before putting away the drawing she had made of Petra. On the other hand, Zuko looked at the traces of the battle that had taken place here. The aforementioned ghost had invaded the usual battleground between the Fire Nation and Ba Sing Se, though there had been no major fighting for 6 months, save for a few minor skirmishes. Zuko seemed to be reliving the battle through the tracks. Petra was the one who stepped forward, wanting to test in the flesh if her ideas could allow her to purify the corruption in a spirit. The girl had relied on the fact that water falling on stalactites in a cave was filtered water, just as underground rivers or springs had naturally purified water. With the help of Azula, who also wanted to experiment with the purifying nature of the fire element, the two women battled the spirit. This was the second time a corrupted spirit had appeared before them, the first being Musu years ago. After fighting for a while, both Azula and Petra purified the spirit, but for some reason, it decided to take Petra and sit on her. Fortunately, the ethereal nature of the being only made it heavy, but not crushing, spirit stuff no doubt. "Thank you for helping me," Petra thanked Shisui. He had convinced the hippopotamus-shaped spirit to let her go and even helped it by sending it to the spirit world. Petra waved her hands to control the dust on her body and tossed it aside, feeling much fresher than before. Well, they were able to try the purification of their elements firsthand, but it was much slower than what they could achieve with more practice. Shisui explained his view of the situation in this matter. It's not like there are that many crazy spirits with evil darkness roaming around, so, understandably, this happened, Tai Li added, causing Shisui to nod. Almost 2 years ago, Shisui awoke from his deep meditation and chatted with his friends about the things he had learned and done in the spirit world. Vatu's existence is not hidden or anything like that. There are records of its existence, but they are so vague, so imprecise, and even mixed in with the descriptions of other spirits, that no one knew of his existence except for the occasional bored old man or professor desperate to find a certain library. I mean, Shisui found records about ghosts that were well known in the past, like General Old Iron, but almost nothing about Vatu. Although he knew about this being from his previous life, Shisui did not rely so much on his memories of this world, which were certainly of no use except for certain hidden information. Vatu's existence caused some annoyance to the others. How could they know that there was a super powerful spirit that seemed to want to bring chaos and evil to the world? Fortunately, he was locked away. Although the avatars did not tell him who Rava was, they did tell him that they were opposed to Vatu and that its influence, though limited, would grow over time until the time of the harmonic convergence. Knowing that Shisui would be able to live without problems until then, they told him about Vatu, but for Shisui, that being was not the biggest concern in this world, it was something else, something he had suspected since he had a strange dream 2 years ago. At least we were able to prove that water control is not the only element that can purify and that at least both fire and earth can do it, Azula said, hugging Shisui's arm to her chest without any subtlety on her part. Yes. Imagine if Vatu wanted to wreak havoc and saw whole armies of elemental benders surrounding him, said Petra, who had even created earth replicas of that very thing. Hundreds of miniatures performed the characteristic movements of the 3 elements in force today, surrounding Vatu's miniature. However, there was one that did the basic movements of all 4 elements and even had lines of blue earth all over its body, like a small airbender. Good representation, I'm sure. Aang. When Shisui started to speak, he suddenly fell silent. Petra stopped controlling the figures, Zuko held the hilt of his sword, and Azula narrowed her eyes as they all looked off into the distance, directly south. A spiritual pulse ran through everyone, indicating only one thing: the Avatar had awakened. Why now? Couldn't he wait a few more days? He wanted to go on vacation to Ember Island. Complained Tai Li in great pain, but both she and Mai were strained by the sudden surge of spirituality. The world will boil again, Zuko muttered as he removed his hand from his weapon and placed it on Mai's waist, pulling her close to him for comfort. He likes to show off, Shisui complained. He wanted this vacation too. Shisui, do you want to go to him? For sure, my father will send us to look for him. He will probably want to keep the upper hand in the future peace, Zuko said, causing everyone present to fall silent. It was obvious that the acting Fire Lord wanted to maintain the advantage the Fire Nation had gained in this world, especially when 6 months ago, a book called The Other Continent was published worldwide, a book that may have done more for peace than many people have done in nearly 100 years. Based on real information, tangible evidence, and even records of the situation at certain times in the past, the world once again became aware of the existence of a new and vast place on the other half of the planet. This was especially true when it was Princess Yu of the Northern Water Tribes herself who revealed the news to the world, even providing an extensive record of her travels and the data she found. New plants and animals, a pristine world, little used except for the constructions of the airbenders who first arrived hundreds or even thousands of years ago. No civilization was found, but there was no doubt that if there had been one, things would have been hectic. That's why the conflicts between the Fire Nation took a back seat. Besides, everyone knew that the war between the two sides was just to keep things moving. But with a potential member joining the game, who would want to waste time, people, and resources on something we knew wasn't going to escalate? Shisui already knew that this planet was a little different from Earth. For example, the gravity was 5% higher than Earth's average, indicating that this world was much larger in some ways. So it was obvious that the Fire Nation's expansionism, which had calmed down a lot, was coming back with a vengeance, and there was even talk of peace talks among the people, although the military, the nobles, and the royal family were silent. On the other side of the world, the newly awakened Avatar Aang dodged the spearhead of Sokka, who had attacked preemptively over what seemed to be a misunderstanding. In the excitement of seeing Aang finally free from the ice, Katara ran toward him but was distracted and fell ugly to the icy ground. Aang ran over and grabbed her hand to help her up. "Get away from my sister, you pervert!" yelled Sokka before swinging his spear at Aang, who felt the altered airflow and dodged the attack. "Sokka, calm down. He's a friend," shouted Katara, but her brother paid no attention to her, not when he wanted to put a few extra holes in the bastard who dared to touch his younger sister. Sokka's temper was much more overprotective than it used to be. Not long ago, he had to send to his next reincarnation a pirate captain who dared to attempt a peaceful relationship with him, demanding his sister as a peace offering. There was still dried blood on the man's spear, a detail Aang noticed as he moved smoothly to dodge each of Sokka's spear attacks. He is less skilled than Shisui, but he has a strong evil wind around him, Aang thought, assessing the one he identified as the brother of Katara, the young woman who always spoke to him while he was trapped in ice. "Calm down, I'm not what you think," Aang said, airbending his voice directly into Sokka's ear. That's what a pervert would say. Even though Sokka noticed the Airbender's lack of hair and tattoos, he didn't hesitate. He would protect his sister, even if the pervert was a nearly extinct Airbender. Sokka then directed his chi through his body, increasing his strength as he struck Aang in a vertical attack. Aang dodged, but that was what Sokka expected. The young man's spear slammed into the ice-covered ground, and a shockwave erupted from the point of contact, taking the form of a line that sliced through the ice in a straight line. Shards of water and ice flew, distracting Aang long enough for Sokka to close the distance on the Avatar, this time using his fist to attack. However, Aang recovered much faster than Sokka had expected and threw a punch at Sokka as well. Remember Aang, even if you are a pacifist and want to dialogue, there are people who will not be willing to listen the first time. In those cases, violence is not the answer, it's the question, and the answer is always yes. After a good hit, stubborn people become wonderfully more willing to listen to what you have to say, so use your chi effectively when striking. Shisui's words guided the inexperienced Avatar to strike effectively. Moths of white chi erupted from Aang's body, covering his fist, and as it collided with Sokka's attack, the pirate's blue eyes glared at the Airbender, who simply smiled. Sokka was sent flying several feet into the air, but he spun around before landing on a floating chunk of ice. He looked at Aang with some fear, but his spear was no longer threatening. The ice underneath Sokka then moved towards them at Katara's urging, seeing that the situation seemed to have been resolved strangely, but at least they were no longer fighting. "Dude, aren't the chi dots a symbol of Sage Shisui? Who are you? Why is a firebender with air nomad tattoos here?" asked Sokka cautiously, only to hear his sister's exasperated sigh. "Sokka, you fool. He's been trapped in ice for. I don't know, I found him years ago, but whatever, he can't be from the Fire Nation, a firebender would have frozen to death by now," said Katara, causing Sokka to notice the red and orange clothing that barely fit Aang. "You." Sokka felt his head hurt, even more than when his father gave him a basic chi manual he had stolen from a Fire Nation shipment years ago. The Fire Nation's basic knowledge of chi had spread many years ago. It wasn't much, but it was far better than the muddled versions that every major city and nation had. Because of this, the style of every bender and non-bender seeking power in this world had changed drastically. In addition to the cultural and technological boom, there was also a boom in chi-based martial arts. Sokka used this to narrow the gap between himself and the more experienced pirates and benders he might encounter on his raids. Though he was more of a protector of the ocean near the South Pole than a pirate, since the real pirate was undoubtedly his father. With effort, he understood the teachings of the Chi manual and his strength grew, but now he felt the headaches were worse than before. A person trapped in ice for years. Without food, water, or proper clothing. Not to mention the style of said clothing, the lack of hair, and those tattoos that ended in arrows. Don't tell me you're the damn Avatar, Sokka said rudely, but Katara slapped him on the back of the head. Mom doesn't like it when you say bad words, Katara scolded, and this situation made Aang laugh out loud, who nodded. Yeah, look, Aang leaned down and picked up several chunks of ice, twirling them in his hands in the wind as he smiled at the two brothers. Isn't this great? Oh yeah, Appa, yip yip, shouted Aang, his voice amplified by the wind. Yeah, cool airbending trick, then you're the legendary Avatar. But why are you yelling? And who is Appa? You also didn't explain why you're using the chi motes that Sage Shisui uses. Sokka touched his ear with a bad expression on his face. Aang's yelling affected him a lot but not his sister, probably a way to retaliate for his earlier attacks. Meanwhile, Katara moved much closer to Aang, to Sokka's growing annoyance, and watched as the Avatar spun the ice with controlled gusts of wind. Her eyes weren't so much on that, though, but on Aang's body, which she could see better without the distortion caused by the ice. I call Appa, my friend. Shisui is my friend too. What do you think of him? Asked Aang, and knowing that Appa would soon emerge from the water, he grabbed Katara's waist, a gesture she allowed before jumping back. Let go of my sister. Sokka followed, but Aang's ease meant he had to wait until his sister and the Avatar finally hit the ground before separating them. Shisui the Wise, or the Enlightened Shisui, also known as the Water Dragon Shisui. He is interesting. Many people worship him, some hate him, and some say he is a traitor to the Water Tribe. He was born to a father who was a general, and no one knows why the nobility or Fire Nation royalty did not kill him for being an undesirable existence to begin with. Still, he grew up to be a legend, though to me he's just a curious person. Katara answered the question about Shisui, though perhaps it was more of a way to distract herself and make the blush on her face disappear. Shisui is not a traitor. He was just born in the Fire Nation and not killed in his infancy by someone who saw him as an eyesore. Some books tell this alternate history about him. But really, a lot of people don't know how to deal with him, especially since a lot of the delicious food people like these days is created by him, which makes people love and hate him in equal measure, Sokka said, finally able to separate his reluctant sister from the Avatar. Oh, here comes Appa. Aang started to say something but soon yelped when he felt his best friend's closeness. Who's Appa? Asked Sokka again, and his question was answered as the water churned and rose as a large figure flew toward them. This is Appa. Icebergs usually have a large part of their body underwater, you should know that, Aang said as he jumped towards his friend who had just landed on the ice. Wait, cried Katara, but Aang was already on top of his friend, hugging it tightly. The ice underneath the large flying bison cracked and gave way, allowing the large creature to land in the water, this time staying afloat. Hey Katara, want to go for a ride? Called Aang, making Katara blush visibly before she nodded. But her brother Sokka followed her, looking askance at the big Appa, who seemed quite happy after waking up, and even though the two strange humans got very close to it, it didn't act defensive because Aang had invited them. Well, except for Sokka, who growled at Appa, making the young man feel threatened and clench his weapon, but Aang patted the flying bison. Relax Appa, he's familiar, Aang said, and Appa waited for Sokka to come closer so it could lick him in apology. I guess I forgive you, Sokka said after shaking the saliva off his body, but when he saw that the big animal was just swimming, he looked at Aang. Didn't those things fly? He asked curiously. Looks like Appa is tired and hungry, how about we go for a walk tomorrow? Asked Aang sheepishly, making Sokka burst out laughing. Sure, buddy, we'll get you some clothes while we're at it. Just remember, I'll be keeping an eye on you, as if they were lifelong friends. Sokka put his hand on Aang's shoulder, preventing him from getting too close to his sister. Sokka! Katara exclaimed sheepishly, while Aang just laughed. I won't. Aang flashed both thumbs at Sokka, leaving the young man unsure of how to react. Yeah. This world is about to boil over again, Sokka muttered as he looked at his sister, filled with determination. If Katara was interested in Aang, it could lead to her being in danger, so he would have to become stronger than ever to protect her, his mother, and his tribe. Maybe it's time to finish that technique, the young man thought, his blue eyes shining brightly. 21. Canon. This is a real world. There was something strange in the atmosphere. Shisui could not identify what it was, but everything felt so uncomfortable. The events in front of him seemed to be seen through a strange filter. Everything was distorted, without sound, as if he was watching all these scenes while submerged in water. It was eerie to see the people he had known and grown up with acting strangely, like puppets manipulated by a great puppeteer on a stage. Something about it all seemed wrong, but his mind was so clouded that he couldn't figure out what it was. But one detail did not escape him, no matter how sluggish his mind was, he was not a participant in what he was observing. He saw Ozai burning Zuko's face, he saw Azula being cruel to the people around her. He saw Ty Lee and Mai's fear as they stood near Azula. He saw the deep sadness on Iroh's face and saw the Fire Nation being dragged into deeper levels of chaos as they spread flames across the world. No. Shisui fought against everything he saw, trying to move, trying to get out of the water that trapped him. He watched as Azula slowly descended into madness after suffering several setbacks in her idyllic life, watched as Zuko learned to dance with the dragons, watched as the brothers fought with their fire as a comet streaked across the sky. Shisui wasn't someone who didn't fight, he didn't understand what he was doing here, why he couldn't do anything, no, why he couldn't even control the water that imprisoned him, but he had something that nothing and no one could take away. Shisui's eyes lost their sparkle as the world around him changed, and what he saw completely froze his blood. He didn't see the typical colors represented in the aura, those colors that the strange colorless world had in his eyes when he used his gift. He saw inert, rigid objects that acted like Azula and Zuko as they fought. He saw the lines that connected their limbs and controlled their actions. He saw how the world seemed fragile, non-existent except for the scenes he could see. What is this? Asked Shisui, waving his hands for the last time in the most basic movement a waterbender could make. The water around him trembled, the filter through which he could see shaking, filling with ripples and erasing the scenes before him. Then the sound of wood hitting the ground echoed. Shisui felt something dormant, how could he have this strange perception? Everything in this place changed so much and was so random, but his mind was too foggy to wonder about it. Shisui saw a huge hand in the sky, lazy in its smooth movements. Threads fell from its fingers, connecting all the existences of the world under its palm. But the ripple effect grew worse, and one by one, those threads broke, releasing the people they controlled. Azula and Zuko stopped fighting, Aang stopped fighting Ozai, and Iroh hugged his son tightly. Everything seemed to be distorted at this point, the world seemed to have hit the reverse button and the severed strings fluttered, trying to connect to the lost puppets. How could he let this happen? Shisui waved his hands in the subtle movements that caused the water to purify, and slowly, a mist emerged from the entire stage he was on. There were a multitude of blurry figures he could not understand, talking, opining, and writing, but Shisui was trying to purify the place he was in. The intense golden glow illuminated everything before his eyes and then Shisui woke up. He was breathing heavily, almost out of breath. Cold sweat poured from his forehead and his eyes were slightly blurred. His hands were shaking, and his thoughts were extremely chaotic, but comforting palms came from behind his back and rested on his bare chest. Are you all right? Azula's sleepy voice and the cool touch of her hands brought Shisui back. No. Shisui replied truthfully as he fell back to meet Azula's worried gaze, which the sheet covered. For a moment, Shisui was lost in the messy black hair that covered part of his face and part of his bare shoulder as she decided to embrace him. Without another word, Azula clung to Shisui and laid her head on her fiancé's shoulder. She used her long fingernails to run down Shisui's torso, concentrating on his abdominal muscles. I had that dream again, but this time I was able to do something, Shisui murmured after a while, and although Azula's movements stopped for a moment, she brought her hand to Shisui's face and placed it on his cheek. So you were the riotous water in this repetitive and stagnant world, Azula said. Knowing the nature of Shisui's dream. Since his return from the spirit world, Shisui had had this dream every few months. At first, he saw a replica of the show Avatar, The Last Airbender. Seeing his acquaintances acting as mere puppets from a script was a direct shock to him. This world was real, he had been integrated into it since he was born here, he never saw his new life as a way to gain power while hitting on every available woman while trying to control other elements and be the Avatar 2.0. No, he lived in this world as a real person, which is why he made childish attempts to improve the Fire Nation one step at a time. That's why he tried so hard to guide Ozai to be a better man for his family, even if he was still the ruthless Fire Lord. He did it, with effort, even knowing that he could be killed or worse, imprisoned and tortured for his knowledge, he took the risk. Even though the idea of traveling to another world seemed distasteful to him at first, he eventually came to accept his current life, especially when he met the avatars. So how could he not feel bad about having such a symbolic dream? He had no powers of prediction, but spirituality could be a bitch sometimes, you know? Sure, the only person who knew his dreams was Azula, because it wasn't something he could freely share, but it wasn't something he wanted to keep to himself either, not something as weird and strange as this one. But I don't know what it means, is there some super ancient being manipulating this world? Does it see us as a puppet show? These spectators, what are they? Shisui started to think about it, but a warm feeling interrupted his questions. Azula kissed him, distracting his mind from these complicated things and grounding him in the situation he was in. He was living in a real world, not a story. He lived a life, one of many he lived and would live. Unlike the last one, he could enjoy being loved. Although he missed the internet, having a pretty girl lying next to him was just as good. After a while, Shisui and Azula stopped kissing. The princess looked at Shisui, her golden eyes shining behind her black hair, giving her a rather beautiful appearance. Shisui gasped again, but with good reason. Why do I feel so overwhelmed? Law? Fate? Manipulation? Acting? No. He was real, this was real. If this last dream showed him anything, it was that the threads could be cut. No, they had already been cut. Maybe his birth into this world was just something ordinary in the great cumulus of multiverses in the great sea, void, or whatever. But if anything, his presence here cut all those threads and stirred up the dead water of this world. There was no sudden fate to undo all that he had accomplished. Lu Ten did not die as he was supposed to according to the canon, nor did he suffer a sudden illness to fulfill his role. What if fate somehow wanted to fight him because things didn't go as they were supposed to? Or how they were written in the play? Well, Shisui was pretty good at stabbing people with his spear. Shisui. I appreciate that name a little more now, the young man muttered, drawing a smile from Azula. Ah, isn't it better than calling you Bunny? Teased Azula, making Shisui grimace a little, though he laughed too. Hey, my mother thought of a good name, you too, the spirit rabbit friend of the Ulan and ocean spirits. I met him on my last trip to the spirit world, he's a cool guy, Shisui defended himself, making Azula laugh even harder. My grandfather gave you the right name, don't you think? Azula asked suddenly, causing Shisui to nod. I guess with so many spiritual things running around in this world, names have some meaning, don't they? Shisui then yawned, it was obvious that he was very tired. As if his gesture had activated something, Azula yawned as well, before she clung to her fiancé more tightly, closing her eyes before muttering something so low that Shisui could barely hear her. I love you, Shisui. Soon, Azula's breathing became slow and soft, indicating that she was completely asleep. I love you, Azula, Shisui replied softly, and Azula wriggled a little, drawing a sweet smile as if she had heard his words in between dreams. My lord, I still propose that we search for the avatar in the poles, and since the south is weaker, we can deal a strong blow to the water tribe there." Zhao, dressed in his Fire Nation uniforms, kneeled in front of Ozai's throne. Red and yellow flames surrounded the room, raising the temperature considerably, but neither Zhao nor any of the nobles present dared to wipe the sweat from their foreheads, not with the highest power in the nation before them. Ozai looked at Zhao with a sneer, hidden because the others could not see his features in detail due to the way the meeting room was lit. "You think I don't know about your stupid ambitions, Zhao?" Ozai remembered the report from one of his spies in the navy. Zhao had taken a trip to a certain place in the Earth Kingdom years ago, a place where it was conveniently rumored that there was a library filled with all the knowledge in the world. Now, with his intentions to attack the poles, especially the south, where the origin of the spiritual pulse that heralded the Avatar's arrival was felt, Ozai could only think of two things. Zhao wanted success, which is not a bad thing. Or Zhao's ambition had run so wild that he had gone insane, which was usually what happened to those who were obsessed with achievement. Zhao didn't like him, maybe before, when extremism was one of the ways he had to solve everything. But now, with such a big world to see, a better way to bring the Fire Nation's cultural and technological advances to the world, and even the chance that at least the Avatar wouldn't try to wipe out his nation in revenge. No, he wasn't going to let Zhao do whatever crazy thing he had in mind, but he couldn't be biased or radical either. His father and brother had given him good advice that he had put into practice, and so he sometimes regretted those dark thoughts of wanting to kill his old man or his nephew to discourage Iroh. Why, he didn't know exactly, but since he had gotten to know Shisui better and the things the boy had done to put those thoughts aside, his mind had expanded to what his father had called a ruler with vision. He was now leading his nation into a second golden age. He had a beautiful wife, 3 sons who each excelled in their way, a brother to chat with, a father to ask for advice, and even a future pair of skilled sons-in-law. Ozai glared at Zhao, his presence as a Fire Lord coupled with his martial strength completely overwhelming Zhao, who trembled under the burning gaze of his ruler. "Vice Admiral Zhao, I have heard your proposals several times through various channels. Now you come directly to me and make the same request. I must admit I appreciate your stubbornness," Ozai praised Zhao, causing the man to smile while keeping his head down. "Search for the Avatar. I've had a task force doing that for some time now, and while the aforementioned man or woman hasn't been found, a lot of interesting information has been gathered in this world. Do you understand the importance of the Avatar as well as I do? I think you do, so, will you look it up?" "Fine, you will. But, and I want you to hear me." Vice Admiral Zhao, as Ozai said these words, the flames in the meeting room rose sharply. The heat became almost unbearable, but no one moved, not even to drink from the nearby water, all attentive to Fire Lord Ozai's next words. "You will seek the Avatar, but you will be followed by Shisui, who will supervise you. I assume you can appreciate the importance I attach to your proposal. After all, you went to great lengths to get me to accept it." Ozai's words hit Zhao hard. His joy rose quickly when he heard that he would be able to search for the Avatar, but plummeted to hell when he heard that he would have to travel with Shisui. Why did that guy have to go with him? Shisui had so many successes. So many that he did not even want to compete with him. Not only that, he basically cut off a lot of careerists who wanted to get close to Azula when she turned 18. No one in their right mind dared propose to Azula when she was so young and engaged to Shisui. That your youngest son would be betrothed to Princess Ki? Did you want your line to be cut off? Everyone knows that the royal family holds the little princess on an almost divine pedestal, not only receiving the attention of her 2 outstanding brothers, who even take time out of their military duties to visit her on her birthday. Azulon loved his granddaughter dearly, and the old man was strong enough both politically and personally that any fool would want to marry his son to the princess. And those evil bastards who wanted to revive the old ways of thousands of years ago, of getting engaged to a young girl even as an adult? Check the records of extinct families, you'll find theirs there for sure. Zhao wanted fame, status, and power. Shisui had all 3, especially since he was the last enlightened one to be enrolled. How could he fight against an enlightened one? Unless. A dark thought grew in Zhao's mind, but he didn't let it seep out, he simply accepted the Fire Lord's order. Yes, Your Majesty. It will be an honor to undertake this mission with someone as outstanding as Sage Shisui, said Zhao with perfect control over his emotions, but in his mind, he had already woven a plan. Agni Kai can only be fought with fire, how could a waterbender burn a firebender? In his plans, Zhao had the perfect person to fight such a duel with Shisui. Sure, Zhao knew that steam could burn, but it was essentially waterbending, and only firebending was allowed. Would Shisui refuse? Then he would be a coward. Would he accept? Then he would lose. The perfect plan. Zhao chuckled to himself as he walked out of the castle, not noticing a small, chubby orange cat watching his actions with a critical eye. Soon, Musu was back on Azula's lap, telling her in code about the things that had happened in the capital and about Zhao. Azula narrowed her eyes at the sound of that name. Vice Admiral Zhao had sent his so-called nephew to the training camp, and he had gotten too close to her, even trying to show off in her presence. An obvious attempt at intimacy, but no less unpleasant for it. The boy was almost stalking her, because she put him in his place at the young man's first attempt to touch her, to lead her in training as if she had never done that because of her princess status. She still remembered the satisfying sound of his nose crunching as she gave him a chi-powered blow. From that day on, the boy turned away when he saw her and would not speak in her presence. She was punished for this, but she never regretted or apologized for her actions. When she told this to Shisui, Azula swore that it was the first time she had ever seen Shisui show jealousy, and his exact words at that moment were, "When I see that guy, I'm going to break his nose." Remembering that moment, Princess Azula smiled as she stroked Musu's hair, which began to purr. That man is a careerist, I'm sure he'll think of something ridiculous to annoy Shisui. Musu, can you atone him for me for a while? I'll give you all the fish you want if you find something interesting, Azula said, taking the cat by the chubby cheeks. A meow served as a response, but instead of leaving in a hurry, the cat rubbed its head and neck against Azula's belly before continuing to purr, a situation that made the princess smile with tenderness in her eyes. Okay, I'll give you some now, but you're fat, you should exercise more. If Musu heard these words, it didn't show it, it just stroked Azula's hand with its tail. Only a fool would exercise when I can have all the fish I want, Musu thought, its cat eyes glittering with cunning and gluttony.